Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1907. Lu Yin blinked at the medicine immortal's words. Senior, what do you mean? The medicine immortal smiled. That old man said that he wanted to introduce a young genius to Lan Xian during the battle with the Yao Emperor in the Primal Zone. That should be Alliance Master Lu, so I wanted to ask if Alliance Master Lu is truly interested in Lan Xian. Lu Yin was speechless. What had that old man, Kuei Luo, said in the Primal Zone? If the medicine immortal knew, then Lan Xian definitely knew as well. With that old man's big mouth, perhaps even the 6th mainland's participants had heard about it, and it would quickly spread to the 5th mainland. It wouldn't reach Ming Yan's ears, right? Lu Yin had only lured Kuei Luo to the Primal Zone, so how could he have any thoughts about Lan Xian? That woman was still thinking about his blood, so she was a potential enemy. Senior, you're mistaken. That old man definitely wasn't talking about me, Lu Yin hurriedly denied. The medicine immortal smiled. I think that's not bad. Lan Xian has never had a partner since she embarked on the path of cultivation. If Alliance Master Lu likes her, you can fight for her. Age is meaningless to cultivators. What do you think? Lu Yin was about to refuse when Kuei Luo appeared, his eyes shining as he stared at the medicine immortal. No partner. She's pure. The medicine immortal was not surprised by Kuei Luo's appearance. Of course, she's definitely pure. I can guarantee that. Kuei Luo sighed in admiration as he looked at the medicine immortal. You're pretty good. Come. Tell this old man more about that little girl. After all, this is an important matter. This old man needs to understand clearly. Is her elder still alive? What's her family like? Don't worry, it doesn't matter. Just ask, how many siblings does she have in her family? We're all elders, so it's normal for us to worry about this. I know a little about Lan Xian's situation, so I'll tell you. However, you can't tell her that I was the one who told you, the medicine immortal said. Of course. Do I look like that kind of person? Of course not. Ha, you have good taste. We really hit it off. Why don't we drink and chat? Let's go. Lu Yin wanted to call out to them, but he didn't say anything. He couldn't say that Lan Xian was fake, or else how would he be able to lure Kuei Luo into helping him in the future? But what did the medicine immortal mean? No matter what, Lan Xian was still a half-martial ancestor of the 6th mainland. How could she have such a clear conscience about betraying her own half-martial ancestor? Even though he was a half-ancestor, he had always kept a low profile. Even Guru Qinghua, who was also a half-ancestor, did not dare to be certain of the medicine immortal's cultivation, let alone the others. The medicine immortal rarely interfered with the major matters of the Daosource sect, and he always stayed out of it. However, he still cared about such matters, which completely overturned Lu Yin's impression of him. He had been forced to face the astral beast domain head-on at the start, and he had ended up seizing the eastern weaves. Although Lu Yin had a plan, it had been a risky one. He had underestimated the astral beast domain and overestimated the 6th mainland. Fortunately, the final outcome had not changed. For the next 1,000 years, the Eastern Territory would belong to him. If the 6th mainland wanted to take it back, they would have to go to war. Once they did, they would not be fighting against him, but against the entire 5th mainland. Just like how the Hall of Honor had reached an agreement with the 6th mainland to hand over the Outerverse to them, if the Great Eastern Alliance insisted on taking back the Outerverse, they would have to go to war. However, the consequences of such a war would not be something that the 5th mainland would bear. The current outcome was for the best. Not only had the 6th mainland chased away the invading astral beasts, but they had also discovered that the astral beasts were hiding in the astral wilderness, and they would eventually be able to find out where they had escaped. The primal zone had also been taken, and the northernmost battlefront was no longer Iron Blood Weave, but the primal zone. This result did not only belong to the Sixth Mainland, but also to Lu Yin. With the Sixth Mainland guarding the north for the Great Eastern Alliance, the Great Eastern Alliance would not be held back here. Lu Yin turned his attention to the Fifth Mainland. During the Outerverse War, the Hall of Honor purged the entire Fifth Mainland, and more than half of the Neo-Human Alliance's strongholds were eradicated. They also captured many powers that had colluded with the Neo-Human Alliance. There were more than 1,000 of them in the Innerverse alone, and they were all from small flow zones. After listening to Huan Shao's report, Lu Yin gazed into outer space. More than half of the Neo-Human Alliance's forces in the Fifth Mainland had been eradicated, but there were definitely still some hidden forces. The one that Lu Yin was most concerned about was the Eternal Kingdom. Where exactly was that place? In the Starfall Sea, the Hall of Honor has conscripted 1 billion cultivators and 1 million warships from the Innerverse, Cosmic Sea, and Neoverse. There are also 15 emissaries stationed there. The Sixth Mainland's Daosaur sect has also sent an additional 200 million cultivators and 300,000 warships, as well as 22 emissaries, Huan Sha reported. Lu Yin was stunned. 1 billion cultivators? 1 million warships? This number far exceeded the Great Eastern Alliance's. The Hall of Honor truly lived up to its reputation of conscripting the entire human domain to gather so many cultivators. Cultivators were not a big deal. With the Great Eastern Alliance's ability, if they were willing, they could also gather more than 100 million cultivators to participate in the war. The 10 great allied armies combined would have more than enough cultivators, and their quality was not low either. However, 1 million warships was a bit of an exaggeration. The Great Eastern Alliance had less than 30,000 warships in total, but the Hall of Honor had actually conscripted so many. Could all of the Innerverse warships have been conscripted away? Your Highness, 5,000 of our Great Eastern Alliance's warships have also been conscripted, Huan Sha reported. There are also 200,000 ordinary large spacecraft. The Great Eastern Alliance had definitely been conscripted, but because the Outerverse was also at war, not many had been conscripted. This was especially true for cultivators, as not a single one had been conscripted. However, there were still too many cultivators from the Innerverse who had been conscripted. The Hall of Honor and the Daosaur sect had more than 1 billion cultivators combined. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1908. He left the matter of crippling Nan Yuan to Wei Rong and mustered his courage to contact Big Sis. Burp. What's up, little seven? She spoke slowly, but her tone sounded a little off, as if she were drunk. Lu Yin carefully asked, Big Sis, have you thought about becoming a director? She burped again, Bullsh *T. What kind of director would I be? I don't have any freedom at all. Is a place like Jie Mountain suitable for humans? Lu Yin was speechless, as she was clearly scolding the Hall of Honor. Well, a director doesn't have that many restrictions. You can leave, but you don't have to stay in Jie Mountain. Leave? Do you think I'm stupid? Why would I leave? I've finally become a director, and I don't want to stay in Jie Mountain to abuse my power and enjoy filial piety. Idiot, she said drunkenly. Her words were incoherent, and she had even said what was on her mind. So you're saying that you've agreed to become a director? Did you drink it? When did I agree to it? Didn't you say that you wanted to stay in Jie Mountain to abuse your power and enjoy filial piety? Don't worry, there will definitely be a lot of filial piety. Don't tempt me. I don't like being filial piety, and I like to rob others. This is the glorious tradition of Leon's Armada. Fine, you can still rob others if you stay in Jie Mountain. Just don't go overboard. Are you stupid? Why don't you just stay in Jie Mountain and wait for others to honor you? You're so stupid. I don't know how you've survived until now. What a joke. Lu Yin was so angry that he immediately hung up. He was really stupid to have discussed this with a drunkard. It would be better to wait a little longer. A day later, Lu Yin's gadget rang, and it was Big Sis who answered. Little Seven, why do I feel like you hung up on me? Big Sis immediately asked. Lu Yin firmly replied, no, definitely not. How would I dare to hang up on you? You didn't. Big Sis was puzzled. Then weren't you the one who contacted me yesterday? I was the one who contacted you, but you hung up on me yourself. Think about it, even a half-ancestor wouldn't dare to hang up on you. Me? That's impossible. Think about it, Lu Yin said apprehensively. Big Sis was still suspicious, and she muttered to herself, fine, what did we talk about yesterday? Lu Yin heaved a sigh of relief. We talked about your willingness to become a director. Bullshit, I've never wanted to be a director. Don't think that I don't know anything because I'm drunk, scolded Big Sister. Lu Yin's expression changed. You said that if I become a director, I'll be able to ride roughshod over the realm mountains and enjoy the filial piety of others. Big Sister was stunned. These words really sounded like what she would say. And you even said that it's a different kind of robbery, one that's civilized, friendly, and high-end. It's a robbery that shows off your temperament and surpasses Heisage Leon's. You'll be the next pirate king. Lu Yin was impassioned, and his words excited Big Sis. Did I really say that? Other than you, who else can say something like that? Lu Yin retorted. Big Sis swallowed her saliva, her eyes shining. Surpassing Heisage Leon and becoming the pirate king. That was a high-end robbery method. Not bad, it was definitely something she had said. Alright, I promise you that I'll be a director for fun. Lu Yin was delighted, thank you, elder sister. You'll definitely be able to create your own legend in the world mountains. Ha ha ha, what are you talking about? I'm a virtuous woman. Big Sister laughed. She was very happy. Lu Yin continued to flatter her before ending the call. He heaved a sigh of relief, as this matter was finally settled. Outside, Ku Wei had been about to report to Big Sis, but he happened to overhear the conversation between Lu Yin and Big Sis. His expression became unprecedentedly serious, as he realized that he had been wrong. It turned out that even his master was better at flattery than he was. As expected of his master would always be his master. Who's there? Lu Yin's voice rang out. Ku Wei's expression changed. Master, it's your beloved little Wei. He then entered the spacecraft. Neoverse, World Mountains. Someone walked out of the Arbiter world and attracted the attention of the guards. It was young King Qing. During the battle at the Divine Gu Dynasty, young King Qing had been captured by the head judge for trial. Although he had not been convicted of colluding with the Neo-Human Alliance, Grand Tutor Yuan had still been his subordinate, and young King Qing had been implicated. He would never be able to control the Gu flow zone and would be sent to the Starfall Sea to serve for 10,000 years. However, being implicated was already so serious that young King Qing, a powerhouse with a power level of around 800,000, would not be able to make a comeback. This was the Hall of Honor's attitude towards the Neo-Human Alliance. If not for the fact that they could not find any motive for young King Qing to collude with the Neo-Human Alliance, even the slightest clue would have killed him. They would rather kill the wrong person than let him go. There was also another reason, which was that the Starfall Sea lacked manpower, which was an important reason why young King Qing could serve there. Let's go to the Starfall Sea. A low voice rang out from within young King Qing's shadow. It was the head judge of Death's Shadow, who had sent young King Qing to the Starfall Sea. Head judge, can you let me see my son? Young King Qing asked. As soon as possible. Thank you, head judge, young King Qing said gratefully before contacting Casanova. At this moment, Casanova was in the Lockbreaker world. Young King Qing's trial had happened a long time ago, and because he had not colluded with the Neo-Human Alliance, he had been imprisoned. However, he had not been completely isolated from the outside world, and he had managed to find out where Casanova was as well as what was happening in the Great Eastern Alliance. He had been imprisoned because of Lu Yin, which was why he had paid close attention to the Great Eastern Alliance. When he had first heard that the Great Eastern Alliance had taken over the Astral Beast Domain's war, he had been ecstatic. As an emissary, he had participated in the war against the Astral Beast Domain, and he knew that the Astral Beast Domain was not as simple as it seemed. Regardless of whether the Great Eastern Alliance won or lost, they would eventually be dragged down to their deaths. The war had gone as he had expected, and the situation had become increasingly dire. The number of emissaries had even broken past 30, and a powerhouse like the Celestial Imprint had even appeared, which shocked him. It was normal for the Astral Beast Domain to have such a powerhouse, but why would the Great Eastern Alliance have one? He had only later found out that it was the Second Night King. When he had found out that the Second Night King was Lu Yin's subordinate, he had immediately gone mad. That bastard Lu Yin had used the Second Night King to accuse him of colluding with him to assassinate the Divine Gu dynasty. In the end, the Second Night King had turned out to be Lu Yin's subordinate. What a despicable and shameless person. Not only had the Second Night King appeared, but Master Yuan, Yamavis, Emperor Lu, Elder Joshin, and many other powerhouses had also appeared, causing young King Qing to gradually feel powerless. How could he resist such a powerful Great Eastern Alliance? He had also learned that the war in the Outerverse had ended, and he also knew that the Great Eastern Alliance had taken control of a territory in the East, which had left the Sixth Mainland helpless. This made him feel even more powerless, and he buried the hatred in his heart. At least for now, he was no match for Lu Yin. Even if he returned to take control of the Divine Gu dynasty, there would only be one outcome: it would be destroyed by Lu Yin. The Second Night King alone could accomplish this. As young King Qing reviewed the events that had happened recently, Casanova arrived 100 meters away from him. He stopped and looked at Casanova with a complicated expression. Casanova was the crown prince of the Divine Gu dynasty, but he had run away from home, which was inseparable from the fact that young King Qing had only favored eunuch Yi. However, no matter what conflicts he had with young King Qing in the past, Casanova was now the only relative that young King Qing could see. Go back and take control of the Divine Gu dynasty and join the Great Eastern Alliance, young King Qing said in a low voice. Only he knew how sullen it was to say such a thing. He felt helpless, but there was no other way. If the Divine Gu dynasty did not join the Great Eastern Alliance, then there would only be one outcome: destruction. He knew that the Wolf Prince had already joined the Great Eastern Alliance on behalf of the Divine Gu dynasty, but the Wolf Prince was not the ruler of the Divine Gu dynasty. What young King Qing wanted was a legitimate reason to join. Compared to the Sword Sect, the Lingling clan, and the other powers, young King Qing was the one who had the deepest understanding of Lu Yin's methods, and he was also the one who feared him the most. Since he was going to join the Great Eastern Alliance, then he would join it thoroughly so that the Great Eastern Alliance would not be able to do anything to the Divine Gu dynasty. Casanova looked at young King Qing with a complicated expression. Where are you going? Young King Qing glanced at the shadow. The Starfall Sea. Is there anything else that you need me to do? Casanova asked. Young King Qing looked at Casanova. Take good care of your sister. Also, don't hate Lu Yin. He has his own standpoint, and he did not do anything wrong. He did not wish for Casanova to hate Lu Yin, as that would only invite trouble. Alliance Master, young King Qing has allowed Casanova to take control of the Divine Gu dynasty and officially join the Great Eastern Alliance. Casanova was not stupid, he's very clear-minded, and he's also very tactful. Did young King hate Lu Yin? A few voices spoke out in a much more respectful tone than before. Perhaps he did not. The battle between the Great Eastern
know.
Alliance and the Astral
The scene
Beast
of their
domain
first
had
meeting
thoroughly
often
established
replayed in his
Lu Yin's
mind,
reputation,
and there
were times when Casanova
He now had
regretted
more than
it.
10 envoys under
If
his
only
command,
he had killed
and
Lu
he had
Yin
even
back
been able
then.
to invite an existence
Of
like
course,
Elder Zhou
this was
Shen.
just a thought.
It was even rumored
If
that
he
he had
had
a
such
half-step
thoughts,
ancestor
then he
backing
probably
him.
did hate
So how
Lu
could
Yin,
people not revere him?
but it was not that intense.
Because of this battle,
Young King
the hearts
Qing
of the
left,
Outerverse
and
citizens
Casanova
had
just stared
changed.
at Lu Yin.
Almost every
No
planet
one knew
in the
what he was
eastern leaves
thinking.
that bordered the universe had
Lu
erected
Yin
a
knew that
statue
young
of Lu
King
Yin,
Qing had been
which
sent
allowed him
away.
to stand at the peak of his prestige.
As long as the man wanted to,
Before
he
the
could
battle
find
had
out
started,
anything that happened
countless
in the realm
people had
mountains.
discussed whether it was worth it or not.
After all, he was a director.
Countless people had mocked and cursed Lu Yin.
If the Great Eastern Alliance had been defeated and suffered heavy losses, then these people would have kicked Lu Yin while he was down, making it so that Lu Yin would never be able to make a comeback. However, if he won, then public opinion would completely change, and everyone would praise Lu Yin. This was human nature. Lu Yin had gathered both strength and prestige, and because of this battle, he had completely unified the Innerverse Alliance. As long as there was still a great battle, no one would oppose his orders. Even Lu Qianjue and the others were now in awe of Lu Yin. Naturally, San Air was the same. Got it. Lu Yin ended the call and looked out into space. Young King Qing was very smart. When he had been captured by the head inquisitor, he had not activated the poison in his evasive bead. At that time, he had held back, not to deal with Lu Yin, but to leave behind some good karma. Now that he had been released, the only thing that he had left behind was for the Divine Gu dynasty to join the Great Eastern Alliance. As the ruler of the Divine Gu dynasty, his vision was indeed extraordinary. Even Prince Qing Grit could not compare to him. Would Casanova take control of the Divine Gu dynasty? Lu Yin was very curious. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1909. Following the end of the Outerverse War, Lu Yin received over 100 messages every day, and these were all filtered by Enya, Huan Sha, Wei Rong, and Wang Wen. These were the more important messages, and he did not even have time to cultivate. Fortunately, he had just become an emissary, so he needed some time to settle down. As he read the messages one by one, Lu Yin suddenly stood up. The tree had been discovered. The tree had escaped from the Ross Empire's botanical garden, but no one knew how it had managed to escape. Its whereabouts were unknown, and the Great Eastern Alliance's first allied army had not been able to find it. Logically speaking, it should have been within the Ross Empire's stronghold, and it could not have rushed into outer space. However, no one had been able to find it. Now, it had finally been discovered. It was in the Jade Flow Zone, which was not too far from the Blazing Mist Flow Zone, but it was still quite a few flow zones away. It was very small and inconspicuous. Lu Yin immediately headed to the Innerverse. He did not care about the tree, but the sapling was very important, so he had to bring it back. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if Leaf King discovered it. Lu Yin did not know that Leaf King was currently in the Jade Flow Zone, and he had been watching the tree and sapling for quite some time. Shamrock Enterprises' intelligence network in the Innerverse surpassed that of the Great Eastern Alliance, which had just arrived. Leaf King had already discovered the tree and sapling's whereabouts a month ago, but he had not dared to make a move. Back at the Ross Empire's stronghold, he had tried to capture the sapling, but the tree had whipped him until he spat out blood. That scene was still fresh in his mind, and it made him especially wary of the tree. Not far from Leaf King, in a forest park, the tree stood there quietly. Above its head, the sapling was crawling around as if it were playing hide-and-seek. Leaf King sat on a bench in the park and stared at the tree. As soon as the sapling left the tree's perimeter, he would attack. This planet's cultivation civilization was flourishing, and even though it was located in a small flow zone, it had given birth to an enlighter, several hunters, and many space-exploring powerhouses. It was comparable to a weave in the Outerverse. A figure rushed into the park. He looked panicked, and his eyes were a little nervous. However, he did not panic. After looking around, he suddenly rushed to the big tree. Under Leaf King's astonished gaze, he jumped to the top of the big tree and hid there. King Yi blinked. His handsome face was in a daze. How could this be? Was it that easy? Over the past month, Luin had tried to get close a few times, but each time, he had encountered an indescribable danger. That person was only a cruiser, so how could he get close without being whipped? The person who had jumped to the top of the tree saw Leaf King, and the two of them happened to look at each other. The person then gestured for Leaf King to keep quiet and tossed a star essence to him. King Yi subconsciously took it. At this moment, a group of people appeared outside the park. The leader of the group was a hunter. On this tiny planet, a simple stomp of his foot was enough to overturn rivers and seas, and he could even cause the planet to crack. The hunter was furious, but he suppressed his anger as he stepped into the park. Find him. You must find that bastard. Yes, Patriarch. The group of people answered and dispersed. One of them walked up to Yi King and looked down at him. Did you see someone come in? The Leaf King glanced at the top of the tree. No. Really? The man barked, his tone stern. He still had one hand on Yi Wang's shoulder, but just as he was about to exert more force, the hunter's voice rang out from the distance. He's just a normal person. How could he have discovered that bastard's tracks? The person who had questioned Yi Wang hurriedly left and went to search in another direction. Although this planet had given birth to many powerful cultivators, no one dared to recklessly use force here. At most, they would only display a melder's level of cultivation because of the soul enlighter overseeing this planet. This planet was his home, and anyone who surpassed the power level of a melder could easily destroy the planet. Thus, the hunter had no choice but to send people to search. Yi Wang sat quietly on a bench and looked at the lake in the park. That person had some ability, as he had been so close to the hunter and yet had not been discovered. The others had searched everywhere but could not find him, which showed that he was very experienced. Patriarch, there's no one. Patriarch, there's no one. No one. The hunter's face turned ugly. Let's go. He then led the group out of the park. The person hiding at the top of the tree sighed in relief, but he did not come out. Based on his experience, those people might turn around and attack him. Just as he was thinking this, the tree moved. The person was shocked. An earthquake. The tree moved again. That figure was astonished as he looked down. Did the tree move? At this moment, something touched the back of his head, and the person's hair stood on end. Was there someone there? He had not noticed. He hurriedly turned around and saw that it was a tree branch. It was the sapling, which he had pressed down on. The tree moved. The person was shocked. Had it become a spirit? Just as he thought this, the tree's two thick roots pulled out of the ground and started running like a human. The ground shook as the tree rushed out of the park and onto the street. It crushed the ground and attracted countless people's attention. At this moment, the person's heart crumbled. How could the tree still move? Patriarch, there it is. Someone shouted. The hunter looked over, and his eyes widened. Bastard, I found you. Get down here. He then grabbed a door and smashed it at the tree. The tree suddenly jumped to the right, and the door crashed onto the ground, barely dodging the attack. Get back here. The hunter chased after the tree. Countless people chased after it. The tree frantically fled. The Leaf King did not find this strange, as the tree was very strange. It could stay in one place for a period of time, but it would go crazy on a whim. If someone hugged it, it would immediately flee, and it would never display any strength that could send someone flying. It was very strange. The entire street was bustling with activity. The tree was frantically fleeing, and countless people were chasing after it. "Hurry up and report to the Alliance Master that the tree has started to flee." "I'll keep track of it," someone reported on his gadget. The Leaf King discovered this and slapped the person to death. His face turned ugly, as this person was from the Great Eastern Alliance. Luin would definitely know of the tree's whereabouts, and it would be troublesome if he came. The Leaf King had to immediately take the sapling away. "Get down here," a hunter shouted as he pulled out a blade from his cosmic ring and slashed down. The blade tore through the void and slashed towards the tree. At the top of the tree, the person was shocked. "Run, tree!" The tree twisted its trunk and moved in an extremely strange posture, as if it was dancing, and it dodged the attack. Countless people were stunned. That posture was a little enchanting. How could a tree be enchanting? The sapling jumped around at the top of the tree, and it seemed to be very happy. The person hiding at the top of the tree was stunned. Is this really a tree? In the sky, an old man walked out with a stern expression. "Who dares to be impudent here? You should be punished for using an explorer's power level." The hunter's expression changed, and he dropped his blade. He hurriedly apologized. "Master, this disciple was careless. Please forgive me." Then, this old man was the only enlighter on this planet, and he had set the rules for survival on this planet. The reason why so many cultivators had been born on this planet was because of this old man. All of the cultivators on this planet were his disciples. The old man ignored the hunter and instead looked at the fleeing tree in amazement. Interesting. His finger moved, and he was just about to grab the tree. Suddenly, a terrifying power shook the heavens and the earth. The old man's pupils shrank as his body was pressed into the ground. Not good, an absolute powerhouse. The Leaf King made his move, and he reached into the crown of the tree to grab the sapling. The person hiding in the crown of the tree was stunned. He felt an incomparably terrifying power, and he had seen this power before. It was an emissary, and it was definitely at the level of an emissary. Was there really an emissary here? A hand reached out from the astral source universe, and the Leaf King revealed his appearance. He stared at the sapling and reached out to grab it. The figure saw the Leaf King clearly. "It's you." He would never have imagined that the person who had bribed him with a star essence was actually an emissary. Why was an emissary hiding here? Just as the Leaf King was about to grab the sapling, a tree branch viciously whipped his arm and tore it apart. There was a loud crack as the Leaf King's body was sent flying. Not only that, but the remaining force of the branch's whip swept past the planet, causing ripples in outer space. Eventually, the barren planet in the distance was destroyed. The Leaf King was heavily injured, and he quickly turned around and disappeared into the astral source universe. Everything happened in an instant. The Enlighter Elder had experienced the Leaf King's power, and so had the others. However, they had all thought that it was the Enlighter Elder's power. Only the person hiding in the crown of the tree knew what had happened. At this moment, he was panicking. The emissary had been sent flying by the tree, and he had actually climbed to the top of the tree. What kind of tree was this? Was it really a tree? The elder's entire body trembled, and he almost wet himself. The tree was still running away in a frenzy, but then, it suddenly stopped moving. Its roots stabbed into the ground and stopped moving. The figure in the crown of the tree rolled his eyes. "It's not moving anymore." He looked around and saw that he was in the middle of the street. The tree had stopped moving. Countless people looked over with strange expressions. Had the tree become a spirit? Some people tried to approach the tree, but they were stopped by the Enlighter Elder. He ordered the street to be sealed off and everyone was chased away. No one was allowed to approach the tree. He was also aware of what had just happened. Although he had not seen it clearly, that emissary was most likely the tree. The Elder had been able to cultivate to the Enlighter realm, and he had explored many places in the universe. It was not impossible for a tree to cultivate to the level of an emissary. Now, he was considering how to deal with this. Should he report this to the Hall of Honor? A very ordinary face appeared at the top of the tree. It was a man, and he nervously looked at the Enlightened Elder through the branches with a pleading expression. The Enlightened Elder was startled when he saw the man, but he quickly bowed deeply. It turned out that the emissary powerhouse was this person and not the tree. I dare not disturb Senior. What instructions do you have? This junior will do his best to fulfill them. The man was sorrowful, and he wanted to beg the elder to save him, but there was a branch wrapped around his neck. It was a sapling. The sapling was playful, but to the man, it was a threat. The branch could strangle him to death with just a little bit of force. Did the elder not want him to speak? He was about to cry. He had only stolen something, so was there a need for him to encounter such a troublesome situation? The inner verse was too crazy, and he wanted to return to the neo-verse. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1910. The trees seemed to have taken root, and it did not move for several days. On the treetop, the sapling had a new friend, which was that man. The man was still panicking, as the tree that had sent the emissary flying was too terrifying and sinister. As for this sapling, it should be the tree's main body. No matter what the sapling did, he could only grit his teeth and accompany it for fear of offending it. On this planet, the Enlightened Elder also accompanied the sapling, not daring to disturb it in the slightest. At the same time, he hoped that the emissary would have a good impression of him and that the emissary would bestow upon him something that would allow his cultivation to advance. The entire street was sealed off, and the cracks on the ground grew larger and larger. There was no sign of life, and only the tree's branches swayed in the breeze. Rain began to fall from the sky. The Enlightened Elder hurriedly waved his hand to disperse the clouds so that the sun could continue shining. Beside him, the void distorted, and Luin walked out. After receiving news of the sapling, Luin had immediately rushed over, but he had only just arrived. Has this tree been here all this time? Luin asked. The Enlightened Elder replied, yes, that tree. At this point, he was stunned and hurriedly turned around to look at Luin in shock. You dash, he had wanted to ask who Luin was, as he had not noticed this person standing right next to him. However, he felt that Luin looked familiar, and his thoughts became extremely complicated. He did not know what to say. Luin calmly asked, there are traces of battle. He raised a hand and pinched his fingers. Do you have any images of the emissary's battle? Let me take a look. The Enlightened Elder stared at Luin in a daze, but then, he suddenly remembered something and was shocked. Luin. No, Alliance Master Lu. Luin looked at him and smiled. Do you have any images? The Enlightened Elder was shocked. It really was Luin, the Great Eastern Alliance's Alliance Master who had unified the Interverse. He had never thought that he would be able to talk to such a person in such close proximity while he was still alive. Luin had only ever appeared on a screen on that dazzling stage, the Astral Combat Tournament, the Supreme Tournament, and the most recent battlefield in the Outerverse. It was said that there were dozens of emissaries there, and the Elder could not imagine how someone like him could interact with such a person, even if he was an Enlighter. It was said that there were several hundred Enlighters in the Outerverse battlefield. But now, such an influential figure was actually standing right next to him. The Enlightened Elder forgot to reply and hurriedly bowed. Zhong Nan from Fisha Planet greets Alliance Leader Lu. Luin asked again, do you have any recordings of the battle? Zhong Nan was still immersed in the shock of Lu Yin's sudden appearance, and she hurriedly replied, no, the battle was too sudden. Even I didn't see it clearly, let alone the surveillance equipment. I was right there. Oh. What did you see? Lu Yin curiously looked at the enlighter. The innerverse was still the innerverse, and there were also enlighters in the small flow zones. Back when the innerverse and outerverse had been separated, Lu Yin had gradually begun to see enlighters. At that time, he had referred to them as enlighters. Enlighters were considered very powerful experts in the outerverse, but there weren't many of them in the innerverse, and every flow zone had at least one. Zhong Nan respectfully replied, "I couldn't see anything clearly, the attack was too sudden. All I saw was a shadow rushing towards the tree before it was sent flying. I couldn't see what it looked like." Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Did it rush towards the tree or the tree crown? Zhong Nan thought about it and gritted her teeth. The tree crown. Are you sure? Lu Yin asked again. He had asked casually, but with his status, any one of his questions could decide Zhong Nan's fate and her future. Zhong Nan firmly replied, "I'm sure, because it was sent flying towards the tree crown." Lu Yin turned to look at the tree. It was the Leaf King again. Who else would be targeting the tree besides him? Or an envoy? Now, it seemed that the tree wasn't as simple as it seemed. If it could send the Leaf King flying, then it had to have a power level of at least 800,000. How had such an existence been captured by the Saber mercenaries? Lu Yin had not forgotten the scene of Qi Jin carrying the tree into the botanical garden. He had originally thought that it was just a very ordinary tree. He casually gave Zhong Nan a natural treasure that could help her avoid danger. Zhong Nan thanked him profusely as he approached the tree step by step until he was about 100 meters away. At the tree crown, the sapling suddenly raised its branches as if it had sensed something. It slowly turned towards Lu Yin and then jumped down happily. Lu Yin hugged the sapling and smiled as he stroked its leaves. Naughty. The sapling was very happy, and it emitted a gentle glow as it wrapped its branches tightly around Lu Yin's fingers. In the distance, the man on the tree crown stared blankly at Lu Yin. It was him. Lu Yin looked up. He had originally been looking at the tree, but when he saw the person on the tree crown, he was shocked. Qianzhou. The man who had been chased after stealing something and then hiding in the tree crown to live out his days in fear was Qianzhou, whom Lu Yin had met in the Neoverse. He remembered this person because progenitor Chen's clone had used reverse steps during his origin tribulation. Lu Yin had an impression of Qianzhou's reverse steps, but he hadn't paid much attention to it. However, progenitor Chen's clone had used it to break through Lu Yin's codex of Eon evolution, which had shocked Lu Yin. Ever since he had broken through to origin tribulation, Lu Yin had ordered a search for Qianzhou. He had not expected to run into him here. Qianzhou's head popped out with a miserable expression. Bro, no, seventh bro, save me. I'm scared. Lu Yin smiled, as Qianzhou had come without any effort. Why are you in the innerverse? Qianzhou replied, I'm just taking a stroll. I've heard about the innerverse and outerverse, and I'm also interested in the cosmic sea, so I came here. You were caught stealing in the Neoverse and couldn't hide anymore, so you came here. Qianzhou felt awkward and coughed. Seventh bro, can you save me? How did you get up there? I climbed up. Then climbed down. Qianzhou wanted to cry. Uncle Tree is an emissary. I wouldn't dare. Lu Yin replied, don't worry. Uncle Tree won't do anything to people who aren't a threat. Really? Qianzhou was suspicious. Lu Yin replied, otherwise, how could you have gotten up there? You would have been whipped to death. Qianzhou thought about it and agreed, but he still didn't dare. Seventh bro, you have to protect me. I'm counting on you. Lu Yin gestured for him to calm down. Qianzhou gulped and climbed down nervously, afraid that he would provoke the tree and get whipped. Even an emissary had been whipped so miserably, let alone someone like him. When Qianzhou's feet touched the ground, he couldn't believe it. He slowly distanced himself from the tree, and when he was about 10 meters away, he suddenly charged towards Luin and quickly hid behind him. When he saw that the tree still hadn't moved, he sighed in relief. He had survived. It was only then that Zhong Nan realized that Qian Zhou wasn't an emissary. Not only that, but he wasn't even a hunter. Qian Zhou immediately felt aggrieved. He had kowtowed to this brat and was as respectful as he could be, but he had actually been played for a fool. For a moment, he looked at Qian Zhou with an unfriendly gaze. Qian Zhou patted his chest, glad that he had escaped death. Luin squatted down and stroked the sapling's green leaves. Good boy, you've played enough. Let's go back, okay? The sapling jumped up and down excitedly, which surprised Qian Zhou. He wasn't unfamiliar with the sapling, as he had been the one to play with it during the few days that he had been trapped on the tree's crown. He had originally thought that this sapling was the main body of the emissary tree, but now it seemed that the tree and the sapling were two different things. He had actually been played for a fool and had been frightened for a few days. Can you bring that tree back as well? Luin asked the sapling. The sapling's branches bent and twirled around its green leaves. It seemed to be thinking, but it also didn't seem to understand Lu Yin's words. The sapling didn't understand, but the tree did. It plucked up its roots and ran away like a madam running away while holding up her skirt. Around them, a few Lameters rushed out to grab the tree. Strangely enough, the tree was able to send the Leaf King flying with a single branch when he tried to grab the sapling. However, when faced with a few Lameters, the tree couldn't escape at all. In the end, it was tied up and carried on their shoulders. The tree's branches frantically tried to escape, but they couldn't. Qian Zhou's eyelids twitched. How was this possible? Those were Lameters, right? They couldn't be hidden emissaries, right? How could it be that easy to capture that tree? How could they dare to do that? Luin relaxed, as he had guessed correctly. Those who weren't a threat to the tree would be fine no matter what they did to it. Someone like the Leaf King would be sent flying. He waved his hand, and the cultivators carried the tree onto a spacecraft that headed towards the Ross Empire's stronghold. They wanted to lock the tree up in the botanical garden. The sapling's branches rubbed against Lu Yin's face. Luin smiled. Don't worry, the tree is fine. We won't hurt it. The sapling was happy again, and it jumped around Luin. Qian Zhou smiled. Well, seventh bro, I'll take my leave now. Thank you for saving me. If you need anything in the future, feel free to tell me as long as it's within my means. Luin smiled and patted the man's shoulder. There's no need for the future. I have it now. Qian Zhou's face twitched. Seventh bro, I'm tired. Why don't I rest for a few days? Luin opened his hand, revealing a pill. Here, eat it. You'll recover quickly. Qian Zhou was speechless, and he asked carefully, Seventh bro, do you have any instructions for me? Lu Yin's hand on Qian Zhou's shoulder tightened slightly, and he solemnly said, I don't have any instructions. I just want to make a deal. I'm very interested in your technique, reverse step. Qian Zhou was astonished. Reverse step. Seventh bro, you're interested in it. Luin nodded. Qian Zhou was puzzled. They had known each other for a long time. They had met during the Star Tower contest and the Sovereign Tournament. If Luin was interested in reverse step, why hadn't he mentioned it at that time? How long had it been since then? Seventh bro, it's not that I don't want to teach you, but I really don't know how to. Luin was curious. What do you mean? Qian Zhou explained, some battle techniques require a technique to exert force, a method to convert star energy, and a method to circulate it. They're easy to teach, but some battle techniques are directly branded into the body and cannot be taught. Reverse step is one such technique. I learned it all because of a piece of jade. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1911. Afraid that Lu Yin would not believe him, Qian Zhou hurriedly explained how he had been chased, hidden in an auction house, and obtained the reverse step. Lu Yin did not doubt him. If the reverse step was the same as progenitor Chen's, then its value would be comparable to a secret technique. Of course, it would be very difficult to teach it to others. Things can only move in the opposite direction when pushed to the extreme. Not being able to learn it did not mean that he had to give up. One of progenitor Chen's 9 clones had not learned anything else but the reverse step, which had broken through Lu Yin's knowing deny. That feeling had been like reversing spacetime, and it had shocked Lu Yin. How could he give up on such a technique? Take me to that auction house, Lu Yin said. Qian Zhou was puzzled. 7th bro, this reverse step seems strange and fast, but there's nothing special about it. Is it worth going to the Neoverse? Of course, Lu Yin could not tell him the truth. I have other matters to attend to in the Neoverse, so it's just on the way. He then looked at the sapling. He could not bring it along, but perhaps it was not a bad idea to leave it with the tree. At least the tree could protect it. Not long after, Lu Yin and Qian Zhou were led by the second Night King towards the cosmic sea. As for the sapling, Lu Yin threw it into the tree's crown. With the second Night King's strength that was second only to a half-ancestor, he was able to travel across the universe so quickly that Qian Zhou began to doubt himself. Back when Lu Yin had been brought across the cosmic sea by Shangxing Shenwei, he had also begun to doubt himself. This was an absolute powerhouse, and the distance of the universe was meaningless to them. Mr. Mu had directly thrown Lu Yin from Tempest Flow Zone to Xingyang Flow Zone, which meant that he had crossed half of the universe. Qian Zhou's view of the universe had been refreshed. There was a heavenly city in the Neoverse called Sky-Bearing City. There were over 1,000 auction houses in the city, and it was famous throughout the Neoverse. Sky-Bearing City was the city with the most auction houses in the Fifth Mainland, and countless people brought auction items to Sky-Bearing City every day. Whether it was in the open or in the dark, everything could be sold here, and the prices were the highest among those in the same industry. On the contrary, the commission was very low because of the fierce competition. Lu Yin and Qian Zhou were currently walking through Sky-Bearing City, looking at the city's unique atmosphere. Sky-Bearing City was larger than any of the other heavenly cities that Lu Yin had seen before. The buildings were densely packed together, and there was a large population. When he first arrived, he discovered that there were no less than 20 enlighters scattered throughout the tallest buildings. There was even an envoy at the center of the city. Emissaries were rare even in the new universe. While the rune lines of this emissary were not strong, an emissary was an emissary. With an emissary in charge, Sky-Bearing City was definitely one of the top cities in the new universe. There were countless people hawking their wares on the streets, and a small auction quickly took place. This was very normal in Sky-Bearing City. This place had a unique auction atmosphere. The largest auction house in Sky-Bearing City is called the Longwang Auction House, and the owner is the master of Sky-Bearing City, King Qing. It is said that King Qing is extremely powerful, and even the masters of the 3,000 major worlds of the Glory Realm have to respect him. Those colossal beings have to take the initiative to visit Sky-Bearing City, Qian Zhou introduced. He was familiar with this place. 7th brother, look. That's the Longwang Auction House. It's the tallest building in Sky-Bearing City. 7th brother, that's Sky-Bearing City's food street. There are countless unimaginable ingredients there, and many of them are purchased from the border guards from the astral beast domain. 7th brother, look. It's a brothel. Qian Zhou was excited. Lu Yin. Yin was astonished and looked over. A brothel. In the distance, an antique building descended from the heavens. It was a brothel. Brothels in the Neoverse were one of the unique features of the Neoverse. They could fly, and they attracted countless people's attention. Luin had not expected that a brothel would coincidentally come to Sky-bearing City. There were a total of 6 brothels in the Neoverse, and this one should be a brothel in the north since Sky-bearing City was in the north. When the brothel landed, it immediately attracted countless onlookers. The appearance of the brothel caused a huge commotion, and even Sky-bearing City's guards appeared to maintain order. "We're really lucky. 7th brother, why don't we take a look around the brothel?" Qianzhou was looking forward to it. If he was alone, he would at most enter the brothel to gain some experience, but he would not dare to do anything. It was not something that someone like him could afford, but now that he had such a powerful person by his side, what did it matter if it was a brothel? Even if this was Sky-bearing City, once this person's identity was exposed, the city lord would come out to greet him. When he thought about this, Qianzhou became even more excited and couldn't wait to drag Luin inside. Luin pursed his lips. The brothel was his business, and whatever money Ming Yan earned there was for him. No. Qianzhou was disappointed. 7th brother, the brothel is not a filthy place. It's very clean and can cleanse one's soul and cultivate one's character. Are you saying that I can meet many envoys there? Luin asked. Qianzhou was speechless. Hurry up and find the auction house. I don't have time to waste, Luin urged. Qianzhou was helpless. That auction house went bankrupt, and I don't know which auction house bought it. I'll have to ask around. Hurry up. Luin was annoyed. Because of the brothel's appearance, Sky-bearing City attracted many people once again. Brothels would attract many people anywhere, let alone Sky-bearing City. There were 2 buildings in the center of the city that took up a lot of space. One was the city lord's residence, and the other was the Baoang auction house. Both were owned by the same person. Within the city lord's residence, someone was ecstatic. The Northern Territories brothel is here. That's great. Help me change my clothes. It's been a long time since I've seen the fallen plum courtesan. She must serve me today, ha ha ha. The speaker was a pale-faced young man with an excited expression. There were 5 girls serving him, and all of them were nervous as if they were afraid of angering him. His name was Qingyu, and he was the son of Sky-bearing City's city lord, Prince Qing. The door was suddenly pushed open, and a gust of wind blew past. A woman with a baleful expression stood at the door. Although she was beautiful, her eyes were slanted downwards, making her look sinister and vicious. Qingyu's expression changed when he saw her. Hong, why are you back? The 5 girls serving Qingyu were horrified and hurriedly knelt down. Their eyes reddened, and they didn't dare to look up. The woman narrowed her eyes and stared at Qingyu. She then raised her hand, causing 5 red flowers to appear in her palm. With a wave of her hand, the 5 girls' necks were sliced open, and the stench of blood filled the air. Qingyu's legs went soft, and he almost fell to the ground. I've only been gone for a few days, and you're already messing around. Did you forget what I told you? The woman asked sternly. Qingyu gulped and carefully approached the woman. He smiled fawningly and hugged the woman's shoulders. I didn't do anything. I just asked them to dress me. You can't be jealous of that, right? Besides, you've already killed them. The woman stared at Qingyu and said coldly, I heard that you're going to the brothel to meet that Luo Mei. Mei's slut. No, definitely not. Qingyu was shocked, and his face paled. At that moment, the void distorted and a middle-aged man walked out. It was Prince Qing, the city lord of Sky-bearing City, and the emissary powerhouse that Luin had sensed earlier. The woman and Qingyu hurriedly bowed when they saw Prince Qing. Father. Prince Qing grunted and glanced around the room. He frowned slightly and looked at Qingyu.
Are you messing around again? I told you that you're not allowed to get close to any other woman aside from Hong. Did you listen to me? The woman snorted and glared at Qing Yu. Qing Yu bowed again. Father, I didn't. I only asked them to dress me. I didn't do anything. Prince Qing looked at the woman and smiled gently. Don't worry, Hong. I'll keep an eye on him for you. He won't do anything. The woman nodded. Thank you, Father. I forgot to take something, so I came back for a bit. I'll leave now, so please keep an eye on him for me. Prince Qing nodded. She quickly left. After she left, Qing Yu heaved a sigh of relief. His expression turned gloomy, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. He looked at Prince Qing. One day, I'll kill that slut. Shut up, Prince Qing barked and glared at Qing Yu. As long as the home of the gods exists, she'll always be your wife. If you dare touch her, I'll kill you. Qing Yu was furious. That woman is crazy. Which capable man doesn't have a few women? She's so jealous that she won't even let me touch her maids. Father, I've had enough of this. Prince Qing glared at Qing Yu and said coldly, you were the one who agreed to this marriage. You were the one who pursued her back then, so treat her well. If you don't want sky-bearing city to be destroyed by the home of the gods, remember that she's one of the 18 celestial gods of the home of the gods. She has a very high status. Remember that. I understand, Father. Qing Yu was helpless. Sky-bearing city was just a slightly larger ant compared to the home of the gods. He'd pursued Yao Hong back then because he wanted to gain the protection of the home of the gods. Who knew that woman would be so unreasonable? If he wanted to play, he'd have to wait until she left. Sometimes, he felt like that woman would kill him. Since that crazy woman was gone, he could go out and play. He had to take Luo Mei in the next few days and have a taste of the North's top courtesan. Within Sky-bearing City, Qianzi spent half a day before finally finding the owner. The Yudhua auction house is the auction house where I obtained the reverse step. It was purchased by the Silver Fragrance auction house more than 10 years ago, and the address is still the same. The Yudhua auction house's manager also joined the Silver Fragrance auction house when it was purchased. He's been taken away by the Silver Fragrance auction house's boss for some unknown reason, but he'll be back in a few days at the very least. That means that we'll be able to meet the Yudhua auction house's manager in a few days. Lu Yin asked. Qianzi nodded. In theory, yes. But seventh bro, you should know that the auction houses deal with at least a few hundred items every day. It's normal for some large auction houses to handle over 10,000 items. They didn't pursue me when I lost the reverse step, which means that they don't care. It's unlikely that we'll be able to find out the origin of the technique from them. Of course, Lu Yi knew that, but for the sake of this battle technique, no amount of investigation would be excessive. He couldn't let anyone else do it either. If they found the reverse step and someone else learned it, he would suffer a huge loss. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1912. After witnessing progenitor Chen's reverse step, Lu Yin did not want to miss out on this wondrous battle technique no matter what. In his current battle, he could only rely on his physical body to increase his speed or a secret technique like the planned secret art. He was missing a footwork battle technique, so reverse step was perfect, but his chances of finding one were slim. There was a loud boom as a small auction house nearby exploded. Several figures flew out and landed on the street, fighting in the blink of an eye. Qianzhou was astonished. They actually dared to fight on the streets of Sky-bearing City. Looks like they have some background. Lu Yin looked at the people fighting on the street and saw that they were clearly split into two groups, 3 on one side and 6 on the other. Although the numbers were not equal, they were evenly matched. The side with fewer people was slightly older. Beat them up. I'll take responsibility if you kill the young master. A handsome youth walked out from the broken auction house. He seemed to be dressed as a man, but anyone with a discerning eye could tell that he was a woman and was quite good-looking. On the side with fewer people, a man pushed aside the two people he was fighting. 7-lined battle force covered his body as he punched at the crossdresser. The crossdresser did not care as there were more people rushing forward to block the attack. Bang! The man punched away the youth in front of the crossdresser. 7-line battle force was something that very few youths in the younger generation could grasp. One of them spat out blood and fainted, while the other pulled the crossdresser back and glared at the man. Do you know who she is? If you hurt her, even 10 lives won't be enough to pay for it. The man sneered. Then do you know who I am? Shameless boasting. The battle was intense, but the people around them did not leave. Instead, they cheered as if they were watching a show. This sort of thing did not happen often in Sky-bearing City. Fighting was forbidden within the city, so the city guards were about to arrive. As they spoke, the guards had already arrived. They reacted extremely quickly. The leader was a man with a scar on his face. His face was weathered, and his gaze was fierce. Sky-bearing City doesn't allow fighting. Don't you know the rules? The scarred man's gaze swept over both sides. Xian Zhou introduced, 7th bro, this person is the captain of Sky-bearing City's guards. People call him Uncle Blade. Apparently, the wound on his face was left behind by King Qing. King Qing did not kill him, so he stayed in Sky-bearing City to repay his life. Lu Yin took a sip of his tea. With a power level of over 400,000, he was practically invincible in the outerverse. Even in the innerverse, someone with such a power level could become a powerhouse in a small flow zone. For example, Northgate Taisui and Lu Yin's power levels were about the same. The man said, "We know the rules. We're willing to pay half of the compensation." "Yes, all of them," said the cross-dressing young man. The man was furious, and he glared at her. "You were the ones who attacked first. We're already willing to bear half of the cost because we don't want to cause trouble. Don't look for trouble. My Crimson Rainbow Great Realm is not a place to be trifled with." Many people cried out in alarm. The Crimson Rainbow Great World. The Crimson Rainbow Realm. That was one of the 3,000 great worlds. He had heard of it before. Among the 3,000 great worlds, there were very few that had envoys. The Radiance Great World, the Jade Great World, and the Crimson Rainbow Great World also had envoys. Lu Yin had always paid attention to the 3,000 great worlds. Some of them were very weak, and a single drop of the life poison could wipe them out. However, some were terrifyingly strong. For example, when Muwen had brought him to the Realm Mountains for the first time, they had encountered a card that even Muwen had not dared to touch. Lu Yin had looked up some information, but there were no records of that card's world. 3,000 great worlds. Although the great worlds were part of the Glory Realm, they seemed to be independent as well. After becoming a director, Lu Yin had looked up some information on the 3,000 great worlds. The records were rather old, and even the Hall of Honor found it difficult to completely analyze the situation of the 3,000 great worlds. Among them, some great worlds had become weaker and weaker, while some great worlds had developed beyond expectations. Regardless, the records stated that there were no more than 10 envoys in the 3,000 great worlds. "You're from the Crimson Great Worlds, Yanzhu." Uncle Blade was astonished, and he looked at the 3 men seriously. These 3 were not very strong. The man politely replied, "We're the Yen Crown Prince's retainers. We came to Sky-bearing City to find some defensive treasures for the Crown Prince." "So you're from Yen Chen's side. No wonder you're so arrogant." The one who spoke was the cross-dressing youth. When they heard this, the 3 retainers' expressions changed. Someone who knew Yan Chen's name and was able to say it out loud had to have a powerful background. You are. The one who had been injured hurriedly replied, "This is Miss Shi Shuang." Scar and the retainers were shocked. The Hall of Honor's Expeditionary Army Commander's granddaughter, Shi Shuang. In the distance, Qian Zhou sneered, "They're all acquaintances. The universe is so big, and there aren't many places that can gather all of them together. Sky-bearing City can do it." Lu Yin looked at Shi Shuang. So she was Shi Gu's granddaughter. This was interesting. Now that both sides had revealed their identities, there was no need to continue arguing. Whether it was Sky-bearing City, Crimson Rainbow Great World, or the Expeditionary Army, they all had envoys. Not long after, the commotion died down. Lu Yin stood up, "Let's go." "Where are we going?" Qian Zhou was curious. "Follow," Lu Yin said, his gaze never leaving Shi Shuang. The Hall of Honor's Expeditionary Army had once helped Song Ying deal with the giants under his command. If Chen Huang hadn't broken through to become an envoy, they would have been wiped out, and Lu Yin would have suffered great losses. Although Song Ying had been removed from her position, Shi Gu hadn't suffered any losses. Lu Yin had always kept this matter in mind, and now that he had finally met Shi Gu's granddaughter, he had to have a chat. There were many interesting places in Sky-bearing City. Although the streets were crowded, there was no lack of scenic spots. Lu Yin and Qian Zhou followed Shi Shuang's group for half a day, visiting many of Sky-bearing City's sceneries. When the sky was dark, they followed Shi Shuang to a brothel. Lu Yin was speechless when he saw the brothel in front of him. Why was this woman here? Qian Zhou's eyes lit up. He was in high spirits. Shi Shuang was in high spirits. "Seventh bro, they're going in," Qian Zhou reminded and urged. Lu Yin's expression was calm as he stepped into the brothel. A brothel wasn't a place to sell one's body. This place focused on relaxing one's mind, and there was a reason why so many people were attracted here. Everything else aside, the women here were the most beautiful. Even the ordinary maids were enough to make many people forget to leave. Shi Shuang was received by the brothel the moment she entered. News of her identity had already spread to the brothel, or perhaps the brothel had already known about it. "Young Master Shi, I've heard a lot about you." The brothel treated Shi Shuang the same way she treated other men, and she wasn't surprised that a woman had arrived. Shi Shuang was satisfied. "You are." "I'm Qing Yun, the brothel's courtesan. I'm here to receive young Master Shi. Is there a girl you've taken a fancy to? I'll make the arrangements right away." Qing Yun smiled gently. She was also beautiful, and even though she was old, she still retained her charm. In the eyes of many, she was more attractive than some other young girls. Shi Shuang raised her head. "Since I'm here, I'll naturally look for the courtesan. With my status, only the courtesan can receive me." Qing Yun was troubled. "Young Master Shi, the courtesan is currently serving young city lord Qingyu and can't leave. How about I make an appointment for tomorrow?" "Tomorrow, she'll specifically serve you." Shi Shuang didn't mind. "I don't need her to serve me. I just want to see how beautiful this courtesan is. Hurry up and have her come out for me." Qing Yun was troubled. "Young Master Shi, this." At this moment, a girl hurried over to Qing Yun and whispered. Qing Yun was shocked, and anger flashed through her eyes. She didn't entertain Shi Shuang and quickly walked into the depths of the brothel. Shi Shuang followed along with interest, and Lu Yin naturally followed as well. Soon after, they arrived at a courtyard in the brothel, where a panicked voice came from within. "Young Master Qing, my brothel only sells my skills, not my body. Please don't be like this. Sell your skills, not your body." "Bah, slut, you act pure in front of me, but when you talk about Lu Yin, the Shangqing, and the others, your eyes light up. If they were here tonight, you would have already taken off your clothes and served me. Am I any worse than them? Get over here." The courtesan, Qing Yun, angrily charged in and waved her hand to push Qing Yu aside. She glared at him. Young Master Qing, you should know the rules of my brothel. No matter who it is, they only sell their skills and not their bodies. If you like Luo Mei and she likes you back, you can redeem her and marry her. But if you want to use force, please go back. The commotion was rather loud, and quite a few people were attracted over. Qing Yu had clearly drunk too much, and he sneered, "What's so great about your brothel? You're just a bunch of sluts. Don't even think about leaving after coming to Sky-bearing City today." He then pointed at Qing Yun, "You, all of you, I'm going to make your entire brothel serve me naked today." Ha 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 ha. Qing Yun was furious and clenched her fists. "Young Master Qing, you're drunk." Qing Yu sneered, "What, if you have the ability to get that emissary behind you to come out? Don't think that I don't know that the person behind your brothel is the old man. That old man didn't even dare to fart because of Lu Yin, and all of the experts under him were killed. Your brothel doesn't even have an emissary behind you anymore. You bunch of sluts still want to act all high and mighty like before. If I tell you to strip, then you'll strip." Shi Shuang frowned and looked at Qing Yu. "Your mouth stinks. All men are like that. Disgusting." The courtesan, Luo Mei, hurriedly ran behind Qing Yun and glared at Qing Yu. She ran over and picked him up, turning him over. There was a palm print on his face, and half of his head had been smashed to pieces. Even his teeth were missing, but he didn't faint. Yao Hong was furious. She glared at Qing Yun and the others. "Who is it? Get out here." Slap. Another loud sound rang out. This time, it was Yao Hong, but it was much lighter than when she had slapped Qing Yu. This slap only made her kneel on the ground. Half of her face was swollen, but she didn't faint. Qing Yu finally reacted. He stood up and mumbled, "Who is it?" Slap. Another loud sound rang out, and the other side of Qing Yu's face was slapped. His body swayed, and he almost lost his footing. Yao Hong covered half of her face. She was about to go crazy. "Who is it? Get out here if you dare." Slap. 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 Dozens of slaps landed on Qing Yu and Yao Hong's faces. The two of them were battered and exhausted, and they knelt on the ground. Qing Yu's mind was on the verge of collapse, and the people protecting them couldn't move at all. Yao Hong's gaze cracked, but she was also incomparably terrified. They had been slapped in Sky-bearing City, but Prince Qing didn't react. There was only one explanation. Prince Qing didn't know that someone had sealed off the brothel. Who was it? Could it be the expert behind the brothel? The old man was already crippled, so there was still someone supporting the brothel. Shi Shuang didn't understand. She looked around and saw that there was an expert. Qing Yun panted heavily. She didn't know who had attacked them or who was supporting them. Yao Hong wasn't wrong. Ever since the old man had been suppressed, the women who were married out of the brothel hadn't had an easy time. When the brothel had been at its peak, the marriage of top courtesans was equivalent to a marriage alliance. Countless people had supported the brothel, but everything had been built on the old man's power. Now, everything was gone. Who would support the brothel? In the crowd, Qian Zhou blinked. "Seventh bro, what are you doing?" The one who had slapped them was naturally Lu Yin. Insulting the brothel was the same as insulting Ming Yan. "Is your brothel declaring war on Sky-bearing City and the home of the gods?" Yao Hong shouted. Qing Yun's face was deathly pale. Sky-bearing City was one thing, but the home of the gods was a colossus. Even at its peak, the old man did not dare to openly offend the home of the gods. Yao Hong was a member of the home of the gods. Slap. Another slap landed on Yao Hong's face. This slap had lured King Qing out, but Lu Yin didn't continue to seal the brothel. Instead, he allowed King Qing to discover him. Within the city lord's mansion, King Qing had clearly heard the slap. His eyes trembled as he stepped into Astral Source Universe and walked out of the brothel. When he saw Yao Hong and Qing Yu's miserable state, he moved his finger, and a terrifying aura swept through all of Sky-bearing City. Within the brothel, everyone was suppressed by this aura, and even breathing became difficult. The entire sky of Sky-bearing City changed. Everyone looked in the direction of the brothel and felt the pressure. The space around them distorted, and even their surroundings were affected. Spacecraft after spacecraft exploded. "Father, father!" Qing Yu wailed. Yao Hong's eyes were filled with madness. "Who is it? Father, find that person and skin him alive. I want to torture him to death." King Qing frowned. He had scanned the area just now, but he hadn't discovered who had attacked, which was strange. If it had been an enlighter, they would have left behind traces, and King Qing would have been able to find them. However, if it had been an emissary, that was impossible. How could an emissary secretly protect a brothel? When he thought of this, he asked, "Who attacked the juniors? Come out and meet me." Nobody bothered with him. King Qing's eyes narrowed. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1914. Hearing Yao Hong's words, Prince Qing looked at Luo Mei with a dignified expression. "You, come here." Luo Mei trembled and looked at Prince Qing in fear. Prince Qing's eyes widened. "I said, come here." Luo Mei was terrified. Prince Qing's face seemed to be magnified infinitely, and he could easily trample her to death. She couldn't move at all. Prince Qing raised his head. "You're not coming out." "Fine." He reached out to grab Luo Mei. He had the same thought as Yao Hong. If Luo Mei didn't come out, it was obvious that she was afraid. Although he didn't know what method Luo Mei had used to hide herself, since Prince Qing wanted to protect this woman, he had to force her out. An emissary was secretly protecting the brothel. That was impossible. Neither Yao Hong nor Prince Qing believed that this was possible. Just as Prince Qing was about to grab Luo Mei, a palm appeared in front of him and slammed down. Prince Qing's expression changed drastically. A long blade appeared in his hand, and he slashed upwards. With a bang, the blade shattered, and the palm slammed into Prince Qing's face without any resistance. Prince Qing was slapped to the ground, sinking deep into the ground. Everyone was silent as they stared blankly. That was Prince Qing, not Qing Yu. It was Prince Qing, an emissary powerhouse, who had been slapped to the ground with a single slap. Yao Hong stared blankly at the ground. At this moment, she felt fear. A peerless elite had made a move. Someone who could suppress Prince Qing with a single slap had to have a combat power of at least 700,000. That kind of elite was actually secretly protecting the brothel. No one dared to breathe loudly as they stared at the ground. Underground, Prince Qing recovered with great difficulty, but he didn't come out. In that instant, he had felt an irresistible force. That slap had not only slapped him to the ground, but it had also woken him up. He was a powerhouse, but he couldn't resist that slap at all. Prince Qing was very smart. He was able to establish Sky-bearing City and was also the owner of the Long Wang auction house. He was calm and domineering, but he didn't lose the slyness of a businessman. That slap had made him realize the difference between them. Dignity and face weren't as important as his life. Was that slap hard to accept? No, it wasn't hard for him. If the other party had used a little more strength, he could have really slapped him to death. He cherished his life more than death. When he thought of this, he walked out of the ground and bowed deeply to Chao Qingyun, Luo Mei, and the other brothel girls. And said, "I've offended you. I'll give the brothel an explanation. He grabbed Yao Hong and Qing Yu and left. It was only after Prince Qing and the others left that everyone reacted. Everyone was silent. Those men hurriedly left. They had been heckling Qing Yu just now. Lu Yin left as well. Qian Zhou looked at Lu Yin in shock. Seventh bro, that was King Qing. How did he end things with a single slap? What else? Lu Yin asked indifferently. Qian Zhou swallowed his saliva. Was it that simple? That was King Qing. Even the expeditionary army didn't need to give him face. His name was known throughout the Neoverse, yet he didn't even dare to resist after being slapped. Just how strong had this person become? Inside the brothel, Shi Shuang had also left in shock. She was well aware of Prince Qing's strength. Before coming here, her grandfather had told her that the two of them were on par. Even so, he had still been slapped. How many experts were there in the universe? Walking out of the brothel, she looked back. What kind of powerful cultivator was hidden in this brothel? Was he one of the old man's men? If the old man Bu had been suppressed by Lu Yin, then what kind of power did Lu Yin of the Great Eastern Alliance have? It was rumored that dozens of envoys had appeared on the battlefield between the Outerverse Great Eastern Alliance and the Astral Beast Domain, and it seemed that those rumors might not be false. One slap. The slap had not only awakened King Qing and the others, but it had also awakened many geniuses of the Neoverse. The universe wasn't as simple as they had thought. Even a rundown brothel could hide an absolute expert. Qing Yu and his wife's overbearingness had revealed many people's dark side, and when the powerhouse behind the brothel had revealed himself, these people could only retreat with their tails between their legs. However, Qing Yun and the other girls weren't surprised by these people. They had seen too many dark sides, and they had only gotten better in the past few years. Actually, a few years ago, even if the brothel girls could maintain their chastity to outsiders, they couldn't do so internally. They had long since gotten over it. Shi Shuang sat in a tavern across from the brothel. From here, she could see the entirety of the brothel, including the courtyard. The tavern wasn't small, but it couldn't compare to the brothel in terms of scale. However, it was where everyone who had come to participate in the auction ate. There were no main halls, only private rooms, so it was convenient for communication. Sis Shuang, it's about time. We should go back, one of the men who had been following her said. Another man was displeased. What are you rushing us for? Sis Shuang has her own plans. Don't forget what the Legion commander said when we left, the man said in a low voice. The other man said, even if we don't go back, we should stay far away from the brothel. Someone who can slap Prince Qing to the point that he doesn't dare to move is definitely powerful and can't be provoked. We don't know who this person is or what his background is, but if we know who Sis Shuang is, we might do something. His words silenced the others. The expeditionary army had offended too many people. Of the three armies of the Hall of Honor, the Beast Destroyer army was on the front lines of the Astral Beast Domain all year round. The Realm Guardian army guarded the World Mountain and rarely left. Only the Expeditionary Army maintained the peace of the Fifth Mainland. Thus, countless people and families had been wiped out over the years. They didn't believe that the brothel could nurture an absolute powerhouse. This absolute powerhouse had to be guarding the brothel for some reason. If this powerhouse was related to the Expeditionary Army, then it would be troublesome. They weren't Shi Shuang's bodyguards, they were all suitors. They had seen too many people who hated the Expeditionary Army over the years. 1 in 10 powerhouses hated the Expeditionary Army, so the probability was too high. Shi Shuang was impatient. You guys leave first. Sis Shuang. They wanted to say something else. Shi Shuang angrily said, get out. They had no choice but to leave the room. Shi Shuang was the only one left, drinking wine and looking at the brothel across the street. From the moment you recognized me, your eyes were filled with hostility. It seems like this is the expeditionary army's attitude, and it's Shigu's attitude. I never go easy on my enemies. Shi Shuang was alarmed, as the commotion had attracted the attention of the men outside the room. They rushed in and saw Lu Yin. Who are you? What did you do to Sister Shuang? One of them barked. Lu Yin did not even look at them. Get out. That person was about to speak, but he was stopped by two other men. They bowed deeply. Director Lu, please excuse us. They then pulled that person out and closed the door behind them. Shi Shuang and the expeditionary army were not as ruthless as this man. He was a truly ruthless person who could not be offended. Shi Shuang's expression changed as she watched the men who adored her and were willing to die for her escape. Her entire body felt weak, and the power vessel that her grandfather had given her did not give her any sense of security. Lu Yin tapped the table. Sit down. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1915. Shi Shuang gritted her teeth. What are you trying to do, Lu Yin? Lu Yin looked up. I said, sit down. Shi Shuang's expression changed, and she finally deflated. She picked up a stool and sat down obediently. If she had just come out of the expeditionary army, she would never have been so obedient. However, slapping King Qing was equivalent to slapping her grandfather's face. King Qing had not dared to resist, and neither had her grandfather. That scene had been so shocking that she had fallen from the clouds into the mortal world. Lu Yin had no interest in bullying girls, but Shi Shuang's identity was special. Where's Shigu? He asked. Shi Shuang whispered, she went to the border of the Starfall Sea. Even the expeditionary army. Lu Yin was astonished. What's their attitude towards me? Shi Shuang did not know how to answer. Lying wouldn't fool anyone, but if she didn't lie, how would this person deal with her? Shi Shuang's face paled, and she looked rather helpless. Lu Yin laughed. Forget it, I don't plan to bully you. Contact Shigu. Shi Shuang pursed her lips. What do you want? Lu Yin replied, just to chat. Why, are you afraid that I'll slap him through the screen? Shi Shuang giggled when she heard this, but she quickly regained her composure and glared at Lu Yin. How could he laugh? This man was an enemy, and he was talking about her grandfather. How embarrassing. Lu Yin poured himself another cup before pouring another for Shi Shuang. You're not bad, you protected the brothel. Don't worry, I'm not good at bullying girls. This small interlude allowed Shi Shuang to relax, and she boldly took a sip before glaring at Lu Yin. My grandfather is a good person. Lu Yin felt strange. You should tell that to people who hate him, such as the giant technology group and the orphans of the Tu family. They deserve to die, Shi Shuang said. The expeditionary army protected the peace of the human domain, and my grandfather represented the Hall of Honor and Justice. Lu Yin put down his cup. I don't have time to talk about justice with you. Contact Shigu. Do you hate my grandfather? Shi Shuang asked as she raised her gadget. Lu Yin shook his head, of course not. Shi Shuang was surprised, you're not enemies. Lu Yin looked at Shi Shuang seriously. He's not worthy. Shi Shuang was furious, and she bit her lip. She didn't want to contact Shi Gu, but when she saw Lu Yin's aggressive gaze, she became afraid. She snorted and contacted Shi Gu. Not long after, a holographic screen appeared. On it was Shi Gu's tired figure, and the background was a desolate planet. Xiao Shuang, what's the matter? Did he go back? What did you buy? Shi Gu's voice was very gentle. He was obviously very tired, but he pretended to be relaxed. He did not look old. In reality, he looked like a middle-aged man, but if he was willing, not only could he become a grandfather, he could even become an old ancestor. After all, he had lived for too long. Shi Shuang's face was pale. She looked helpless and hesitant. Grandpa. Shi Gu looked at Shi Shuang, his expression changing as he roared, Little Shuang, what's wrong? Who bullied you? Tell Grandpa, Grandpa is going to kill him. The expeditionary army can leave the borders of the Starfall Sea without permission. Commander Shigu sure is leisurely, Tio Kai's voice sounded out, and Shi Shuang turned the screen to face Lu Yin. He raised a hand, long time no see, Commander Shigu. Shigu's pupils shrank when he saw Lu Yin, Lu Yin. Lu Yin's lips curled up, surprised. Shigu leaned forward and stared at Lu Yin, Lu Yin, why are you with Xiao Shuang? What did you do to her? Lu Yin innocently replied, it was a coincidence, so let's have a drink. He then poured wine for himself and Shi Shuang. Xiao Shuang, don't drink. Shigu was anxious. Shi Shuang pursed her lips, Grandpa, this is my wine. Shigu was stunned and looked at Lu Yin. What are you trying to do, Lu Yin? Don't involve the child in our grudges. Lu Yin found it funny, she said that she's not younger than me. He then looked at Shi Shuang, how old are you? Shi Shuang lowered her head, not wanting to entertain him. Shigu asked in a low voice, Lu Yin, what are you trying to do? Lu Yin stood up, nothing much, I just happened to run into you and wanted to chat for a bit. I also wanted to see how Commander Shigu is doing. You're still healthy, so you should be able to live for a long time. Not bad, not bad. He then walked over to Shi Shuang and patted her head under Shigu's furious gaze. He smiled at Shigu, your granddaughter is very cute. Let's meet again if there's a chance. Lu Yin, stop right there. What did you do? Shigu roared, but Lu Yin had already left. Shigu hurriedly looked at Shi Shuang, Xiao Shuang, is there anything wrong with your body? Does it hurt anywhere? What's going on? Hurry up and tell Grandpa. He was truly anxious. Shi Shuang rubbed her head blankly, I'm fine, Grandpa. Shigu was anxious. How could she be fine? How could they have run into each other by chance? Lu Yin had hidden himself well, and he had even patted Shi Shuang's head before leaving. How could he not have done anything? Xiao Shuang, what's going on? Hurry up and tell Grandpa, Shigu said anxiously. He was prepared to return immediately, as Lu Yin must have done something. An emissary's methods were not something a mere cruiser could detect. Sometimes, people would think too highly of themselves. In Shi Shuang's view of the world, Lu Yin and Shigu were enemies. In Shigu's view of the world, he believed that Lu Yin had deliberately sought out Shi Shuang to do something to deal with him. However, from Lu Yin's perspective, he had done nothing. Even if he had done something, it would have been a warning. Shigu was not worth him sacrificing his bottom line to use Shi Shuang, but a small warning was enough to make Shigu not dare to make an enemy out of him. This was Lu Yin's confidence. The Outerverse War had shown the Fifth Mainland Lu Yin's influence and the Great Eastern Alliance's potential for war. He had the qualifications to declare war on anyone, and the expeditionary army was too insignificant. Just as he left the tavern, Qianzu caught up to him. "Seventh bro, that girl must have been frightened, right?" Lu Yin calmly replied, "Keep an eye on that auction house. I have something to take care of." He then disappeared once more. This time, Lu Yin went to the city lord's mansion. Originally, he had not planned on doing anything to King Qing. His slap had been unfathomable, and no one would dare to do anything to the brothel since no one knew what powerhouse was behind it. However, Yao Hong had not given up, and she had actually gone to the home of the gods to ask for reinforcements. She had even threatened to destroy the brothel. Lu Yin could no longer tolerate this, and he wanted to see just who would dare to step forward in the home of the gods. However, he did not dare to make a sound, as he was afraid that Lu Yin would notice him. Lu Yin released his grip and looked down at King Qing. "Are you guys looking to die?" King Qing coughed up a mouthful of blood, as his organs had been ruptured by Lu Yin's enormous strength. "Alliance leader Lu, please, let me go this once." Lu Yin glanced at Qing Yu. "Your son shouldn't be alive." King Qing coughed up more blood, and his face was filled with grief. "Alliance leader Lu, I'll break his limbs so that he can't leave the city lord's mansion for the rest of his life. He won't harm anyone else, so please let us go this once. Please, I beg you." Lu Yin glanced at it and was disappointed. Everything in the group had been accounted for, and there was nothing worth paying attention to. There was also nothing related to the rune technology ruins. The item. Big Sis wouldn't lie to him. No one in Leon's armada cultivated the scripture of Aeon evolution, so it was useless. It should be on Annihilation himself, as he wouldn't have lost such an important item. Where was Annihilation right now? Lu Yin looked up into space. The universe was huge, and with Annihilation's strength, he could have escaped anywhere. The home of the gods was the most likely place to find him, and perhaps he could even borrow the Starsabil's sex strength. Both Sky-bearing City and the home of the gods were in the north. Although the north was huge, the experts from the home of the gods were able to reach Sky-bearing City in less than a day. The next day, King Qing was still half buried in the ground while Qing Yu lay nearby. Yao Hong had also arrived, along with a group of cultivators from the home of the gods. Their leader exuded a powerful aura that caused all of Sky-bearing City to tremble. It was an old woman who was also an emissary, but her power level was clearly higher than King Qing's. Although they were both emissaries, King Qing couldn't compare to an emissary who used the scripture of Aeon evolution. When Yao Hong saw King Qing and Qing Yu's miserable state, she didn't immediately try to save them. Instead, she respectfully said to the old woman, "It must be the person behind the brothel. He clearly knows that I'm a disciple of the home of the gods, but he still dares to act so recklessly. He clearly doesn't care about the home of the gods." The old woman's eyes turned into runes as she scanned the city lord's mansion. She then stared in a certain direction, and her expression changed drastically. Lu Yin was sitting there quietly, clearly waiting for them. She immediately recognized Lu Yin when she saw him, as this wasn't their first time meeting. Lu Yin also recognized the old woman. He was the one who had helped her capture the emissary from the group. "Granny, we have to destroy the brothel today and find out who's so daring to offend the home of the gods." Yao Hong was still talking, but she didn't see Lu Yin at all. It wasn't just her, the other cultivators from the home of the gods didn't see him either. Only the old woman did. "Shut up," the old woman shouted. Yao Hong was stunned and looked at the old woman in confusion. "Granny?" She realized that the old woman wasn't looking at her and was instead looking in another direction. Yao Hong followed the old woman's gaze and saw a young man smiling at them. The young man's appearance was ordinary, and there was nothing special about him. However, Yao Hong wasn't an idiot. She was an 18 celestial who had stood out from her cultivation in the home of the gods. The more ordinary a person appeared in the city lord's mansion, the more extraordinary they were. This person in particular seemed very familiar. The old woman faced Lu Yin and slowly bowed. He had always wanted to go to the home of the gods. Perhaps he could raise the Aeon evolution scripture to the next level and reach the unbounded realm there. He believed that the home of the gods definitely had experts who had reached the unbounded realm, such as the mirror god. He was very curious. The old woman's eyes flickered. Finally, she had no choice but to contact the mirror god. Not long after, Yao Hong woke up with a dazed expression. Half of her face was swollen, and she couldn't feel anything. She moved a little before fainting again. The old woman's slap had been very heavy, and it was already good enough that she hadn't turned into an idiot. Lu Yin pitied her a little. Everyone waited quietly, but Lu Yin wasn't in a hurry. He closed his eyes, and his body flickered in and out of existence as he slowly absorbed the astral source. This was the cultivation method of an emissary. Absorbing astral source from the astral source universe into one's astral source whirlpool would strengthen it. Once one's astral source whirlpool reached a certain level, they would undergo a tribulation, and then continue to absorb and undergo another tribulation. This was how the astral tree realm divided emissary strength. The fifth mainland didn't have a clear division of strength. If he followed the fifth mainland strength, then he would have an estimated power level of 800,000, but he had just become an emissary. His true realm was that of a first tribulation cultivator. However, his first tribulation was a little strange because he had 4 astral source whirlpools. Just thinking about it gave him a headache. When others cultivated, they had to carefully absorb the astral sources for fear of attracting the attention of the astral source universe. After a long period of time, they would break through the first origin tribulation and reach the second origin tribulation. Then, they would advance step by step until they reached the 7th or 8th origin tribulation. However, that was only for ordinary cultivators. Lu Yin's astral source whirlpool was much larger than an ordinary emissary's. This was dependent on the amount of star energy in his body, which was 200 times more than an ordinary cultivator's. Anyone who could become an emissary was a genius, and it was normal for them to have several times more star energy than an ordinary person. Even so, Lu Yin's star energy was many times more than an emissary's, which increased the difficulty and time required for his cultivation. That wasn't all. He already had 4 astral source whirlpools, and if he had to increase his astral source whirlpools by another 4 times, it would be a headache. Lu Yin looked at the astral source universe. If only this universe didn't view him as an enemy. If he could absorb as much as he wanted, then he would be able to break through to the second tribulation. As he sighed, Lu Yin's gaze trembled as he looked in the direction of the old woman. Someone was walking out of the astral source universe. It was a man with grizzled hair, but his face was young. His eyes were filled with the vicissitudes of life, and he carried an invisible dignity. This person's rune lines were only slightly weaker than the Sea King's, so he should be the mirror god. The strongest powerhouse in the home of the gods was the candle god, who had been in seclusion for many years. Some people guessed that he had died long ago, while others guessed that he was breaking through to the half-ancestor realm. No one knew the exact details of the candle god, and the second strongest powerhouses were the mirror god and the violet god. The mirror god appeared in the city lord's mansion and glanced around. He paused for a moment before looking at Lu Yin with a calm expression. "Alliance Master Lu, I've heard a lot about you." Lu Yin's lips curled up. "You're the mirror god." The mirror god stared at Lu Yin, his heart filled with shock. This kid's rune lines were even higher than his own. How was that possible? Hadn't he just become an emissary? At this moment, Lu Yin was brazenly revealing his power level, and the old woman could see it clearly as well. She couldn't help but be shocked. This youth was truly unparalleled in the universe. The cultivators from the home of the gods were stung by Lu Yin's rune lines. Lu Yin had always been the one to observe the rune lines of others, but now, he was being observed by someone from the home of the gods, which shocked them greatly. The mirror god was the most shocked. He had cultivated for a long time, but he couldn't compare to a youth who had only cultivated for a few decades. This made him feel indescribably depressed. I'm the mirror god. I've heard about the brothel incident. What does Alliance Master Lu want? The mirror god asked. His gaze was no longer calm, and there was an intense fear in the depths of his eyes. He had originally thought that only the Second Night King could suppress him in the Great Eastern Alliance, but Lu Yin's rune lines had already surpassed his own. Although he was confident in his cultivation of the Aeon Evolution scripture, he couldn't determine Lu Yin's bottom line. This youth was terrifying and unfathomable. Lu Yin smiled. Actually, I don't need any explanation. She's already been taught a lesson. I only invited you here to confirm that the home of the gods has no plans for revenge. The mirror god nodded. Rest assured, Alliance Master Lu. Yao Hong is ruthless, and we will discipline her strictly. Naturally, we won't seek revenge. However, please do not slander the home of the gods. The disciples that we teach are not evil. This was the attitude that the home of the gods should have. They didn't offend anyone, but they also didn't fear anyone. Lu Yin smiled. Senior Mirror God, may I ask what stage your cultivation of the Aeon Evolution scripture is at? The expressions of the Mirror God and the others from the home of the gods changed, as it was taboo to ask someone about their cultivation. The Mirror God frowned. What do you mean, Alliance Master Lu? I'm just curious, nothing else. After all, I've already cultivated to the knowing realm, and I'm a little lost about the next realm, Lu Yin said. Everyone from the home of the gods looked at Lu Yin as if he were a freak. Only the old woman and the mirror god knew that Lu Yin had already cultivated to the knowing realm. The details of Lu Yin's breakthrough to the astral envoy realm and his battle with progenitor Qin had already spread. Many of Lu Yin's trump cards had been revealed, such as the knowing realm's Aeon Evolution scripture. They hadn't expected that someone like Lu Yin, who had never cultivated in the home of the gods, would be able to reach the knowing realm. They had wanted to contact Lu Yin and ask if he had obtained the rune technology ruins. Otherwise, how could he explain it? Now that this was brought up, the mirror god's eyes flashed, and he waved a hand. Leave. The old woman respectfully acknowledged and led all of the cultivators from the home of the gods out, including the unconscious Yao Hong. Lu Yin also had the people from the home of the gods take King Qing and his son away, leaving only Lu Yin and the mirror god. Has Alliance Master Lu obtained the rune technology ruins? The mirror god asked directly. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. Have you cultivated to the unbounded realm? The mirror god was taken aback, but then he nodded. It seems like Alliance Master Lu has indeed obtained the ruins. Outsiders definitely wouldn't know about the unbounded realm, and even within the home of the gods, there aren't many who know about it. I know about the ruins of the Rune Technology Institute. Not only that, but I've also cultivated there. That's where I successfully reached the knower realm. The mirror god grew excited. Alliance Master Lu, let's make a deal. If you give the ruins to the home of the gods, I'll take you to the ruins that are unique to the home of the gods. How about it? Lu Yin shook his head. I can't hand over the rune technology ruins to you. I can't touch it, especially that statue. I can see its appearance from afar, but the closer I get, the more blurry it becomes. All I can see are the runes. The mirror god's eyes went wide, and he couldn't help but walk up to Lu Yin. Statue. What statue? A statue of a group of people kneeling and praying, Lu Yin said. The mirror god's breathing became more rapid, and his eyes turned red. Alliance Master Lu, where is the rune technology ruins? Can you tell me? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1918. Lu Yin looked Mirror God up and down, but he didn't say anything. Mirror God wasn't stupid and hurriedly said, "We could trade with you. There are several rune technology ruins in the home of the gods, and we all cultivate there. I don't mind telling you that I'm an unbounded, and I successfully cultivated in one of the ruins. It's almost impossible for outsiders to reach the unbounded realm. You should know how mysterious the rune technology civilization is. Creating something out of nothing is the best way to describe it. Others can't cultivate there even if they want to. If you want to reach the unbounded realm, you have to cultivate there as well." Lu Yin muttered to himself, "What's the unbounded realm like?" He knew about the unbounded realm from the rune technology ruins in the burial garden, but cultivating there was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. This was why he had lured Mirror God here. He wanted to see what the home of the gods had to offer. If possible, he wanted to enter the home of the gods to cultivate the true scripture of Aeon evolution. Mirror God gazed deeply at Lu Yin, his gaze filled with fervor. The unbounded realm is the next realm after the knowing denial realm. All battle techniques, secret techniques, and innate gifts will appear in the form of rune lines in front of those who cultivate the true scripture of Aeon evolution. At this realm, you can not only see and weaken your opponent, but you can also forcefully change the number of rune lines that form, changing battle techniques, and so on. You can say that at this realm, you can transform everything you see and nullify your opponent's attacks. Not only will you be able to create something out of nothing, but you will also be omnipotent. Lu Yin was overwhelmed by Mirror God's words. "Let me feel it," he said, raising his hand and striking out with a clear void palm. However, he had deliberately slowed down his attack for fear that Mirror God wouldn't be able to see it. Mirror God's expression changed, and the attack was ferocious. At the same time, it was accompanied by spiritual force, a domain, and so on. If one couldn't withstand any of these, they would be heavily injured. Most importantly, this attack was extremely powerful. Mirror God stared at Lu Yin as the clear void palm dissipated less than a meter in front of him. This wouldn't have been surprising in the past, as it could be weakened to the extreme. However, Mirror God wasn't stronger than Lu Yin, and yet he had been able to nullify his clear void palm. This was the unbounded realm. Lu Yin didn't attack again. Mirror God had already shown enough. With Lu Yin's current strength, who could easily withstand his clear void palm? However, the Mirror God could nullify it, which was quite terrifying. "I've only scratched the surface when it comes to the unbounded realm," said Mirror God. "When the Candle God makes a move, it's truly miraculous. He can cause stars to disappear and reform, and transform other people's battle skills into his own. He can even imitate other people's battle skills, and even innate gifts. That's what the unbounded realm is like. I'll head over to the home of the gods as soon as possible. I'll tell you where the statue is then. You can tell me now. The home of the gods will always welcome you." Lu Yin shook his head. "I'll tell you when we reach the home of the gods. It's too early now." The Mirror God was helpless. They all yearned for the rune technology ruins, and they had arranged for people to search for them in various parts of the Fifth Mainland a long time ago. For example, the Amethyst Trading Company had been a pawn in their search for the ruins in the home of the gods. "The universe isn't as simple as you think it is," King Qing instructed. He then ordered someone to watch over Qing Yu and prevent him from leaving before he went into seclusion to recuperate. Elsewhere, Lu Yin and Qian Zhou had found the boss of the Silver Fragrance auction house. They could get anything out of these small characters with a little bit of effort. The Silver Fragrance auction house's boss did not have many secrets, and if he did, it was because of his wealth. However, the Yadwa auction house had revealed a huge secret. They controlled a hidden space that was similar to the hidden space of the Aeon Shield sect, and reverse steps had been obtained from that space. About half of the northern territory away from Sky-bearing City, there were countless asteroids floating in space. This was the Northern Territory's asteroid belt, and Lu Yin's group appeared on one of the asteroids. They were Lu Yin, Qianzhou, and a small old man. "This is the place?" Qianzhou asked. The old man panicked. "Yes, this is the place." Lu Yin looked at the asteroid beneath his feet. It was very large, comparable to an ordinary planet. They followed the direction that the old man had pointed out and arrived at a corner of the asteroid. The three of them then disappeared. This was a hidden space that wasn't too large, but that was only in comparison to Lu Yin's experience. In reality, this space was much larger than an ordinary planet, and it was drizzling as far as the eye could see. Beneath the drizzle, there was a lingering fog that stretched as far as the eye could see. It was a flower. The flower was very ordinary, but Lu Yin's body trembled when he saw it, and his eyes filled with excitement. This flower was exactly the same as Progenitor Chen's symbol. As expected, reverse steps had indeed come from Progenitor Chen. "Where is it?" Lu Yin asked anxiously as he looked at the boundless sea of flowers. This was the first time he had felt so close to Progenitor Chen. He had not felt this way even when he had been in Progenitor Chen's tomb. The old man pointed in a direction. "We searched this space for a few months before we found that place. It's right beside the sea of flowers, and there's a small river there." Lu Yin grabbed Qianzhou and the old man before disappearing as well. In the blink of an eye, the three of them arrived at the small river, where Lu Yin saw a ruin buried within the mountain rocks. "It should have been here a long time ago, and the mountain rocks have collapsed. There used to be a wooden house here, and there's even some decayed furniture inside. We've looked around, and aside from a stone table, everything else has turned to dust. There's nothing useful in this space, and we haven't been here in a long time," the old man said respectfully. Lu Yin's gaze was immediately attracted to the stone table, and he immediately appeared beside it. This stone table had originally been buried within the mountain ruins, but it had been dug out by the auction house. Fortunately, they had not used too much force, or else it might not have been preserved. The stone table was very ordinary, but it had been preserved because of a line of words written on it. The words were written in ancient script, and they were from the era of the Daosaur sect. Lu Yin did not recognize them, but there were a few words that were similar to the words that had been written beside the person who had been impaled to death by 5 pikes in the centipede's body. He remembered that Night King Yuanjing had translated those words: "I hate that I cannot protect my master until the rain stops. Hate. Hate. Hate." That was the meaning of those words, and it was very likely that these words had been left behind by Progenitor Qin. There were 3 words that were similar: "Wait for the rain to stop." When he thought of this, Lu Yin looked up at the sky. The entire space was raining, and the misty rain made it seem indescribably beautiful. Was it related to these words? Qianzhou was curious. "Seventh bro, what do these words mean?" The old man also looked at Lu Yin curiously. Lu Yin shook his head. "I don't know." Qianzhou was disappointed. These words are very ancient. After so many years of evolution, the words have changed so much that it's hard to recognize them. Is there anything else besides these words? Where did you get that jade stone? Lu Yin asked the old man. The old man respectfully replied, "Right here, next to the stone table. We searched for a long time and carefully, but aside from that jade stone, there was nothing else." Lu Yin frowned. Why was the place where Progenitor Qin had stayed so ordinary? Logically speaking, it would be difficult for even Lu Yin to enter a place like Progenitor Chen's tomb, let alone a small auction house.
However, this place was too ordinary. Furthermore, after entering, Luin had used the true scripture of Ian evolution to look around, and it had not been isolated. It was too ordinary, too ordinary. There were no intelligent life forms in this space, but there were fish in the river and insects in the sea of flowers. They formed a very small but stable ecosystem, but there was no possibility of cultivation here. If there was no possibility of cultivation, then why had the jade stone been left behind? The reverse steps within the jade stone had clearly been left behind on purpose to teach future generations, but the place where it had been left behind was so ordinary. Qianzhou touched the white flower. It's an ordinary flower, but it looks quite pure. Luin looked at the sea of flowers. These small white flowers trembled under the drizzle, appearing very weak. Progenitor Chen's symbol was a pure white flower surrounded by 9 stars. What was he trying to express? Was he trying to protect this flower? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1919. Luin had once experienced Progenitor Chen's memories, and there had been a scene where Progenitor Chen had stared at a sea of flowers in a daze. "Seventh bro, do you want to search?" Qianzhou asked. He had no idea where the reverse step technique had come from or who had once lived here. Luin brought Qianzhou and the old man out of the meteorite and entered this space alone. He fully released his domain, so it was indeed time to search. With his current strength, his domain's range was greatly expanded, and he quickly swept through the entire space. Finally, he looked at the bottom of the river, where there was something there. The river water was cool, and Luin went to the bottom, squatted down, and blew on it. The mud at the bottom of the river dispersed, revealing footprints that had been here for an unknown number of years. These footprints had long since turned into fossils. Could these be Progenitor Chen's footprints? There was more than one set of footprints, and they looked very messy. However, there seemed to be some sort of pattern to them. Luin thought of a possibility and raised his foot to test the waters. He stepped into one of the footprints and then walked forward. Every step he took was within the footprints, but there was no reaction. There were more than 10 footprints, so perhaps they were walking in the opposite direction. Luin wanted to verify his hypothesis again and again, but there were still many possibilities. After testing a few possibilities, Luin gave up. He didn't know how long it would take him to test them one by one. He thought of Qianzhou and walked out to bring him back in. Qianzhou was at a loss. "Look, is this the reverse step technique?" Luin asked as he pointed at the footprints. Qianzhou blinked and looked at the footprints. He nodded, "Yes, it is." "Mark them out according to the order of the steps." Qianzhou looked at them seriously and then marked out a sequence for Luin. Finally, he said, "Seventh bro, although the reverse step technique is a footwork battle technique, it's important to understand it and not the order of the footwork. Otherwise, you would have learned it long ago. However, you still need to learn it in order." "Does seventh bro intend to learn it?" "Nonsense," Luin replied. Qianzhou pursed his lips and looked at the footprints. He didn't know how long Luin would take. When he had first obtained the reverse step technique at the auction house, he had relied on the jade to quickly comprehend it. However, he felt that he had only comprehended the surface level of the technique, and while his speed had increased, he still hadn't grasped the main points. What if Luin took too long? Wouldn't he have to wait for a long time? "Seventh brother, can I go now?" "I've found the place, and I've also found the learning method of going backwards," Qianzhou asked tentatively. Luin brought Qianzhou out of the meteorite. "Wait a little longer." He then entered. He was not afraid that Qianzhou would leave. He did not have the guts to do so. Qianzhou truly did not dare to do so. Even though he had always been trying to evade capture,
that also depended on who was chasing after him. If it was Lu Yin, then Qian Zhou's scalp would go numb, as the entire fifth mainland would be after him. Lu Yin returned to the bottom of the river and followed the order that Qian Zhou had marked out. He stepped up step by step, not along the river, but in the opposite direction. This was what it meant to go against the flow. He was clearly retreating, but he was actually moving forward, causing chaos in the void. When he finished walking through all of the steps, the air around him became chaotic. Although it was only for a moment, it was enough to encourage him to cultivate. Lu Yin grew excited when he thought about this. He had always lacked a footwork battle technique, and reverse step was perfect. This was a battle technique that one of progenitor Chen's clones had cultivated. A few days later, Lu Yin was already very familiar with the footwork. The only thing he lacked was comprehension. From this set of footwork, he should be able to comprehend the same effects as Qian Zhou's. However, Qian Zhou had relied on the jade stone, while Lu Yin himself would need to slowly fumble around. Slowly fumbling around would take a long time. After a long time, Lu Yin walked out of the meteorite and met Qian Zhou's expectant gaze. "You can go now." Qian Zhou was delighted. "Thank you, seventh bro, take him away as well. Make sure he doesn't say anything." Lu Yin was referring to the old man. The old man hurriedly expressed his stance. "My lord, I wouldn't dare to say anything. It's been so many years, and if you hadn't taken the initiative to ask, I would have forgotten." Where is this? What am I doing? Who are you?" Lu Yin raised a brow. "Smart guy." Qian Zhou took the old man away. According to him, as long as the old man did not want to die, he would not say anything. The universe was a cruel place. "I really don't want him to say anything. I can help." The second Night King's voice rang out. He had been hiding in the shadows all this time. Lu Yin replied, "There's no need for that." He was not a bloodthirsty person. A screen appeared in the void with a line of words on it. What do these words mean? The second Night King was from the era of the Daosaur sect, so he should be able to recognize ancient characters. The second Night King looked at the words on the screen and was astonished. "They're actually ancient characters? They're not from your era." Lu Yin did not understand. The second Night King shook his head. "No, these words are far more ancient than those from my era. I need to check." Lu Yin nodded and waited quietly. Although the Day-Night clan had once been servants of the Bai family of the Frigid Immortal sect, they still had a relatively deep foundation. It was possible that they had obtained a portion of the Bai family's foundation, and Night King Yuanjing would be able to figure out the meaning of those words. "Even if the heavens and earth destroy me, even if my name is cursed for eternity, I'm only willing to wait until the rain stops." "I'll wait for you," the second Night King said slowly. That's what that Xingzi means. Waiting for the rain to stop. Who was progenitor Chen waiting for? Was it that white flower? Lu Yin thought of the forgetful ruins god, who also had progenitor Chen's symbol on her face. Could it be her? It shouldn't be, as the forgetful ruins god was far more ancient than progenitor Chen. "It's a love poem," the second Night King said. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. Right, Ku Wei had once tricked him into going to progenitor Chen's tomb. He had mentioned that the tomb contained a love poem, and it had actually been a love poem. Lu Yin quickly entered that space again and arrived at the bottom of the river. How could I miss out on something like wiping out the remnants of the Lu clan? Back in the day, one of our Rome clan's outstanding ancestors was appointed as a general by the Lu clan. That was a disgrace to our Rome clan, and we'll definitely get our revenge. Brother Rome gnashed his teeth. Brother Wei sighed. Yes, the Lu family has committed too many sins. The four cardinal scales used the white dragon to turn the tables and destroy the Lu family, but they never expected that bastard Lu Shaoxian to still be alive. He's even stirring up chaos in the heavens. This time, we must cut him into 1,000 pieces as a sacrifice to our ancestors. The Lu family has committed too many sins. There are millions of cultivators here, and who doesn't hate the Lu family? Who doesn't want to personally kill Lu Shaoxian? Brother Rong said excitedly. As he spoke, Brother Rong's mind went blank. Someone had stepped on his head and half of his body was pressed into the ground. He didn't even have time to react. Only 3 words were left in the distance, sorry. Brother Rong's mind went blank, and it took him a while to recover. Brother Wei, what happened? Brother Wei's face twitched. I didn't see wrong. Someone stepped on you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1920. Brother Rong was furious and jumped out of the ground. Who dares to step on me? It should be Xia Taili, Brother Wei said hesitantly. Brother Rong was startled. Xia Taili. The little princess of the Xia clan. Brother Wei nodded. Brother Rong was helpless. Since it was Xia Taili, there was nothing he could do. She was the little princess of the Xia clan. Not to mention her background, he was no match for her in a one-on-one fight. Brother Rong, look. Isn't that Xia Shenfei, one of the 4 young ancestors? Brother Wei exclaimed. Brother Rong hurriedly raised his head. At this moment, not only him, but all the cultivators in the valley looked up and saw 3 figures in the sky. They were Xia Shenfei, Wang Su, and Long Tian. Of the 4 young ancestors, Bai Xiaohong had died, but the other 3 had been rescued and brought to the valley. I heard that Lu Shaoxian changed his name to Long Qi and ruthlessly tricked the 4 young ancestors in the sovereign realm. Not only did he kill Bai Xiaohong, but he also took everything from them. He's really ruthless, someone said. Yeah, although I hate the Lu clan, I have to say that Lu Shaoxian is really ruthless. The 4 young ancestors were like children in front of him. They were children in the first place. Lu Shaoxian was much older than them. That was the era of the 7 heroes, the same era as the fairy from the Cold Immortal sect. But I don't know how it ended up like this. Now that the 4 young ancestors have come out, they must be going for revenge. Oh right, who said they were stripped? What about Wang Su? Sho. Are you courting death? Above the valley, Long Tian looked grim. Xia Shenfei swayed his wine gourd and landed in a certain direction. Wang Su looked calm. No one knew what he was thinking. Outside the valley, a group of people appeared. The leader was Elder Shi Exayan, and behind him was a large group of disciples from the Cold Immortal sect, including Yu Qin and Lu Shaoge. Lu Shaoge looked at the valley. Was it going to connect? A great battle was about to begin. Brother Lu, we're going to meet again. Yu Chen's eyes were cold. Bai Xiaohong's death had caused her status in the Cold Immortal sect to drop greatly. In the end, she was just a servant. Above, Old White Ghost and Wang Si met. Originally, the ancestor wanted to personally take action, but the little bastard broke through to the star emissary realm and the void overlapped. He actually had the support of the ancestor realm, so he could only give up. Let us go on an expedition and force the abandoned land to hand over the little bastard. This expedition is definitely not just for show. Your Wang clan should be prepared, Old White said. Wang Si's gaze was cold. I want to kill that little bastard even more than you do, but that's not the only reason we're here. The opening of the ancient burial ground contains an ancient inheritance, which is also our goal. I didn't think that the abandoned land would have such a strong foundation. Even the legendary ancestor's inheritance has appeared, but we still have to kill that little bastard first. Of course. In a corner of the call, Wang Deshuai's face was filled with sorrow. He was surrounded by people who were guarding him. He felt that his life was too bitter, especially when he met Long Qi. It was as if he had fallen into a cesspool. He might as well have stayed in the Yin Mountain district and fought with Mo Gaohe. Those days were wonderful, and he missed Mo Gaohe. Could it be that their ancestral graves had been dug up? Wang Deshuai maliciously guessed. In any case, his ancestral grave was the Wang clan's ancestral grave. With a smack, Wang Yun slapped Wang Deshuai's head. "What are you looking at, traitor?" Wang Deshuai shrank back, not daring to talk back. When had he looked at her? It was a flat plane. He even saw scenes of him interacting with Sister Fei Hua, which made him feel uncomfortable. Those scenes were not suitable for others to see. He quickly retreated, as he did not want to continue being lovey-dovey with Sister Fei Hua. I think that Lu Yin is a pretty good person. What do you think?" Mr. Lu Yi asked Sister Fei Hua. Sister Fei Hua was stunned, and she found it strange. "Him. Not bad." Mr. Lu Yi answered seriously, "Throughout the universe, who else is as amazing as him? Who else has such a bright future? Look, during the battle in the Outerverse, the astral beast domain sent out dozens of envoys, and there were even experts with power levels of over 1,000,000, but they were still defeated by the Great Eastern Alliance led by Lu Yin. To be honest, there's no one in our universe who can compare to him. The fourth young ancestor relied on his sex background, but this Lu Yin came from an ordinary planet and reached this step in just a few decades. Even I respect him." Sister Fei Hua looked at Mr. Lu Ye's face with a strange expression. She could not help but touch his forehead. "Are you sick? That kid is sinister and cunning, and he's Kuei Luo's successor. How many things did he use us for? It wasn't easy for us to get rid of him. You're not thinking of continuing to rely on him, are you?" Mr. Lu Yi placed a hand on Sister Fei Hua's shoulder and had a serious expression on his face. "Following someone like him will give you a bright future. Floey, you and I both know that we can't go back. Only by following Lu Yin will we be able to survive on the Fifth Mainland. Otherwise, we'll always be monitored by the Hall of Honor, and any mistakes we make will be magnified countless times. Why must we follow him? With our strength, we can even live in seclusion. No one will be able to disturb us." Sister Fei Hua was dissatisfied. She looked at Mr. Lu Yi and felt that he had changed. She did not recognize him anymore, and even his gaze was unfamiliar. Mr. Lu Yi frowned. This did not make sense. "Anyway, I've decided to follow Lu Yin. Only by following him will we be able to return to our planet. Don't you want to go back?" "I want to go back, but no matter how powerful he is, he won't dare to come into contact with our planet. The 4 cardinal scales will take his life, and they won't let us return." "All right, that's enough. I'll make the decision," Mr. Lu Yi shouted and glared fiercely at Sister Fei Hua. His consciousness disappeared, and he reappeared in that dark space before returning to his body. Lu Yin opened his eyes and exhaled. He wondered what the effects of what he had said to Mr. Lu Yi had been like. Had he been beaten up by Sister Fei Hua? Whatever, it had nothing to do with him, and he had also helped Mr. Lu Yi establish his position as a husband. In his memories, Mr. Lu Yi seemed to listen to Sister Fei Hua on many matters. However, there was a place in Mr. Lu Ye's memories that he was very concerned about, the Ghost Abyss. The Ghost Abyss was the Spectre clan of the Astral Tree realm. Its location was very well hidden, and only a few great powers knew about it. Ordinary cultivators did not even have the qualifications to know where the Ghost Abyss was. Mr. Lu Yi and Sister Fei Hua had entered the Ghost Abyss before. Lu Yin raised his hand, and his die appeared. He ignored them and continued to cultivate. He tapped out with his finger, and the die slowly spun until it showed 6 pips. Lu Yin was stunned, 6 pips in a row. It had almost never appeared before. His consciousness reappeared in the dark space, and he did not hesitate to enter a brighter ball of light. As his vision cleared, he found himself in front of a pond. This pond looked very familiar. Wasn't this the pond in the sword sect? Memories flooded in, and Lu Yin was speechless to find that he had actually fused into Lu Qinjue's body. Lu Qinjue's power level was similar to Lu Yi and Fei Hua's, and with Lu Yin's current strength, these balls of light were more suitable for him. The fishing rod moved, and Lu Qinjue subconsciously pulled it out. It was a strange creature that resembled a frog, but it had dark green eyes and looked very vicious. Sect Master, the entire sect's recognition of the Great Eastern Alliance has greatly increased. Many disciples died in the Outerverse War, but many others made breakthroughs as well. Even Elder Lianxin is showing signs of breaking through, and it's said that she's about to undergo her second origin tribulation, Elderly reported respectfully from behind. Lu Qinjue replied, "The mortal arena is a place where one can quickly build relationships. There's nothing wrong with acknowledging the Great Eastern Alliance." Elderly was stunned, and he stared at Lu Qinjue's back in confusion. Didn't the sect master hold a grudge against the Great Eastern Alliance? Why did he acknowledge it so much? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1921. Lu Qinjue tossed the ferocious blue-eyed frog away and calmly said, "Immediately draft a list of outstanding disciples and hand it over to the Great Eastern Alliance." Following the conclusion of the Outerverse War, the Great Eastern Alliance not only managed to fend off the Astral Beast Domain's invasion, but they also managed to take back a territory in the east from the Sixth Mainland. With dozens of envoys following him, there's nothing that can stop Lu Yin's footsteps. Since that's the case, my sword sect cannot fall behind. Notify the entire sect that from today onwards, I will be a disciple of the sword sect of the Great Eastern Alliance. I will add the words Great Eastern Alliance to my name. Elderly was stunned. Sect leader, this, Lu Qinjue, turned around and stared at Elderly. His terrifying aura immediately pressed Elderly to the ground. What's wrong? You're not listening to me. Elderly half knelt on the ground, beads of sweat dripping from his forehead. I wouldn't dare. This disciple will take care of it now. Lu Qinjue nodded in satisfaction. Tell Lianxin that she can leave the sword sect if she doesn't want to join the Great Eastern Alliance. No one will spoil her. After speaking, Lu Yin's consciousness withdrew from the fusion and returned to his body. At this moment, Elderly was probably stunned. If he really did as Lu Yin had said, then the entire sword sect would be stunned. No, the entire Innerverse would be stunned, especially Elder Lianxin. The sword sect had clearly joined the Innerverse, but she still wanted to become independent. 2 fusions of 6 points had consumed a total of 100 million star essence. To be honest, it was not bad since they had both been fused within the Innerverse. If they had been fused within the cosmic tree domain, then the consumption would have been even greater. He sat at the bottom of the river and rested for 10 days before continuing to roll the die. 4 pips. This pip was very easy to get, second only to 1 pip. He entered the time-stop space once more, but he wasn't in a hurry to cultivate. Instead, he continued to roll his die as he thought of something that he needed to improve. The pill skin that the medicine immortal had given him was said to be able to withstand attacks with a power level of 1,000,000. He didn't have any defensive items on him right now, and he would be in danger if he encountered a powerful enemy. With his current strength, only experts with a power level of 1,000,000 would be able to deal with him. As long as he entered the time-stop space, he would definitely be able to roll 3 pips. The first time at 5:00, it was useless. The second time, it was still useless. Luin had originally not planned on using it since he had already finished dissecting everything in Ironwood City. But then, he suddenly recalled something, the metal from the 10,000 Beasts cage. Legend had it that this strange metal had once brought disaster to the Fourth Mainland. He wondered if he could break it down into something. When he thought of this, he retrieved a fragment from his cosmic ring. Luin had asked the cultivators from the Sixth Mainland to gather a large amount for him. He stored a batch in his cosmic ring, stored another batch in Frostwave Weave, and sent another batch to Eben City. Eben City was very concerned about this. Since it was metal, then it could be decomposed. Luin took out a piece of metal and placed it into the decomposing whirlpool. The metal fell to the ground with a clang, indicating that it had not been decomposed. This was the first time the decomposition vortex had failed. Either it wasn't metal and couldn't be decomposed, or it was metal in its most fundamental state and couldn't be decomposed. Was this thing made of metal? He looked at the myriad beast's cage in his hand. If he couldn't break it down, then what about upgrading it? He rested for 10 days in the time-stop space before rolling his die once more. This time, it was a smooth roll as he rolled in hands. Luin took out the pill skin and placed it on the screen. He didn't know whether or not it could be upgraded, but as he thought about it, he madly tossed out star essence. Even if something like this could be upgraded, the cost would be astronomical. 10 million, 50 million, 100 million star crystals. The marrow was constantly being consumed, and the pill skin decreased. Although it didn't seem like much, as long as it decreased, it meant that it could be upgraded. Luin did some calculations, and based on the current decrease, he would need at least 4 billion star essence to completely upgrade it. That was an astronomical figure. The further he went, the more precious the items would be, and the more resources he would need to upgrade it. 4 billion star essence was not unacceptable for an item with a power level of 1 million, and Luin no longer hesitated. In any case, he had nearly 30 billion star essence on him, and he could still transfer them from the Mavis Bank, so he wasn't short on money for the time being. 4 billion star essence was consumed, and the pill skin fell to the ground. Luin picked it up and applied some force, but it didn't leave a mark. The pill skin had been able to withstand attacks with a power level of 1 million before it had been upgraded, and now, it was even higher than before. It wasn't something that Luin could break through. A power level of 1 million was a threshold, and it was even more dangerous to cross than breaking through to become an emissary. The pill skin should still be able to be upgraded, so Luin placed it back on top of the pill skin. He used up more than 7 billion star essence this time, which added up to nearly 12 billion star essence. The pill skin had become slightly thicker, but its style was too ugly, and it looked like a raincoat. Luin didn't know if it could be upgraded again, so he put it away for now. He then placed the piece of metal from the myriad beast's cage on top of the pill skin and started tossing in star essence, his eyes filled with curiosity and anticipation. The metal from the myriad beast's cage could be upgraded, and Luin's eyes lit up as he threw in more star essence without hesitation. 200 million star essence was spent, and the metal from the myriad beast's cage had only been upgraded once. There wasn't much change after the upgrade, and it had only grown a little longer. To be honest, Luin didn't expect this thing to be of much help to him. He was just curious, and he wanted to see what this thing that had once brought disaster to the Fourth Mainland looked like. The myriad beast's cage was definitely not its true form. He continued upgrading it. The second upgrade, 400 million star essence. The third upgrade, 800 million star essence. The fourth upgrade, 1.5 billion star essence. The fifth upgrade, 3.2 billion star essence. With each upgrade, the piece of metal grew a little longer. When the fifth upgrade ended, the metal suddenly twisted and connected head to tail, forming a circle that emitted a dark light. Luin watched quietly, and at that moment, he felt as if he was looking at life instead of metal. The metal from the myriad beast's cage suddenly leapt up and flew towards Luin. He raised a hand and grabbed it, feeling a slight prickling pain in his palm. He looked at it and saw that there were many spikes protruding from the metal's surface that were trying to pierce through his palm. However, Lu Yin's physical strength was too strong, and the metal couldn't pierce through his palm at all. Still, he felt a slight prickling pain, which meant that the metal's sharpness was close to that of an envoy. It was said that this metal could increase its size and hardness by devouring flesh. Even the celestial imprint would find it difficult to destroy something as large as the myriad beast's cage. It was rumored that the metal that had brought disaster to the fourth mainland had been half the size of the outerverse, and it had only been resolved by a progenitor. This was what Mavis had said, and it had come from the ancient records of the Mavis family. Luin didn't know if it was true or not. However, looking at the metal's posture, it seemed as if it wanted to devour his flesh. This was a disaster, and Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. He wanted to destroy it, but then he thought of something, and his lips curled up. If this metal could bring disaster to the fourth mainland, then it could also bring disaster to others. It all depended on how it was used. Furthermore, he had spent 6 billion star essence to upgrade this metal, so it would be a waste to destroy it just like that. Luin put away the metal. Luin checked his cosmic ring, and his expression turned ugly. He had used up more than half of his star essence to upgrade just 2 items, and there were still 10 billion star essence left in the ring. At his current level, it wasn't enough for him to do anything. He needed to find a bigger cosmic ring and obtain more resources. The more, the better. He discovered that even though he had broken through to the next level of star energy, his need for star essence had not decreased at all. In fact, it had increased to an exaggerated extent. After upgrading what he needed, Luin continued to cultivate the inverse step. The might of progenitor Chen's clone's inverse step fascinated Luin. After cultivating in the time-stop space for nearly a year, Luin rolled his die and continued cultivating. For more than half a month, Luin rolled his die, and he rolled the time-stop space 5 times. He was rarely this crazy, and it was all because of the inverse step. 5 times stop space meant that he had been cultivating for nearly 5 years. Lu Yin's current inverse step's power far surpassed Qian Zhou's, and it had already reached the level of disrupting the void. It was comparable to progenitor Chen's peak in lighter power, but everyone's understanding of battle techniques was different. Luin did not know if there were any differences between his own inverse step and progenitor Chen's. He carefully recalled the effects of progenitor Chen's inverse step during his origin tribulation. Right, he had forgotten. There was also the wisdom root. Although it was fake, it could allow him to clear his mind. Luin drank a cup of wisdom root tea and carefully recalled his memories. Now that he had cultivated the inverse step and had experienced it before, his understanding of it was completely different from before. Luin closed his eyes and recalled the time when he had undergone his origin tribulation. The first time he had seen progenitor Chen use the inverse step to approach him, he had felt as if he had not just disrupted the void. Everything around him had changed, whether it was space or time. Luin suddenly opened his eyes. Time. Yes, it was time. The Yin Flow scripture was very mystical, and it was extremely difficult to rely on normal methods to break through to the knowing nirvana realm. However, progenitor Chen's inverse step had not only nullified space, but it had also disrupted time and interrupted the knowing nirvana realm. Time was something that everyone knew existed, but it could not be touched or changed. It was a kind of mighty force, and who could control time? Wendy Yushan's innate gift was time reversal, which actually involved time. Back during the Sovereign Tournament, she had been able to break through Zi's life origin chi. At that time, the difference between them had been like the heavens. This was time, and divination was also connected to time. Everyone wanted to grasp the power of time, and inverse step meant that one could touch the power of time. Progenitor Qin had been able to cultivate the inverse step to such an extent when he was only a peak and lighter. How long had he been cultivating? No, he had to continue cultivating. If 5 years were not enough, then 10. If 10 years were not enough, then 20. Lu Yin did not believe that he could not do it. Progenitor Chen's innate gift was top-notch, but he had relied on the strength of his 9 clones to cultivate the inverse step. Without the 9 clones technique, Lu Yin did not believe that Progenitor Qin would have been able to reach such a level when he was still an enlighter. The 9 clones technique was the same as Lu Yin's time-stop space. They were both cheating tools in the cultivation world. Lu Yin was about to continue rolling his die when he suddenly recalled the matter with the Board of Governors. This was a hidden space, so he could not receive any information from the outside world. Lu Yin left the hidden space and went to the meteorite. He opened his gadget and found that many people were contacting him. More importantly, Big Sis had clashed with Nan Yuan. While Lu Yin was cultivating the inverse step, Big Sis Lei Qingqing had arrived at World Mountain. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1922. She had promised Lu Yin that she would become a director, especially since she wanted to walk a different path of robbery and surpass the Pirate King. She was full of expectations for the World Mountain. However, she met Nan Yuan the moment she arrived. Lu Yin had suggested that Lei Qingqing take over as a director, and Nan Yuan had opposed it. He hadn't been clear about Lei Qingqing's identity at the time, but now he did. When he saw Big Sis enter the World Mountain, Nan Yuan naturally mocked her. From what he knew, everyone was someone with status. Although they schemed against each other and tried to harm each other, they still maintained their poise and worked hard behind the scenes. However, he was wrong. Big Sis was not an ordinary person. She was one of the captains of Leon's armada and someone who worshipped the Pirate King. She wanted to become the next Pirate King, so how could she allow others to mock her? Thus, she had attacked and killed Nan Yuan. If not for the World Mountain's guards, Nan Yuan would have been in danger. No one had expected Big Sis to be so hot-tempered. This was the World Mountain, and she attacked as she pleased. She wasn't even an invincible upper sage. Although Nan Yuan did not die, he was not lightly beaten. All of his teeth had fallen out, and he had lost all face as a director. He had met a madman like this, and all he had done was ridicule. If he didn't like it, he could have just scolded her back. Why did he have to attack her? This made him furious, and he began to madly retaliate. He directly mobilized the World Mountain's guards to imprison Big Sis. Big Sis was not someone to be trifled with. Not only did she have Lu Yin behind her, but she also had Everlasting Island behind her. Nan Yuan had the 7 courts behind him, so how could he allow himself to be humiliated like this? He immediately called for a board meeting to punish Big Sis. After all, she was a director. No matter who that person was, it would be a loss of face for the Hall of Honor if a dignified director was beaten up. They could not refute this, as many people had seen Big Sis beating up Nan Yuan's director. Thus, they all fell ill, and their condition was even worse than the last time. It was said that they were on their last breaths. Nan Yuan was furious, and it was clear that he wanted to stall for time. However, as a fellow director, he could not force Big Sis to attend a meeting while sick. He had no choice but to imprison her. At the same time, he threatened that if she did not give him an explanation, he would not let her go even if he had to use his only authority as a director. Big Sis had beaten up Nan Yuan's director in front of everyone. Otherwise, he would not be able to answer to the board, and it would affect the board's prestige. Xi Jing, Yang Ji, and Si Hong wouldn't help Lu Yin either since he had caused too much trouble. Lu Yin was speechless. Big Sis's fiery temper was unparalleled, and Nan Yuan was really unlucky. He could have provoked anyone, but he just had to provoke Big Sis. If he wasn't lucky, he would have been dead by now. The various directors contacted Lu Yin, and Nan Yuan sent him more than 10 messages, urging him to head to Jiashan for a meeting. Lu Yin contacted San Liang. Alliance Master, you've finally appeared. That's great. San Liang heaved a sigh of relief. Lu Yin asked, how is it? Is Lei Qingqing alright? She's fine. She's being watched by the guards of World Mountain. Although she doesn't have freedom, she's eating and drinking well. However, boss, this big sister is too vicious. You didn't see how badly Nan Yuan was beaten. If it wasn't for his good luck, he really would have died. As a director, she had to be gentlemanly and resourceful, not barbaric. This woman was not suitable to be a director. That's none of your business. She's my senior, so call her Big Sis when you see her in the future. The three of them were stunned. What kind of a dress was that? There was such a name in Jia Mountain? He wanted to refuse, but after thinking about it, he did not dare to. He had not dared to go against Lu Yin in the past, and he was even more afraid now. The battle between the Great Eastern Alliance and the Astral Beast Domain had shaken the Fifth Mainland, and Lu Yin had the strength to challenge the Astral Beast Domain. In the human domain, even the Sirius sect might not be his match. Yes, Alliance Master, San Liang answered. Then, what should we do about Big Sis? I know what to do, Lu Yin said and ended the call. After thinking about it, he contacted Nan Yuan. Nan Yuan was currently in a good mood. He had been furious when he had been beaten up, but he had reacted afterward. Now that something like this had happened, how could Lei Qingqing continue to be a director? Even if Lu Yin had 1,000 methods, he would not be able to support her. Not only that, but he could also use this woman to do something. No one would believe that such a violent woman was not a pirate. Just as he was thinking about it, his gadget rang. Nan Yuan glanced at it, raised his brows, and smiled proudly. Director Lu, long time no see. Director Nan Yuan, I heard that you were beaten up. Lu Yin asked, sounding surprised. Nan Yuan sneered. Director Lu, you still don't know. It's that Lei Qingqing that you recommended. She's practically a bandit, and she attacked after just a few sentences. What do you think of this, Director Lu? Lu Yin blinked. What else can I think of? What a pity. Nan Yuan smiled. That's right. Director Lu, it's a pity that the good director that you found turned out to be such a person. Lu Yin's lips curled up. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm saying that it's a pity that you weren't beaten to death. Nan Yuan's expression changed, and he gloomily said, actually, I feel that it's a pity as well. I thought that you would have been devoured by those beasts in the outerverse. Then I'm sorry to disappoint you. You'd better swallow the matter with Lei Qingqing, or else you won't have a good ending, Lu Yin threatened. Nan Yuan sneered. Lu Yin, you were too arrogant during the battle with the Astral Beast Domain. Do you really think that you can resist my 7 courts just because you can stop the Astral Beast Domain? During the battle with the Astral Beast Domain, the Sirius sect, the Mavis family, and even the Hall of Honor sent experts to support you. Do you really think that you relied on your own strength? My 7 courts don't care about your Great Eastern Alliance. Try me. When we get to the Realm Mountain, I hope to hear that Lei Qingqing is safe and sound. Otherwise, you'll know the consequences. Lu Yin then ended the call, and his smile became even more obvious. Nan Yuan should be furious by now. At the Realm Mountain, Nan Yuan was enraged, and he smashed a table to pieces. Lu Yin, you've gone too far. You beat me up in front of everyone, and you still want me to swallow my anger? Do you really think that you can cover the sky with one hand? I'd like to see how you'll protect Lei Qingqing. He then looked towards the courtyard, where Bo was walking over. Nan Yuan's expression changed, and he smiled. Lu Yin, you don't have the final say in the board of directors. Now that something like this had happened, San Liang and the others could only pretend to be sick for a short while. Lu Yin had no choice but to head to the Realm Mountain. This trip wasn't just for the board of directors, he also wanted to see Elder Chan's attitude. During his origin tribulation, the void had overlapped, and the four cardinal scales killing intent towards him had reached its peak. War would soon arrive, and it would be even more dangerous than the battle with the astral beast domain. Elder Chan's attitude was crucial. Under the second Night King's guidance, Lu Yin reached the Realm Mountain as quickly as possible. When Lu Yin arrived, San Liang and the others recovered from their illnesses, and the board of directors convened as usual. This was Lu Yin's second time attending a board of directors meeting at the Realm Mountain. The previous time had also been because Nan Yuan had wanted to support Lu Yin. Yi Wang was one of the directors, so Lu Yin had no choice but to attend. Both times had been because of Nan Yuan, and there would not be a third time. The directors took their seats one by one, and Lu Yin was the last to arrive. Lu Yin entered. The atmosphere was rather solemn. Zi Jing was the first to speak. Alliance Master Lu, congratulations on your great victory in the Outerverse War. Not only did you force the astral beast domain to retreat, but you also successfully took back a weave in the east. Lu Yin smiled. Many thanks, and I'd also like to thank the Interplanetary Network for their help in this war. The Great Eastern Alliance had taken the initiative to take over the war against the astral beast domain, and countless people had cursed them on the internet. Many of the comments had been blocked by the Interplanetary Network, or else public opinion would have been unfavorable to Lu Yin. Now that the Great Eastern Alliance had won, the internet was filled with praise, and it was all thanks to the Interplanetary Network. Zi Jing smiled. It's only right. The Great Eastern Alliance fought to the death for the people of the Outerverse. We didn't participate in the battlefield, so we can only do what we can. Lu Yin replied, the Interplanetary Network has helped us a lot, and it's better than having some people drag us down. San Liang cooperatively looked at Nan Yuan, and then all of the directors looked at Nan Yuan as well. Nan Yuan's expression turned ugly. What were they looking at him for? He hadn't dragged them down at all, and even if he wanted to, he couldn't. He couldn't influence the Great Eastern Alliance. Alright, let's cut to the chase, Nan Yuan said. Just as he was about to say something, San Liang suddenly said, I propose that Nan Yuan be removed from his position as a director. Nan Yuan was stunned, and so were Zi Jing, Yang Ji, Si Hong, and the other directors. They hadn't known about this at all. Nan Yuan reacted, as he had been interrupted again. Every time, it was San Liang. He glared at San Liang. What did you say? Remove me. San Liang. Are you crazy? Third Elder spoke up. Director San Liang, there must be a reason for removing another director for no reason. You interrupted Director Nan Yuan, and now you want to remove Nan Yuan for no reason. If there isn't a reasonable reason, then I will not allow this to happen. I will definitely hold you accountable. Xian Zhao frowned. Why was Third Elder suddenly speaking up for Nan Yuan? San Liang raised his head and looked at Nan Yuan solemnly. Of course there is a reason for removing Nan Yuan from his position. The reason is very simple. Director Nan Yuan is suspected of kidnapping Third Elder's grandson and using that to control Third Elder and monopolize the board. Everyone was shocked. Lu Yin shouted, Nan Yuan, you dare to monopolize the board. Nan Yuan's mind was in chaos. How did San Liang know about this? Xian Zhao first looked at Nan Yuan, then at Lu Yin. Both of them were Lu Yin's subordinates, and everyone knew that this matter had been instigated by Lu Yin. It was a pity that he had acted so righteous and awe-inspiring. Moreover, the words "domination board" sounded strange coming from his mouth. She then looked at Third Elder, and the other directors all looked at him as well. Third Elder frowned and looked at San Liang in confusion. It was as if he was wondering how San Liang had known. "San Liang, don't slander me," Nan Yuan shouted. If this matter was proven true, then he definitely wouldn't be able to keep his position as a director. San Liang calmly raised his gadget, and a screen appeared in the air. Everyone looked at it. The scene on the screen wasn't unfamiliar, it was Nan Yuan's courtyard. Nan Yuan's expression changed, and he suddenly stood up. "San Liang, you dare to spy on me?" San Liang smiled. "No, but ever since I found out that you kidnapped Third Elder's grandson, I've been paying special attention to you." Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1923. You're spouting nonsense. Nan Yuan's expression turned ugly after hearing San Liang's words. Just as he was about to say something else, the originally peaceful courtyard suddenly changed on the screen. Multiple figures charged in and started a fierce battle with the cultivators guarding Nan Yuan's courtyard, destroying the house in the blink of an eye. Nan Yuan's eyes went wide, and he was furious, but he did not do anything. He could not do anything on the board. Bo was quickly discovered, and at the same time, the guards of Realm Mountain appeared and captured everyone who had attacked Nan Yuan's residence. Nan Yuan quickly received the news, but at this moment, he did not have the time to care about the courtyard. "Director Nan Yuan, please explain why Third Elder's grandson is with you," San Liang said with a faint smile as he looked at Nan Yuan. Third Elder's eyes reddened, and there was exhaustion and regret in the depths of his gaze. He regretted becoming a director 3 times, regretting that he had pursued power, which had led to the destruction of his family. Times had changed, and in the past, no one had dared to offend a director. A single word from him could change the structure of a vast region in the universe, and a single word from him could strike fear into the hearts of even envoys. As he walked the universe, no one dared to disrespect him. This had caused him to lose himself, and he had become intoxicated with power. Relying on his prestige, he had ascended to the position of director time and time again. No one had held the position more than him, and he had created history for the board. However, times had changed. The Sixth Mainland had casually sent someone to control him, and then he had been controlled by a junior like Lu Yin. He had even used this to counter Nan Yuan. He was truly tired and did not want to participate in these matters. He just wanted to enjoy his old age with his grandson. Under San Liang's gaze, Nan Yuan stared at Third Elder. "I'm not the one who kidnapped Third Elder's grandson. It was Lu Yin. He kidnapped the child." He suddenly turned around and stared at Lu Yin. "You kidnapped the child and used it to control Third Elder. I saved him and gave him a good living environment." Lu Yin did not answer, as this person was no longer of any value. "Director Nan Yuan, you say that Director Lu kidnapped the child. Do you have any proof? Also, since you saved the child, why didn't you send him back to Third Elder? Why did you keep him for yourself?" Bu Lao asked slowly. Nan Yuan answered in a low voice, "Lu Yin's methods are sinister. I was afraid that he would kidnap the child again if I sent him back, so I could only leave him with me. I've already told Third Elder about this." Everyone looked at Third Elder. The old man took a deep breath. His face was weary, but there was a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Bo hadn't died, so he had a reason to live. "The director of Nan Yuan did contact me," said the old man. Nan Yuan's expression relaxed. Lu Yin's expression didn't change, and he even lowered his head to open his gadget and check the current news. "However, he didn't contact me to protect Bo as he said. Instead, he wanted me to support his proposal unconditionally during the board meeting," the old man said slowly. The corners of San Liang's mouth curled up. Nan Yuan's pupils shrank and he shouted, "Third elder, what nonsense are you spouting?" The third elder sighed. "Nan Yuan, you and I have worked together for a while, but your methods are worthy of the 7 quarts. You tried to use Bo to control me, but I had no choice but to beg the third elder to help me rescue Bo. You were the one who kidnapped Bo from the very beginning." Nan Yuan's body swayed, and he felt dizzy. At that moment, Bo trembled as he answered the World Mountains Guard's question. It's the director of Nan Yuan who killed my parents and kidnapped me. He even used me to control my grandfather. I beg you, please save me. Save my grandfather." Nan Yuan stared blankly at the screen, watching Bo's tearful voice. Anyone would have believed his words. It was over. Everything was over. Kidnapping a director's family to control the director and monopolize the board was a great taboo. There was no way he could continue to stay on the board. Even if he wasn't severely punished because he was from the 7 quarts, he wouldn't have a good ending if he returned to the 7 quarts. He was too stupid. Yes, too stupid. Nan Yuan had lost all his strength, and his ferocious claws had all been broken the moment third elder had pointed him out. This had all been a scam from beginning to end. Some time ago, news of Bo had suddenly reached him, and it had come from the information network he had set up himself. When he had heard about Bo, he had become excited. Controlling a director would increase his authority in the board. Not only would his status rise, but it would also increase his influence in the 7 quarts. Most importantly, he had been the one to save Bo, and third elder's transformation had nothing to do with him. He had saved Bo and allowed Bo to meet with third elder, earning his gratitude. Using this to control this director had been too easy. However, he had never thought that he would fall into someone else's trap. Bo had been bait, and he had excitedly swallowed it. In the end, he had become someone else's fish. Bo had been real, and third elder's transformation had been real as well. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to fool him. However, this had been a trap within a trap, and he had only seen the surface. Regardless of whether it was Nan Yuan or third elder, they were all pawns. Even if Bo had been rescued, third elder was still a pawn of the person who had set this trap. Nan Yuan looked at Lu Yin, but the latter ignored him. This clown no longer existed in Nan Yuan's eyes. "Nan Yuan, what else do you have to say?" San Liang's expression changed, and he sternly glared at Nan Yuan. Xian Jiao could not help but look at Lu Yin. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Nan Yuan had been tricked, but who would help him? There was no one to help him, and the evidence was conclusive. Nan Yuan's path as a director had come to an end. Lu Yin was becoming more and more unfathomable. Nan Yuan smiled bitterly and could not help but applaud. Brilliant, truly brilliant. You easily took down a director. You truly live up to your reputation as the Great Eastern Alliance's alliance leader. Lu Yin looked up and met Nan Yuan's gaze. What does that have to do with me? Nan Yuan raised his head and exhaled. I lost. Blame me for being too stupid. But Alliance leader Lu, don't forget that even if I'm gone, this seat won't belong to your people. There will always be someone from the 7 quarts here. As soon as he finished speaking, the door was pushed open, and the guards from the Realm Mountain entered and escorted Nan Yuan away. Not only had he been removed from his position, but he had also been punished. Although the punishment would not be too severe due to his status in the 7 quarts, he would still be locked up. Alliance leader Lu, you're in charge of the board. Aren't you afraid that others will say that you cover the sky with one hand? Do you really think that this region of space can bear the surname Lu? Nan Yuan's voice gradually faded away. Many people heard his words, and they all looked at Lu Yin with complicated expressions. This region of space could bear the surname Lu. They had never considered this possibility before, but now, it seemed to be getting closer and closer. The Great Eastern Alliance had unified the innerverse and outerverse, and they had taken over the war against the astral beast domain. Dozens of envoys had participated in the war, and Luin himself had become a director. He controlled the board and could easily decide the fate of the other directors. The board had always been responsible for deciding the matters of the human domain, both big and small. It could rule on any power, big or small, and change the situation. To a certain extent, it could even influence Elder Chan's judgment. Luin controlled the board, which was the same as controlling the Hall of Honor's external decisions. He had the title, and he also had the power. The Cosmic Sea. This was not an obstacle to him, but once the Great Eastern Alliance entered the Neoverse, who would be able to stop them? Was this region of space still far from the loose surname? There were some things that one was not afraid of doing, but one was afraid of thinking about them. The more one thought about them, the scarier and more horrifying they became. Luin had not expected Nan Yuan to make such a move before he left. Coupled with the director's sorrowful condemnation, it was easy for people to make many connections. The atmosphere was a little silent. At this moment, there was some movement outside the door. The door was pushed open, and Big Sis walked in. Due to her cultivation technique, Big Sis often changed, and Luin was very apprehensive, as he did not know what she had become. When Luin saw Big Sis, he relaxed. Fortunately, she still looked normal. He hurriedly stood up and gave her a fawning smile. "Sis, you're here." The others were stunned, as they had never seen Luin like this before. Big Sis snorted. "Hypocrite, stop pretending in front of me. Where's that Nan Yuan?" "He was taken away and locked up." "He's in a miserable state," Luin said. Big Sis coldly replied, "He got off too easy." Then, under the stunned gazes of the other directors, she kicked the chair that Nan Yuan had been sitting in. "Change to another one. It's dirty." Sam Liang hurriedly stood up and shouted, "Change to another chair." He was very perceptive. Not long after, Big Sis sat down in Nan Yuan's seat, and her gaze swept across the crowd. "It looks like I'm the new director. Does anyone object?" Zi Jing pursed her lips and smiled. Yang Ji and the others were speechless. The directors were all decided after a vote, and no candidate would come forward to ask about it. However, this Big Sis aura was quite fierce. Luin smiled. "Of course, no one objects. Sis, from now on, you're a director." Big Sis raised her brows and waved her hand. "All right, leave this place to me from now on. You do what you need to do, I'll take care of it." Luin, Big Sis's addition changed the style of the board. No one knew whether it was good or bad, and Luin did not care. He left halfway through the meeting because Big Sis had brought with her more than 80 suggestions. Luin's heart trembled when he heard them, as he had not expected Big Sis to be so well prepared. The other directors were stunned as well. Who had brought so many topics in one go? 3 days and 3 nights would not be enough. Luin was tacitly agreed to be on Big Sis's side, so he was chased out. When the door closed, the board was no longer the same as before. Becoming an emissary would not only increase one's power level, but it would also affect one's ability to lock break. Logically speaking, with an emissary's ability to control astral sources, they should be able to break down and nullify star energy. However, if it were that simple, then every emissary would be a lockbreaker. After Luin left the board, he headed straight to the lockbreaker realm to find out more about the emissary lockbreaking situation. However, when he arrived, he discovered that not a single boundless advanced lockbreaker was present, and President Xiaoming was not there either. After asking around, he learned that these powerful lockbreakers had left during the war between the Great Eastern Alliance and the Astral Beast Domain and had not returned since. Luin left the Lockbreaker realm and wanted to go to the Arbiter realm to see his senior brother. He hoped that the Arbiter was not in seclusion. Before he could get far, the void in front of him distorted, and a figure walked out. Luin was surprised. "Elder Chan. Do you have time? Let's chat." Elder Chan looked at Luin. Luin respectfully replied, this junior would be more than happy to chat with senior. Elder Chan laughed and brought Luin to the peak of Realm Mountain. From here, he could not see anything because it was too high up, and all he could see was a vast expanse of white. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1924. If you had been the one to decide who the sixth mainland would belong to, what would you have done? Elder Chan's back was to Luin as he stared at the endless expanse of white. Luin did not understand. "I don't understand." Elder Chan returned to his senses, and a stone protruded from the ground to form a chessboard. "Do you know how to play?" "Not really," Luin replied. "I can't compare to you, senior." Elder Chan sat down cross-legged without a care for his image. He casually took out a piece and placed it on the board. "Then play as you wish." Luin sat down as well and placed a piece. Back then, Ancestor Hui schemed and caused the sixth mainland to be destroyed by the Eternals. However, even the most perfect plan had flaws, or rather, mistakes. The Starfall Sea had a passage connecting the sixth and fifth mainlands, but the three ancestors threatened us, and we had no choice but to give the outerverse to the sixth mainland. Now that I think about it, there might have been another way. What would you have done? Elder Chan placed a piece. This was Go, and a few simple moves were enough to determine the winner. Luin did not understand the art of Go, but he was still a cultivator, and it was normal for him to calculate thousands of moves in an instant. Actually, Go was meaningless to cultivators like him, as winning depended not only on the art of Go, but also on mental calculations. "If it were me, I would be more willing to give the technocracy to the sixth mainland," Luin said. He had considered this before, as he had always viewed the outerverse as his own territory, and he had never given up on chasing the sixth mainland away. If he wanted to chase the sixth mainland away, the technocracy would be his first choice, as the astral beast domain was too far away. Elder Chan was not surprised, as the fifth mainland could only offer a few options. The technocracy won't allow the sixth mainland to enter, so why should we chase them away? The sixth mainland has the three ancestors, and any one of them can easily take over the outerverse or even the cosmic sea, so why would they agree to take over the outerverse? They must have some misgivings, and since they have misgivings, we can do whatever we want. The technocracy has been at war with the human domain for so many years, and I know that the half-ancestors have misgivings about the technocracy. However, if several half-ancestors move together, they might have the power to sweep through half of the technocracy. "Half of the technocracy should be enough," Luin said. His gaze was fixed on the chessboard as he placed a piece. "You've experienced the power of the technocracy. Even if the 7 half-ancestors of the human domain come together, they still can't do anything," Elder Chan said helplessly. Luin looked up. "Aren't the sixth mainland's 3 progenitors?" Elder Chan's hand, which had been about to place a piece, paused in midair. He looked at Luin in astonishment. "You want to use them as well?" Luin smiled. "Let's see who can keep their composure and who has more confidence." "We can't afford to gamble," Elder Chan said. Luin nodded. "Is that why you're asking me?" Elder Chan sighed. "I'm getting old. Young people are better at taking risks." Luin replied seriously, "But protecting humans does require caution." "You're right, senior." Elder Chan looked at the chessboard. The chess pieces were all arranged, but there was no clear winner. "The fifth mainland is like this chess game. It seems stable, but there are too many hidden dangers. The more stable it is, the more difficult it is to expose it. Lu Yin still didn't understand the purpose of this conversation. Senior wants me to find out about these dangers. Elder Chan shook his head. We can only wait passively. The Seven Heavens also has a Bai Wuxian, a half-martial ancestor who is hiding in the human domain. We have no idea what her identity is or where she is. We only know that her methods are strange and that she can cut in from angles that ordinary people cannot see. For example, the astral beast domain's invasion. Fight. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. That cultivator from the sixth mainland called Curly Beard is a human traitor. Elder Chan replied, that's Bai Wuxian's method, and she has more than one method. Lu Yin, with your status, you have the right to know the secrets of the human domain. I can tell you that there's a certain danger in a certain place. You've been to the Lockbreaker realm before, and Xiao Ming and the others went there. That place used to be very safe, but Bai Wuxian has her eyes on it. If it's destroyed, the consequences will be unimaginable. With Xiao Ming overseeing it, it can be stabilized for now. However, we might need your help in the future since you're a lockbreaker as well. Where? Lu Yin asked. Elder Chan muttered to himself for a moment. I can't say for sure. We'll know when we see it. It'll be too late by the time I see it, Lu Yin guessed. Elder Chan was helpless. I'm a protector, but I'm not a beacon for humanity. Work hard. The cosmic tree domain is also a part of the fifth mainland, and perhaps you'll be its leader in the future. Lu Yin could hear the bitterness and helplessness in Elder Chan's tone. He had protected the human domain for too many years, but he had become increasingly confused. He did not know if he was doing the right thing, especially when Lu Yin had appeared. Lu Yin had unified the innerverse and outerverse in a short period of time, and he had even taken over an unwinnable war despite everyone's disapproval. In the end, not only had he protected the eastern weaves of the outerverse, but he had also taken over the eastern weaves from the sixth mainland. Before this, Elder Chan had never believed that he could do such a thing. Lu Yin had established the Great Eastern Alliance, taken control of the board, defeated the astral beast domain, and forced the sixth mainland into submission. All of these things had caused Elder Chan to doubt his own decisions. He could not deny that he was qualified to be a protector, but that did not mean that he could become a beacon for humanity. This was why Elder Chan had spoken at the beginning. He wanted to know the difference between himself and Lu Yin, and the result was that there was a huge difference. No one could tell who was right and who was wrong. Only time would tell. Lu Yin had taken the initiative to take over the astral beast domain's war and protect the ordinary people of the outerverse. This had completely changed Elder Chan's opinion of Lu Yin, and he no longer stuck to Lu Yin's identity as Lu Shaoxian. Although he would not fully support Lu Yin just because he had won a war, he would at least observe and give Lu Yin time. What Lu Yin lacked was time. As long as he had time, he could take over this region of space. Aside from talking to you, there's also something else. I've found the Eternal Kingdom, Elder Chan said as he placed his piece down. Lu Yin was shocked. The Eternal Kingdom. The Neoverse Eternal Kingdom. Elder Chan nodded and smiled. Are you interested? Lu Yin was excited. Where is it? Go find Qing Ping. He'll take you to destroy the Eternal Kingdom. There's a deathly aura there, so it's perfect for you to go. Lu Yin nodded. I'll go right away. After Lu Yin left, Elder Chan looked at the chessboard. It was already full. What would this kid do if he placed another piece down? Lu Yin quickly arrived at the Arbiter realm and bumped into Deqiu. Alliance Master Lu. Why are you here? Deqiu asked. Where's the Arbiter? Lu Yin asked. Deqiu pointed inside the Arbiter realm, and Lu Yin thanked him before entering the Arbiter realm. The Arbiter Realm's eternal kingdom seemed to be surrounded by a layer of darkness. When Luin arrived, he saw not only the Arbiter Realm's shadow, but also the Arbiter Realm's shadow and 5 other emissaries. How many emissaries did the Hall of Honor have? Luin wasn't sure, but he knew that there were more than 10, including the emissary-level androids. During the Outerverse War against the Astral Beast domain, the Hall of Honor had sent emissary-level androids to participate. With the Hall of Honor's countless years of accumulation, Luin believed that as long as there were enough materials, they could produce a bunch of emissary-level androids. Everyone's here. Let's go, the Arbiter Realm's shadow said in a low voice. Luin didn't even have a chance to speak to the Arbiter in private before he was brought out of Realm Mountain and headed towards the Neoverse southern border. He wasn't the only one, the Second Night King was also dragged out by the Arbiter Realm's shadow. The Second Night King was filled with apprehension as he looked at the head Inquisitor. He would always remember that scene from back then. Being judged was an unforgettable memory that he would never forget. Although this head Inquisitor was not a half-martial ancestor, he had the strength to fight against a half-martial ancestor. The Second Night King had seen him in the Goo Flow Zone. You're coming with us. The Arbiter Realm's Arbiter Realm was not to be doubted. The Second Night King was confused, and Lu Yin's words shocked him. Is there really such a place as the Eternal Kingdom? Lu Yin nodded. You don't know. The Second Night King shook his head. The Neo-Human Alliance only appeared after the Dowsaur Sect's era. At that time, the Frigid Immortal sect had already left the Fifth Mainland, and the Mother Tree had also disappeared. I've always stayed in that space to cultivate. However, I once heard that the Eternals wanted to create a country that could coexist with humans. It's called the Eternal Kingdom, but I didn't expect them to have already done so. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. This false kingdom must be destroyed. The 7 courts were located in the southern border, and it was the most chaotic region in the Neoverse. The Eternal Kingdom was actually located in the southern border. The Neo-Human Alliance's Eternal Kingdom was the dirtiest, cruelest, and darkest place in Lu Yin's opinion. It was filled with false sunlight that concealed the inhumane slaughter. The people who lived there had long since been shrouded in despair. If Lu Yin had not personally experienced it, he would never have imagined that such a place existed in the universe. The most terrifying thing was not death, but waiting for death. The Eternal Kingdom had captured many people and experimented on them to interact with the Corpse Kings. However, those people's organs had been dug out by the Corpse Kings, and they had been cruelly murdered. The southern border was very large, and the 7 courts were located slightly north of its center. The Arbiter Realm's Arbiter Realm brought Lu Yin and the others to the east of the southern border, where the southern border and the eastern border intersected. They looked into the darkness of space and saw a very ordinary planet in front of them called Anshue Planet. There were spacecraft taking off and landing on the planet, and cultivators would occasionally step into space. No matter how they looked at it, this place looked very ordinary. Let's go, the Shadow of Death growled and led the other envoys into the astral source universe. They landed on the planet and spread out in different directions. Senior, the Eternal Kingdom is in a parallel universe to this planet, right? Lu Yin asked. Behind him, the Second Night King was stunned. Senior brother. Not bad, the head judge said calmly. The Second Night King was dumbfounded. Senior brother. He stared at Lu Yin in shock. The head judge of the Interstellar Court was actually his senior brother. Damn it, no wonder he was so ruthless to me back then. No wonder he didn't look for trouble after coming out. It was actually his senior brother. This kid's background was too ruthless. Lu Yin did not care about the Second Night King's reaction. Regardless of whether or not the head Inquisitor was his senior, the Second Night King would not be able to resist Lu Yin. Why aren't you making a move yet? The head judge calmly said, Wait. What are we waiting for? If we rely on ourselves, we won't be able to enter. It's in a parallel universe, and if we can't find the coordinates, it'll be very difficult to find the eternal kingdom. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1925. Jiang Chen had mentioned before that there were many parallel universes. A planet's parallel universe could be an entire universe, or it could be the only planet that existed. Regardless of space or time, they were all different. The reason why he had chased after the lightning rabbit was because it could accurately break through parallel universes, and it was too dangerous. Lu Yin had been chasing after the lightning rabbit. The mystery sex dimension should be a hidden dimension, but it also seemed to be different from this one. Lu Yin wasn't too sure. Jiang Chen had relied on his father's strength to break through parallel universes. Senior brother, is it very difficult to accurately pinpoint a parallel universe? I mean, I've been there once, and I want to go again, Lu Yin asked. The head judge was silent for a moment. I can't do it right now. Lu Yin was curious. What level do you need to reach? I don't know. You don't know. Can you reach the half-step ancestor level? Lu Yin didn't give up and continued to ask. He wanted to know how strong Jiang Chen's father was. Back on Earth, that mantis had only been a gardener in Jiang Chen's eyes. This universe wasn't as clear as it seemed. They could only see this spacetime, and there were countless other parallel universes that they couldn't even see through the 3,000 great worlds. I don't know. The head judge's answer was the same. Lu Yin was helpless. Right now, they were waiting for the corpse kings to come out of the eternal kingdom. As long as they came out, the head judge would be able to enter the eternal kingdom. There was no need to worry about them coming out. They were born in this spacetime, so they could find their way back. Even though there were countless parallel universes, the one they were born in was like a lighthouse. But if the corpse kings came out, how would they return to the eternal kingdom? This was very strange. Even with the head judge's ability, he could only wait. Who knew how long he would have to wait? Lu Yin decided to start absorbing the astral source. It wasn't easy to not attract the attention of the astral source universe. Lu Yin stepped into the universe and slowly absorbed the astral source. The second Night King watched Lu Yin cultivate and shook his head. Some people were talented and had great achievements, but Lu Yin's talent was too high, which limited his development. He had to rely on this method of absorbing astral source slowly. Who knew how long it would take for him to reach the next origin tribulation? It was too far away. A few days later, Lu Yin left the astral source universe. He felt a headache coming on, the absorption was too slow. Ever since he started cultivating, it felt like he was cheating, and he felt very sullen. Senior brother, do you have any more astral source liquid? Lu Yin asked. The head judge didn't respond. Lu Yin pursed his lips. Senior, what did you bring out from the goo flow zone? The head judge still ignored him. Lu Yin was speechless, as the man was even colder than Mr. Mu. Although Lu Yin rarely saw Mr. Mu, every time he did, he would benefit from it. Ask your men to search for that thing as much as possible, the head judge said. Lu Yin quickly asked, what's that? Wait until you reach the 6th origin tribulation, said the head judge. That name sounded familiar. Right, Kue Luo. That old man had said that he could tell Lu Yin about the Lu family once he became an emissary, but he had forgotten about it. He would definitely ask Kue Luo about it the next time he saw him. Waiting was boring. Lu Yin waited with the head inquisitor for more than 10 days, but he couldn't take it anymore and decided to take a look at the planet in front of them. The quality of the cultivators in the Neoverse was indeed higher than that of the Innerverse and Outerverse. There were 3 enlighters on this planet, and there were no less than 20 space-exploring cultivators. In a territory of eternity. Lu strolled around leisurely until he saw a familiar gaze in the crowd. It was cold and sinister, and there was also that familiar fox-like face, Silver. Lu hadn't expected Silver to be so daring. Silver had appeared during the battle to destroy the Day-Night clan, and now, he had appeared again. The head judge was watching. "Captain, you're here to attack the Eternal Kingdom." Silver grinned. The crowd was moving, but the two of them were still standing in place, facing each other with a few meters between them. It was a strange sight. Lu looked at Silver. "Aren't you afraid of being discovered?" Silver shrugged. "I'm just a small fry in charge of passing a message to the captain. It doesn't matter if I'm discovered." "Who are you passing a message to?" "Tong Yu, the Vice Head Inquisitor." Lu Yin's eyes flashed. "Speak." Silver's lips curled up. "Actually, it's not really a message. The Vice Head Inquisitor feels that the captain's cultivation time is precious, and it's a waste to waste it waiting for something like this. That's why he sent me to take you to the Eternal Kingdom." Lu was shocked. "Aren't you afraid that the Eternals will find out?" Silver smiled brilliantly. 6 of the 7 sky gods are dead, and there's only Bai Wuxian left. She hasn't appeared in the Eternal Kingdom, and she doesn't know that we betrayed the Eternal Kingdom. Compared to the Eternals, you're obviously more important. You're our future. Lu somewhat believed Tong Yu's words, but he just couldn't trust Silver. This fellow's status seemed to be much lower than Tong Yu's, but for some reason, Lu felt an inexplicable urge to destroy him every time they met. Lu was beginning to understand Xiao Luo's feelings towards Silver. "Captain, we can go in now," Silver said with a grin. Lu looked up and saw a familiar figure appear in outer space. It was Ghoul. Back in the mountain and sea realm, Silver had relied on Ghoul to battle the human domain's top experts, and Ghoul had been invincible for a period of time. Ghoul approached the planet and then suddenly disappeared. At that moment, the head Inquisitor acted, and the blood-red bell disappeared along with Ghoul. Following that, the void distorted and cracked open. Countless people on the planet watched in shock as the sky cracked open, and they saw a city with 7 towers within. They also saw pairs of scarlet vertical eyes and a surging aura of death in the depths of the void. This scene was like hell itself. The blood-red bell shook and let out a crisp sound. All of the creatures in the Eternal Kingdom, regardless of whether they were corpse kings or ordinary people who had been reared in captivity, felt as if a giant hand was pressing down on them. The sky seemed to be collapsing as Death's shadow and the other emissaries charged into the Eternal Kingdom and began slaughtering the corpse kings. The bright light of the universe swept away the haze as the head Inquisitor stood alone outside the Eternal Kingdom and pressed down on the 7 dark towers. The towers shattered, and the entire Eternal Kingdom was torn apart as the aura of death rose up. Lu the head Inquisitor growled. Lu leapt up and arrived in front of the head Inquisitor. He faced the surging aura of death and began to absorb it. This wasn't the first time Lu had absorbed the aura of death, but it had never been as spectacular as this. The aura of death from beneath the Eternal Kingdom pierced through the heavens and the earth like smoke signals, transforming into a dark river that poured into his body. There was a boom as Lu mind buzzed. He saw through the river of time and saw a lonely and bleak figure holding a black scythe. In front of him were countless beasts. This was the Grim Reaper, and it looked exactly the same as the one he had seen before. However, the Grim Reaper this time was incomparably domineering. Lu wanted to see his face, but it was getting further and further away and becoming more and more blurry. Lu grew anxious and subconsciously increased his absorption. Collect the aura of death. The ground of the Eternal Kingdom was completely shattered as the aura of death covered the sky and swept towards him, forming a hurricane. The second Night King, Death's Shadow, and the rest were all shocked. The aura of death gave them an indescribable sense of oppression and fear. The majestic aura of death was like the descent of death. In an instant, Luin traversed a great distance and appeared right in front of the figure. He looked up and his pupils shrank. He still couldn't see the Grim Reaper's face. What he saw was a deathly pale, expressionless face that looked like a sculpture. The moment he saw that face, two words appeared in his mind: Death's mask. The Grim Reaper raised his scythe and viciously slashed down. Everything that Luin saw suddenly disappeared. He opened his eyes and saw the endless aura of death surging into his body. The black and white fog in his heart had become more solid and constantly replenished. The amount of death aura he had absorbed had long since surpassed the total amount he had absorbed in the past. After becoming an envoy, his capacity for death aura had greatly increased. Once he underwent the Grim Reaper transformation, his strength would also greatly increase. Luin suddenly thought of a problem. Normal cultivators absorbed star energy, and after becoming an envoy, they would absorb astral sources and form astral cyclones. In that case, was the black and white fog the same as an astral cyclone? Was this a cultivation method similar to the astral cyclones that the Grim Reaper had created? If it was, then he would have already surpassed countless people and become an envoy through the Grim Reaper's cultivation system. If that was the case, then he had 5 cyclones. As his thoughts ran wild, the rate at which he absorbed the aura of death slowed down. Luin looked at the ground beneath the Eternal Kingdom. Although he had absorbed a lot of death aura, it was still not enough to compare to the overall amount of death aura underground. "Is it over?" the head inquisitor asked. Luin filled the ground until he could no longer absorb any more. "It's over." The head inquisitor acted and covered the ground to conceal the aura of death. Elder Chan had asked Luin to help contain the aura of death the moment the Eternal Kingdom was destroyed, but in reality, he had asked Luin to absorb it. With the head inquisitor's strength, the aura of death was a form of energy that could be easily suppressed as long as there was no absolute powerhouse using it. At this point, the Eternal Kingdom was already in tatters, and countless corpse kings had been destroyed. The Second Night King's target was Mr. Feng, who had once wanted to make a deal with the Second Night King. He had protected Luin once, but Luin had never thought of protecting him. Mr. Feng had protected Luin because of the witch spirit scheme. They would always be enemies. Within the Eternal Kingdom, the miserable state of the humans appeared before Lu Yin's eyes once more. Some had committed suicide, while others had gone mad. As for those who had been transformed underground, they had all been mercilessly killed. Not everyone was like Luin. Those who could not control the aura of death would eventually become tools for slaughter, and with the Interstellar Court's methods, they would naturally be exterminated. Luin entered the Eternal Kingdom and arrived at the street that Silver had once led him through. There was also the restaurant where he remembered a human girl buying blood. Everything had seemed normal, but who knew that her organs might have been emptied? This was hell, a place that he believed had to be destroyed. In the entire Eternal Kingdom, there was only Mr. Feng with a power level of over 1,000,000. There were no other experts. Luin actually wanted to find some corpse kings, but he did not even encounter a single one at the level of an envoy. Where had the monkey gone? Not long after, Luin arrived at the Shattered Dark Tower. Each tower represented one of the 7 sky gods, and he had been brought to the witch spirit's dark tower. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1926. He stepped into the ruins of the Dark Tower, hoping to find the monkey. There was a soft sound, and Luin stopped in his tracks and slowly turned around. A figure walked out from the corner of the ruins. Lu Yin's expression changed as he stared at the figure in shock. Undying Yushan. The person who had appeared was none other than Undying Yushan, a person who had once been presumed dead but who had been repeatedly mentioned. When Luin had merged with the corpse king's body, he had seen undying Yushan enter the dark tower. He knew that the man was still alive, but he had not expected that he would still be in the eternal kingdom. Undying Yushan walked out and looked at Luin with a sigh. "Kid, you've grown up. What should you call me?" Luin looked at him with a complicated expression. "Your Majesty." Undying Yushan nodded, gratified. "I never thought that someone from a small planet in the outerverse would reach such heights. I'm very happy." Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Truthfully, Undying Yushan had treated him well, very well. When he had first arrived in the Great Yu Empire from Earth, Undying Yushan had treated him like an elder. After interacting with him several times, Luin had begun to think of Undying Yushan as someone he could confide in. He couldn't be considered family since his identity as a member of the Zishan family was fake, but he still felt gratitude and respect for Undying Yushan. When news of Undying Yushan's death at the hands of the Neo-Human Alliance had spread, Luin had been both furious and heartbroken. Undying Yushan had even given him a copy of the Yu secret art, which was a secret technique. At that moment, Luin had truly felt like family to Undying Yushan. However, with Ku Wei's appearance, Undying Yushan's life and death had become a mystery. Lu Yin's impression of the man had gradually changed, especially after seeing Ku Wei enter and leave the Eternal Kingdom. He no longer had the same respect for Undying Yushan, only vigilance and caution. "Isn't your Majesty dead? Why are you here?" Luin asked. Undying Yushan smiled at Luin. "What are you thinking?" Luin clenched his fists. "Your Majesty, you betrayed humanity." Undying Yushan laughed. "That's a normal thought, but I can tell you that I didn't." Luin raised his brows. Undying Yushan sincerely replied, "Your Majesty did not betray humanity. Not in the past, not now, and not in the future." Luin sneered. "That's enough, Your Majesty. How could you safely stay in the Eternal Kingdom if you didn't betray humanity? Don't tell me that the 7 sky gods' hospitality." Undying Yushan calmly replied, "When people interact with each other, there are only feelings and benefits. The only reason I'm able to stay safely in the Eternal Kingdom is because of my own benefits, and my greatest benefit is you." Undying Yushan too. Undying Yushan sized Luin up as if he was looking at a peerless treasure. "If we're talking about the 5th mainland, then the most valuable thing is not the territory, battle techniques, or even the envoys or half-ancestors. It's you. You're the most valuable thing here. My value to the 7 sky gods is you. From now on, you will be used by me." After he finished speaking, Undying Yushan's expression changed and became incomparably gloomy. Luin did not know what he had done, but he felt a splitting headache that came from his spiritual force. "Luin Zishan's essence has been absorbed by you. Then, you'll become a part of the Undying Manual." Undying Yushan barked as he pressed down on Luin. Luin suddenly recited the primogenitor scripture, and the faint voice traveled through time. Undying Yushan howled as his entire body melted away. He could not believe it. How is this possible? How can you resist the Undying Manual's enslavement? Luin stared at Undying Yushan. "So it's the Undying Manual. You actually cultivated it. With it, you can control essence. Back in Kuin's swamp, you used essence to plan the rebellion." Undying Yushan clutched his head and howled. He gritted his teeth and glared at Luin. "So it was you. You killed Cripple." Luin grabbed Undying Yushan's neck, but his hand passed through. His expression changed. "This isn't your true body." Undying Yushan laughed bitterly. "Of course not. This is the Eternal Kingdom. How could my true body appear here? Kid, don't think that you can escape from the Undying Manual. Impossible, never. You don't know how terrifying the undying manual is. One day, you'll become its slave. His body then exploded. There was no flesh or blood, only essence scattered in all directions. Lu Yin could have absorbed this essence, but he did not. He was full of misgivings. If not for the primogenitor scripture, he would have been controlled. So it was the undying manual. Undying Yushan had really cultivated it. A body of essence, and spirit. What a strange technique. The head inquisitor's voice came from behind. Lu Yin turned around and faced the head inquisitor with a solemn expression. He's undying Yushan, and he cultivated the undying manual. He can use essence to control others and split them into millions. The head inquisitor was shocked. The undying manual from the Starfall Sea's legendary technique. Lu Yin nodded. When the undying manual first appeared, the Hall of Honor sent people to search for it, but they couldn't find it. It was rumored that someone from the Outerverse obtained it, and they called them the Undying Duo. It must be him. Lu Yin hadn't expected the head inquisitor to have heard of the Undying Duo. Senior, is the Undying Manual really that mysterious? Even you care about it. When the Undying Manual first appeared, it was rumored that cultivating this technique would grant one eternal life. Lu Yin laughed. It seems that many people believe it. The Mavis clan, the Spectre clan, and the Seven Courts all sent people to the Great Yu Empire in search of the Undying Manual, but they couldn't find it. It is indeed mysterious, but eternal life is too absurd. Even progenitors don't have eternal life, the head inquisitor said as the ground beneath his feet cracked open and his body plummeted to the ground. The stronger someone was, the less they believed in this so-called eternal life. Otherwise, how could undying Yushan have safely returned to the Great Yu Empire? Lu Yin hurriedly followed him. It seemed that his senior had discovered something. This was a parallel spacetime, but it wasn't the same as the entire universe. There was only one eternal kingdom in this parallel spacetime. As the head inquisitor's body descended, the ground beneath Eternal Kingdom continued to crack open. Finally, a squarish object appeared at the end of the earth. It looked like a rock or a piece of metal, and there was nothing special about it. However, it wasn't torn apart by the head inquisitor's strength. The head inquisitor descended into the depths of the earth, and further down was the boundless darkness of space. They had arrived at the very bottom of Eternal Kingdom. Lu Yin looked at the squarish object floating in the void and sized it up curiously. Senior, what is this? The foundation. Lu Yin was shocked. The foundation of Eternal Kingdom. That's it. Because of it, the Corpse Kings were able to find the coordinates of Eternal Kingdom. Lu Yin sized up the squarish object. This is a seal, right? There seems to be some words carved on it. Senior, do you recognize this word? No. You don't even recognize it. Lu Yin was shocked. The head inquisitor put the seal away. Let's go. Wait. Lu Yin hurriedly stopped the head inquisitor. Senior, if you take this away, we won't be able to find Eternal Kingdom. Yes. Then what about the death energy? The head inquisitor fell silent. Lu Yin licked his lips and smiled. Senior brother, can I just leave this thing here? It's probably just a foundation, so it's useless for you to take it away. Why don't you leave it here so that I can come here to replenish my death energy in the future? You can take it away when I've finished absorbing all of it. How about that? He then nervously looked at the black fog that enveloped the head inquisitor. The seal floated out of the black fog, and Lu Yin happily accepted it. Thank you, Senior. By the way, how do I use this to find Eternal Kingdom? Leave your own aura on it. Aura. Blood. Traces of a technique. The stronger the aura, the better. It's like a carrier that preserves the coordinates. Once you leave your aura behind, you'll be able to sense it in the boundless parallel spacetime. Before that, you'll have to erase the original aura. How do I erase it? Luin didn't understand. The head inquisitor took the seal away again, and after a while, it floated out. Luin took it, and it didn't look any different from before. However, it was much cleaner. Someone must have left their aura, blood, or battle techniques on it, but Luin couldn't think of a way to erase it. Blood was fine, but he couldn't do anything about battle techniques. Thankfully, he had this senior. The head inquisitor left, and Luin looked at the seal in his hand, especially the words at the bottom. He didn't recognize them, but they seemed even more ancient than the Wen family's literary prison. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for the head inquisitor to not recognize them. Right, the second Night King had been around for a long time, so he could take a look. However, if the head inquisitor didn't recognize them, the chances of the second Night King recognizing them were slim. But what could he leave behind? Blood? No, the Lu family's blood was extraordinary, and it was from the everlasting tribe. Who knew what it could do? The head inquisitor was indeed powerful, but he was only comparable to a half-ancestor at best. There were many things that he didn't understand. If blood didn't work, then it could only be a battle technique. Luin thought about it for a moment before raising his hand. Death chi gathered in his palm and boiled before covering his face. This was Death Mask. After absorbing the death chi, Luin had seen the death god's face, which was a fake face. At that moment, not only did he know the word, but he also knew how to use it. Death Mask could cover one's face with death chi, but it could also change one's appearance. This was the ability that Luin had been looking forward to the most. It was the death god's battle technique, and he didn't know who would be able to see it clearly. This was his first time using Death Mask, so he wasn't too familiar with it. Death Mask wasn't easy to use since it was the death god's battle technique, and it required a high degree of control over death chi. It also had to be fixed on one's face without anyone being able to see it. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1927. The second Night King stood high in the sky, and when he saw Luin appear, he stepped forward. "Let's go," Luin said. The second Night King asked, "What about here?" "It has nothing to do with us." The second Night King was astonished. "You don't want the underground death aura anymore?" Luin shook his head. "No. We won't be able to find this parallel space after we leave." The second Night King was confused, as this was not Lu Yin's usual behavior. There was so much death aura, and he had said that he did not want it. Why did he not believe him? However, when he saw Luin step out of the Eternal Kingdom and watch it disappear, the second Night King finally believed that Luin really did not want it anymore. Once the parallel space disappeared, it would be impossible to find it unless one had the coordinates. "Where are we going now?" the second Night King asked. "No rush." Luin faced the sky and raised a hand to slash out. The sky was torn apart, and in that instant, Luin sensed the death aura. He took a step forward and vanished. The second Night King watched Luin disappear, and his eyes flashed. He had not given up on the death aura, but how had he determined the coordinates of the Eternal Kingdom? Not long after, Luin walked out with a calm expression. There were no living creatures in the Eternal Kingdom, and the only aura on the seal belonged to him. This meant that the Eternal Kingdom had become his private property in an entire parallel space, even though it was not as big as the outside world. Luin had originally planned to visit the Aurora Corporation and the home of the gods, but both were in the north while he was in the south. Perhaps visiting the Seven Courts would not be a bad idea. He wanted to visit the Ku family the most, and he was more interested in Ancestor Ku than anyone else. This progenitor, who had a very low presence, was 9 mountains and 8 seas. Everyone knew that progenitor Chin was invincible and that the talisman progenitor had created civilizations. They also knew that progenitor Hui had calculated time and possessed unparalleled wisdom. They had even heard of the legendary Grim Reaper and Wu Tian, but no one had ever mentioned Ancestor Ku. It was as if Ancestor Ku had never existed. Even in the canopy of the astral tree, Ancestor Ku was the closest to the center. Based on his position, he was probably the weakest progenitor. However, Lu Yi knew that, and he was becoming more and more certain that Ancestor Ku was terrifyingly powerful. Everything else aside, the fact that things could develop in the opposite direction when pushed to the extreme was almost as miraculous as the rune technology. It had allowed an enlighter to heal a half-progenitor's injuries and even cured a terrifying poison developed by the Eternals. It had even allowed Lu Yin to break free from progenitor Chen's innate gift. He had heard that progenitor Chin had used the heaven and earth furnace to refine the 6th mainland's progenitors when he was still a progenitor. Based on that, progenitor Chin might not have been able to refine Ancestor Ku with the heaven and earth furnace. Ancestor Ku was unfathomable, and it was rumored that he controlled the power of time. Looking back at the planet, Silver had already left. The Dark Arbitration Office, Silver, Tong Yu, and that mysterious head inquisitor. One day, he would find out the Spectre clan's true goal. He believed that the Spectre clan would not harm him for the time being, but he did not believe that they would sincerely submit to him. To the 7 courts, Lu Yin said indifferently. The second Night King was surprised, but he did not say anything. The only person in the 7 courts who could pose a threat to Lu Yin was Xia Ji. The last time Xia Ji had attacked Lu Yin, it had attracted Elder Gong and the Holy Heavenly Master. Now that Lu Yin's status had risen, there was even less reason for Xia Ji to act. But regardless of whether or not Xia Ji would act, it was still unwise to take the initiative to contact a hostile half-ancestor. Lu Yin was aware of this, which was why he had visited the 7 courts as a director of the Hall of Honor. His goal was to explain Nan Yuan's dismissal to the 7 courts. This matter had originally been left to Axian Jiao. However, Lu Yin had now taken over. Similarly, in the south, the second Night King led Lu Yin to the 7 courts. Back when Lu Yin had been thrown into progenitor Chen's tomb by the witch spirit god and then taken to the realm mountain by Muen, he had not been able to take a good look at the 7 courts. After so many years, he finally saw it clearly. The 7 courts surrounded progenitor Chen's tomb from 7 directions. The Yu family's Great Styx River, the Ku family's Spirit Void Land, the Su family's Star Luo region, the Xia family's Summer Blade Continent, the Hui family's 10,000 Elephant Mountain, and the Shi family's Bone Plain. Only the Yu family was missing, as they had been replaced by the other 6 families. As he looked at the Summer Blade Continent in front of him, Lu Yin recalled a rumor that the Summer Blade Continent was actually a blade that progenitor Chin had once used. He did not know if this was true, but he could not see any rune lines. It was not easy to see rune lines in the Neoverse, as they were all on guard against the home of the gods. If we go any further, we'll attract the attention of the 7 courts, the second Night King said. Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back and said, "Knock." The second Night King was stunned, but then he raised his hand and made a knocking gesture. He pointed his middle finger at the void, causing layers of ripples to spread out and move towards the Summer Blade Continent. The second Night King's strength was shocking, and he was second only to a half-ancestor. His strength spread out, causing the entire 7 courts to tremble. Deep within the Summer Blade Continent, Xia Ji opened his eyes, revealing a cold and unconcealable killing intent. This brat actually dares to come. Lu Yin had undergone his origin tribulation and defeated progenitor Chin, who was at the same realm as him. This had shattered Xia Ji's belief that progenitor Chin was invincible, which had caused Xia Ji to lose his composure and contact Lu Yin. Lu Yin had not only taken away the greatest secret left behind by progenitor Chin in Sirius, but he had also caused a flaw in Xia Ji's mental state after undergoing his origin tribulation. This hatred was even deeper than when the two family had been wiped out. It could be said that Lu Yin had single-handedly suppressed Xia Ji's hopes of breaking through to the progenitor realm. If possible, Xia Ji would have killed Lu Yin right then and there. However, he was a half-ancestor, and he could not openly make a move against a member of the Xia family. This was not as simple as lowering his status to deal with a junior. Lu Yin did not have any ill feelings towards this woman, even if she was likely an enemy. Alliance head Lu, is there anything else other than Nan Yuan's matter? Xia Meng asked. Lu Yin thought about it. There's another piece of advice. Xia Meng looked at him. Speak. Lu Yin's expression was solemn. Although the Board of Governors will always reserve a spot for the 7 courts, this spot can be filled by many people and can be constantly replaced. I hope that the person who replaces Nan Yuan won't cause trouble for me. Otherwise, I'll have a headache. Xia Meng replied, I'll pass on your message to the family head. There's no need for that. Just pass it on to Xia Ji. Xia Yi is just a useless piece of trash. Lu Yin's attitude changed when he mentioned Xia Ji. Xia Meng frowned. No matter what, Xia Ji is an ancestor of the Xia family. Alliance head Lu, please be more courteous. Lu Yin smiled. Alright, I'll give you some face and not scold someone from your Xia family. Xia Meng didn't know how to continue this conversation. This youth was no longer someone she could bully. Lu Yin was the only one who had ever scolded a Xia family half-ancestor outside of the Summerblade mainland. Farewell, senior, Lu Yin said. Xia Meng's tone was calm. Alliance head Lu, regardless of whether you're a friend or foe, you've saved so many commoners in the Outerverse. I admire you for that. She then turned and left. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1928. Xia Meng's words surprised Lu Yin. Very few people in the Neoverse cared about the life and death of the Outerverse people. There were even some people who didn't even know about the existence of the Outerverse. To them, the Innerverse and Outerverse were the same. He hadn't expected that this beautiful woman with a power level close to 1 million would actually care. Not everyone in the cultivation world was cold-blooded. After leaving the Summerblade continent, Lu Yin followed the second Night King to Wanxiang Mountain. How could he not look for Brother Hui Kong when he came to the 7 courts? When Lu Yin appeared outside Wanxiang Mountain, Hui Kong's hearty laughter rang out before the second Night King could even knock on the door. Brother Lu, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Ha 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 ha. Lu Yin was pleasantly surprised when he saw a shiny bald head. He hurried forward, Brother, is this your home? Hui Kong patted his chest, Of course, Wanxiang Mountain is your home. Lu Yin laughed. Aside from Hui Kong, many others came out to welcome him. Come, let me introduce you. This is Hui Ji, the leader of the Hui family, Hui Kong said as he pointed to a scholarly man behind him. Lu Yin smiled, We meet again, Patriarch Hui Ji. When Lu Yin had been brought out of progenitor Chen's tomb, he had met the leaders of the 7 courts, and Hui Ji had been one of them. Hui Ji chuckled, but just as he was about to say something, Hui Kong interrupted him, That's Hui Qi, an elder of the Hui family. Lu Yin saw that Hui Ji was about to speak, but then Hui Kong introduced another elder, and he didn't know who to respond to. Hui Ji was helpless. Alliance Master Lu, Elder Hui Qi is very curious about you. Lu Yin was surprised, and he looked at Hui Qi, Why is the elder curious about me? Hui Qi was an old man, and he had the same scholarly aura as Hui Ji. However, due to his age, he seemed more benevolent. I'm in charge of planting wisdom roots at Wanxiang Mountain. I heard that Alliance Master Lu is very interested in wisdom roots, so I wanted to ask if Alliance Master Lu has eaten a true wisdom root before. Wisdom roots were absolute treasures to the Hui family. Hui Qi wasn't the only one who was curious, everyone in the family was as well. Lu Yin didn't hide it. I have, and more than once. Hui Kong was shocked, and he patted Lu Yin's shoulder. Brother, I know that you've eaten wisdom roots before, but you didn't say that it's more than once. Lu Yin shrugged. Bro, you didn't ask. I forgot. Hui Kong laughed heartily. However, brother, it's also a stroke of luck that you were able to obtain the wisdom root. I wasn't wrong, you are indeed very talented. Hui Ji was speechless. Was this related to talent? Hui Qi hurriedly asked, Alliance Master Lu, may I know where your wisdom came from? Lu Yin replied, one of them was obtained by unlocking a source box, and the other came from another region of space. The third one is someone called Little Can. He had concealed the fact that Mr. Mu had gifted him a wisdom root, as he could not explain Mr. Mu's identity. Hui Ji was surprised. Another starry sky. Shao Kan. What's your surname? Lu Yin shrugged. I know that you want to know if he's a descendant of the Hui ancestor from another part of the universe, but unfortunately, I wasn't able to find out. Huiji felt regretful. Alright, that's enough. Let's go, brother. I'll show you around the 10,000 Elephant Mountain. Hui Kong grabbed Lu Yin's shoulder and led him into the depths of the mountain. Behind them, Hui Santong and the others were speechless. They hadn't even been introduced yet. Since he wasn't going to introduce them, why did he ask them to come out? This was especially true for Hui Santong, who was of the same generation as Lu Yin. 10,000 Elephant Mountain. It was enormous, and although it was called a mountain, it was just a name. It was more like a name given to the Hui family's secret technique. Brother, let me tell you something. When I left the Hui family, there was still an ancestor alive. That old man was of the same generation as Xia Ji, and he had almost broken through to become a half-step ancestor. Unfortunately, he died. Now, you are the Hui family's most senior member. Look at the current state of the Hui family. The patriarch isn't even an emissary, and the elders are only at 3 origin tribulations. Even they can't beat you. What a joke. Brother, look at this wisdom root. It's been planted in a mess. Lu Yin followed Hui Kong around the 10,000 Elephant Mountain. Along the way, all of the Hui family's cultivators bowed to them, which made Lu Yin feel embarrassed. However, he was still most interested in the wisdom root. The planting of wisdom roots was spectacular, and one couldn't see the end of it. They were planted in the soil, and if not for Hui Kong's introduction, Lu Yin wouldn't have known that wisdom roots were planted there. Every year, the Hui family sells a lot of wisdom roots to the outside world, but they aren't very valuable. You've already used them. Aside from calming your heart, they aren't very useful. Fortunately, some cultivators just can't calm their hearts. Otherwise, the Hui family wouldn't have any source of income, unlike the Mavis clan, where their toilets are filled with star essence. Brother, can we only absorb astral sources through the astral source universe? Lu Yin suddenly asked as he looked at the spectacular planting of wisdom roots. Hui Kong nodded. Yes. He then looked at Lu Yin. I heard that your origin tribulations were so freakish that even progenitor Chen appeared. Lu Yin smiled bitterly and told him about his tribulation. Of course, he had to hide the 4 astral source cyclones. It wasn't that he didn't trust Hui Kong, but that there were some things that couldn't be revealed, and there was no need to. How ruthless. You forcefully sucked out an origin tribulations, and even a progenitor was alerted. Brother, your future won't be too good. Hui Kong sighed. Lu Yin pursed his lips. There's no other way. I can only take it slow. Hui Kong was helpless. I can't help you with this, but it's a good thing that your strength is outstanding. You were able to deal with someone like Hui Qi when you were an enlighter, and now, you should be able to fight against someone with a power level of over 800,000. Pretty much. Hui Kong smiled. Then that's fine. After so many years, I've only comprehended one principle, which is to adapt to the circumstances. Don't force things, don't chase after them, and take it slow. Opportunities are destined by the heavens, and who knows if everyone's path of cultivation is predestined. Lu Yin looked at Hui Kong strangely. Brother, your words are very strange. Hui Kong looked up and sighed. When I first stepped onto the path of cultivation, I thought that the explorer realm was the peak. However, when I became an explorer, I realized that there were still emissaries above me. Finally, one day, when I became an emissary, I realized that the progenitor realm was far beyond my reach. Then, who knows if there are still realms above you when you become a progenitor? As long as you're happy in your life, why force it? Is being a progenitor happy? Can you live forever? Then why did Enigma progenitor betray you? Where are progenitor Qin, talisman progenitor, and Hui progenitor? The longer I cultivate, the more I realize that I can't see through this universe. Since that's the case, I might as well play around. Every generation of the Hui family was intelligent, but Hui Kong was carefree and carefree. He seemed to be heartless, but in reality, this was another kind of intelligence. Great wisdom pretended to be foolish, and only by seeing through everything could one live a better life. Hui Kong had become a powerhouse with a power level of over 1 million, and when he saw Lu Yin, he recognized him as his brother. He had broken away from all the restraints of interacting with others and did not care about status, seniority, age, or cultivation realm. He only cared about sharing his heart with others. This was Hui Kong. He might not have lived the longest, but he was the happiest. Even in the technocracy, he could live peacefully. If you don't want to force it, then why do you have to find out why progenitor Hui created the technocracy? Everyone has their own hobbies. Some like to eat, and some like to lust. I just want to find out what's going on, ha 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 ha. Lu Yin stayed at Wanxiang Mountain for a few days, and on the other side, the Ku family was burning with anxiety. Back when Lu Yin had taken Ku Lei away through Mount Supreme, he had told the family about how things could develop in the opposite direction when they reached an extreme, which had shaken the entire Ku family. Outsiders did not understand progenitor Ku, nor did they care that things could develop in the opposite direction when they reached an extreme. However, the Ku family did, and they knew that things could develop in the opposite direction when they reached an extreme. However, Ku Pu was not stupid. He knew that the Wen family was under Lu Yin's control, and he did not want to be as passive as the Wen family. Thus, he had endured and not contacted Lu Yin. However, he had not endured for long before contacting Lu Yin. They were the passive party, and there was no point in enduring. Even so, Lu Yin was not anxious. Just like how he had kept the Wen family in suspense, he was now keeping the Ku family in suspense as well. Lu Yin was becoming more and more adept at keeping others in suspense. At the moment, Lu Yin was at Wanxiang Mountain, which was not far from the land of Spirit Void. Ku Pu thought about it for a long time before finally contacting Lu Yin and inviting him to the Ku family as a guest. Lu Yin's lips curled up when he saw Ku Pu's call, as he had been waiting for Ku Pu to contact him. What is it, Patriarch Ku Pu? Lu Yin picked up. Ku Pu smiled and pretended to be relaxed. Alliance Master Lu, I heard that you went to Wanxiang Mountain as a guest. Yes, Brother Hui Kong invited me a few times, and I happened to pass by the southern border, so I decided to come. My family's land of Spirit Void is not far from Wanxiang Mountain, so I formally invite Alliance Master Lu to my family as a guest. Will you give me face? Ku Pu smiled. Lu Yin replied, of course. How can I refuse an invitation from Patriarch Kupu? I'll head over as soon as possible. In that case, I'll wait for Alliance Master Lu. The Ku family will definitely welcome you. Kupu then ended the call. Luin let out a long sigh. Kupu. The Ku family's patriarch. Hui Kong had heard the call. They were currently tasting wisdom root tea. Luin nodded. That's him. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1929. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Things could only move in the opposite direction when pushed to the extreme. Indeed, it was not that easy to die, but he had also wondered if Ku Zu was still alive. Lu Yin could not imagine how the withered ancestor had died, especially since he had broken through the heaven and earth furnace and defeated the fusion of progenitor Chen's 8 avatars. He was one of the 9 mountains and 8 seas, so it was hard to imagine what kind of power he had inherited. The next day, Lu Yin met with Hui Ji alone. Although Hui Kong was an elder of the Hui family, there were some things that Lu Yin did not want to talk to him about. An elder was different from the family head, and not every family was like the Xia family. Xia Ji was too overbearing, and Hui Kong was clearly not that kind of person. Alliance head Lu, if you have anything to say to the Hui family, you can bring it up to Elder Hui Kong. He has full authority to decide, Hui Ji said politely as he poured Lu Yin a cup of tea. Lu Yin shook his head. I'm clear about my personal matters. My relationship with my brother is private, and it has nothing to do with the Hui family. Hui Ji smiled. Then, what does Alliance head Lu want to say to the Hui family? Lu Yin picked up his teacup. The taste of a fake root of wisdom is indeed different from a real root of wisdom. Hui Ji was helpless. I'm sorry, Alliance head Lu, but I can't bring out a real root of wisdom to entertain you. If I did, Elder Hui Kong would not have been stingy. I know. Lu Yin put down his teacup. But does the Hui family really not have a root of wisdom? Hui Ji paused in the middle of picking up his teacup, but then he casually took a sip. No. I've heard Brother Hui Kong mention it before. When he left the Hui family still had the root of wisdom. Many years ago, when I first heard of the root of wisdom, someone told me that the Hui family should have preserved the true root of wisdom. How could the dignified Hui family, the successor of ancestor Hui, not have the root of wisdom? Hui Ji laughed and looked at Lu Yin. Alliance head Lu, are you suspecting me or Elder Hui Kong? My brother definitely doesn't know, or he would have given it to me immediately. Hui Ji's face twitched. So my family doesn't have a root of wisdom. Lu Yin sighed. I'm relieved to hear that. You're worried that Brother Hui Kong would give it to me directly, so the real root of wisdom doesn't exist. Hui Ji did not say anything, but he did not deny it either. No one could blame him. Hui Kong was a generous person, and he really could have just given it to Lu Yin. To the Hui family, this would be a huge loss, but he could not openly object, so he could only do this. Have you ever drunk the real wisdom root tea? Lu Yin asked. Hui Ji's eyes flashed with longing, but he shook his head and sighed. Of course not. I'll make a deal with the clan head. I've heard that planting a true wisdom root requires teardrop dust, and I just happen to have it, Lu Yin said indifferently as he rubbed his teacup. Hui Ji was shocked and looked at Lu Yin in disbelief. What did you say? Do you have teardrop dust? Lu Yin took out the upgraded tear dust from his cosmic ring. He did not know whether the upgraded tear dust was the mother tear dust or not, but it was definitely not an ordinary tear dust. Hui Ji's eyes widened when he saw the tear dust that looked like jewels that Lu Yin had taken out. Every grain seemed to be exquisitely crafted, and they were all perfectly round. Piled together, they looked beautiful and dazzling. That's right, this is tear dust, but, Lu Yin raised an eyebrow. Was there a problem? But, how can there be so many? Hui Ji was in disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost. He stared at Lu Yin in a daze. Ancestor Hui, I don't know how little teardrop dust there is, but regardless of whether it's records or species analysis, it's impossible to produce so many teardrop dust at once. Lu Yin answered, a predecessor collected it, and I just happened to obtain it. This was the only explanation. Hui Ji looked at Lu Yin deeply as he recalled everything that had happened to him. It was rumored that when the innerverse and outerverse had been separated, Lu Yin had faced the pressure of an enlighter, but he had taken out one external item after another to turn the tables. Whether it was external items, power vessels, or natural treasures that could help one avoid danger, he had been able to obtain an endless supply of them. Many people had guessed that he had obtained a complete inheritance from some powerful ancient power. However, that was the outerverse, so what kind of powerful ancient inheritance could there be in that place? Because of this, the various powers of the universe had sent people into the Great Eastern Alliance to investigate the truth, but their efforts had all been in vain. However, according to Hui Ji's analysis, it was unlikely that there was an ancient inheritance hidden in the outerverse. Instead, it was more likely that there was a great world. No matter where Lu Yin went, he would have external items that could help him deal with powerful enemies. All sorts of rare treasures had appeared, and he had even been able to escape from Xia Ji's attack. Escaping from a half-progenitor was extremely difficult and close to impossible, but Lu Yin had still managed to do it. There was only one explanation for this, and that was that he could carry everything that he had obtained with him. It was impossible for him to have a cosmic ring, and he had only obtained Mount Supreme after the Sovereign Tournament, which was also impossible. The only possibility was that he had obtained a complete inheritance from an incomparably powerful great world. If he wanted to obtain benefits from that great world, then it was very likely that it had something to do with star essence. It did not make sense for such a talented cultivator to view wealth as his life. This was the Hui family's guess about Lu Yin. However, the Hui family had never publicly announced this guess. Of course, it might not be just the Hui family, as other powers had their own guesses as well. However, they were unable to verify them, as they no longer had the opportunity to do so. Lu Yin had climbed too quickly and too high, to the point where even a half-progenitor would find it difficult to deal with him. Alliance Master Lu, how do you wish to trade? Hui Ji asked Lu Yin, suppressing his desire for the teardrop dust. No matter how calm Hui Ji appeared, Lu Yin could sense his desire. To the Hui family, the value of the teardrop dust was comparable to a secret technique. No, it was even more precious than a secret technique. With the teardrop dust, they would have the possibility of planting a true root of wisdom, which would be a blessing for generations to come. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1930. Actually, this teardrop dust wasn't that rare, and he could upgrade it and obtain it. Lu Yin sighed and sincerely said, I can feel Senior Hui Ji's sincerity. Alright, 1 wisdom root and 20 billion star essence. I'll give it all to you. Hui Ji was stunned and looked at Lu Yin in shock. He's giving in. So easily. Lu Yin replied seriously, this isn't just a transaction. I hope to use this opportunity to form a good relationship with the Hui family. Although the 7 Courts is one of the 3 dark hands, they haven't done anything evil. The only ones who are hostile towards me are the Xia family. I hope that the Hui family will stand on the same side as me on this matter. Hui Ji nodded and sincerely said, rest assured, Alliance Leader Lu. I don't know why the Xia family is hostile towards you, but the Hui family and the Xia family aren't united. The 7 courts only joined forces to protect progenitor Chen's tomb. Lu Yin smiled. All right. He then pushed the teardrop dust towards Hui Ji. Hui Ji was excited and carefully took it. He looked at the teardrop dust as if it were a peerless treasure. What he had said to Lu Yin was an exaggeration. Planting a root of wisdom truly required many rare materials, but the Hui family had collected many of them over the years. The only thing they had lacked was the teardrop dust. Now that they had obtained the teardrop dust, the Hui family could truly plant a root of wisdom. Even though it would take a long time for a root of wisdom to mature, the Hui family could afford to wait for so many years. Hui Ji took the teardrop dust and left for a while. Not long after, he returned to Lu Yin with a true wisdom root. Lu Yin's eyes lit up, and he quickly put the wisdom root away with a satisfied smile. Alliance leader Lu, here are 20 billion star essence. Take care of them. Hui Ji handed Lu Yin 10 cosmic rings with a pained expression. This was the Hui family. Any other family might not have been able to take out so much money at once. 20 billion star essence was already an outrageous amount. The Hui family sold wisdom roots, and they were smart themselves. They had accumulated so many resources over countless years, but now that Lu Yin had taken so much away, even Hui Ji's expression turned ugly. Lu Yin took the cosmic rings and saw that there were actually 10 of them. These rings were too small, and he despised them a little. Alliance leader Lu, I have a presumptuous request that I hope you can agree to, Hui Ji said. Lu Yin was in a good mood. Go ahead. Hui Ji coughed. I hope that Alliance Master Lu won't tell Elder Hui Kong about this transaction. Lu Yin looked at him and nodded. I don't want to make things difficult for you either. This is between me and the Hui family, and it has nothing to do with you. Hui Ji heaved a sigh of relief. Thank you, Alliance Master Lu. After finishing his trade with Hui Ji, Lu Yin went to the mountain range where Hui Kong was planted on the 10,000 Elephant Mountain. Hui Kong sat on the ground, wearing a straw hat, drinking wisdom root tea, very leisurely. When he saw Lu Yin walk over, he patted the ground beside him. Lu Yin smiled and sat down beside him. Brother, I'm leaving, Lu Yin said. To the Ku clan. Yes. Do you want me to accompany you? Worried that I'll be in danger. That won't happen. That old guy, the second Night King, is with you. The Ku family can't do anything to you, but we're all part of the 7 courts. Based on seniority, even Ku Pu has to call me ancestor. There's no need. Lu Yin laughed. I don't want to see Ku Pu crying. What do you mean by crying? You really don't know how to talk. I'm still far from death, Hui Kong grumbled. Lu Yin suddenly thought of something. Brother, does the Hui family have any tear dust? Hui Kong was astonished. Tear dust? Why are you asking? Do you want it? That thing is useless. Only tear dust is useful. Give me some, I'm interested in it, Lu Yin said, not bothering to explain. He had originally wanted to get some tear dust from Eben City, but that city might not have it. Although only tear dust was useful for planting wisdom roots, it was still an extremely rare material. The Hui family was more likely to have it. After all, the Hui family had been searching for it for many years. Hui Kong did not hesitate and stood up to leave. An hour later, he returned and tossed some tear dust to Lu Yin. Those fellows are too stingy. They only gave you this much. It's clearly useless. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. This was twice as much as the tear dust he had obtained before. Thank you, brother. He then took out a cosmic ring and tossed it to Hui Kong. Hui Kong subconsciously caught it, puzzled. The things here should be of some help to you, Lu Yin said. Hui Kong frowned. What do you mean? Are you making a deal with me? Of course not. Isn't it normal for a younger brother to give something to his older brother? Hui Kong rubbed his bald head. All right, since you're willing to give it to me, I'll accept it. Not long after, Lu Yin left. Hui Kong looked at the items in the cosmic ring, tear dust. Lu Yin had not given all of it to Hui Ji, leaving some for Hui Kong. After leaving the Hui family, Lu Yin and the second Night King arrived at the land of Spirit Void. Ku Pu led a group of cultivators from the Ku family to welcome Lu Yin. When Lu Yin had first appeared in progenitor Chen's tomb, he had been surrounded by the 7 courts. Everyone had looked at him with scrutiny, but now, their gazes had changed. Ku Pu had been very hostile to him, but now, he was the most polite one. Alliance Master Lu, welcome to the land of Spirit Void. Ku Pu stepped forward and smiled courteously. Lu Yin was very polite as well. It's my honor to be able to visit the cultivation grounds of progenitor Ku's descendants. He then looked at the 2 elders beside Ku Pu. One was an ordinary emissary who was about the same level as Ling Qiu, but the other elder's aura was as deep as the ocean. Only someone with a power level of 1,000,000 could give Lu Yin such a feeling. As expected of the 7 courts, the Xia family had a half-ancestor, the Hui family had Hui Kong, and the Ku family also had this elder. This was the strength of the 3 hands of darkness. The 7 courts could probably gather 5 powerhouses with a power level of 1,000,000 and one half-ancestor. They also had 6 or 7 emissaries, which was the strength that had protected progenitor Chen's tomb. With the Great Eastern Alliance's current power level, they would not be able to take down the 7 courts in a direct confrontation. This was after the Yu family had disappeared and the Yu family had split up. One could imagine how terrifying the 7 courts had been at their peak. Of the 3 hands of darkness, the 7 court strength was about the same as burial gardens. Burial Garden also had a half-ancestor and 4 captains of the Dead Man Regiment, each of whom had a power level of over 1,000,000. This was a true colossus, and in comparison, the Great Eastern Alliance still had a long way to go. This is an elder of my Ku family, Ku Rong. Ku Pu saw Lu Yin look at the elder with the deep aura and hurriedly introduced him. Ku Rong had been staring at Lu Yin the entire time, and when he heard Ku Pu's introduction, he slowly said, as expected of a supreme of the younger generation. Even us old fellows can't see through you. Lu Yin smiled. Senior, what are you trying to see through? Ku Rong shook his head and sighed. I can't see through anything. If my Ku family's juniors were even half as talented as you, Alliance Master Lu, the Ku family wouldn't have to worry about anything. These words caused Ku Lei to turn red, but there was nothing he could do. Lu Yin had become an emissary, and the Lu Yin that Ku Rong saw now was completely different from before. He felt as if he was facing an unparalleled powerhouse. Although Lu Yin had been terrifying in the past, he had never given off such a feeling. They were no longer on the same level. Lu Yin smiled. Senior, you flatter me. I've exchanged blows with Ku Lei before, and we've both fought in the mountain and sea realm. He's not weak, and his name is known throughout the universe. Ku Rong shook his head, unwilling to speak any further. Instead, he looked at the second Night King behind Lu Yin and frowned. Whether it was in terms of seniority or strength, the second Night King surpassed Ku Rong and Hui Kong. However, when he stood behind Lu Yin, people would unconsciously overlook him. This was a terrifying phenomenon, as it meant that Lu Yin's radiance was enough to cover up his own lack of strength. This was even more terrifying than Lu Yin's power level. Alliance Master Lu, please introduce the Mr. behind you, Ku Rong said. The second Night King looked up at Ku Rong. In that instant, Ku Rong felt a sense of pressure, and his expression changed. Lu Yin raised a hand and waved. The second Night King's body suddenly vanished. There's nothing much to introduce. He's just a loser who wanted to come to the Neoverse but couldn't, Lu Yin said. Senior, this junior is very interested in the spirit void land. Can you show this junior around? He had completely ignored Ku Pu, the family leader. In terms of understanding of ancestor Ku, no one could compare to an old fellow like Ku Rong. The only value the Ku family had to Lu Yin was ancestor Ku's inheritance. Ku Pu was worthless. Ku Pu did not mind, and he stood to the side and watched quietly. Ku Rong nodded. If Alliance Master Lu is interested, then as long as you don't mind this old man walking too slowly, I'll show you around. Thank you, Senior, Lu Yin said. The spirit void land was filled with star energy, and all living things thrived there. The environment was beautiful, but due to the frequent lightning strikes, many withered trees littered the land. These trees were not cleared away and were instead left behind. The older the tree, the more valuable it was, as it was the raw material used to create the time-withered tree. There was a crackling sound, and even though it was a clear day with no clouds in sight, a sudden bolt of lightning struck down and destroyed an ancient tree, setting it ablaze. I heard from Ku Wei that the spirit void land is filled with lightning all year round without any warning. It seems that it's true. Senior, where does this lightning come from? Lu Yin asked as he followed Ku Rong around the spirit void land. Ku Rong replied, it's just a natural phenomenon. It's not that mysterious. Is that so? Lu Yin looked at the burning trees in the distance. Just a natural phenomenon. How was that possible? This lightning had come so suddenly that Ku Rong had not even noticed it. With his strength, he could easily dodge even an astral calamity, let alone a mere lightning strike. However, since Ku Rong did not want to talk about it, Lu Yin did not ask further. Alliance Master Lu, I heard from the juniors that you've learned that things can only move in the opposite direction when they reach an extreme? Ku Rong asked directly. Lu Yin replied, that's right. Senior should know that I've been to another region of space where I learned that things can only move in the opposite direction when they reach an extreme. I also saw the spirit void temple where the desolate ancestor once lived. Can you tell me more about it? Ku Rong asked without much emotion. Lu Yin did not hide anything and told Ku Rong about what he had encountered in the withered glory realm, especially the mutual destruction method he had used on the battlefield and the struggle in the spirit void temple. The experience was not complicated, and he finished quickly. Ku Rong laughed. I didn't think that those people would still think that the desolate ancestor was the weakest and place him closer to the center. Thank you. Starstamper fanboy. Thank you for your support. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1931. Senior, you seem to be familiar with the location of the Mother Tree's canopy. Ku Rong replied, I've been there and heard of it. Lu Yin understood. The stowaways had been there before, and so had his senior brother. He didn't know how many of the other half-ancestors had been there, but perhaps all of them had. When I arrived at the Withered Glory domain, the frigid immortal sect and the Wang family's juniors all said that Ancestor Ku was the weakest progenitor and that the secret techniques he created were all healing techniques. In terms of healing, even progenitor Chen's avatar surpassed Ancestor Ku, Lu Yin said with a sigh. Ku Rong laughed. Alliance Master Lu, I'm already old, and I'm not that hot-blooded. Your words won't provoke you Wang, who I want to refute. Lu Yin pursed his lips. These old fellows were troublesome, their mentality was too stable. I know what you want to know. In fact, no one has ever really wanted to know about our ancestors. Since Alliance Master Lu is interested, I won't hide anything from you, Ku Rong said. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. Please speak, Senior. Ku Rong clasped his hands behind his back. Lightning fell from the sky and ignited a mountain fire. This scene was too normal. My ancestor's original name was Ku Jia. It's a very ordinary name, but it's also a bit humiliating. Because my ancestor's body was withered when he was born, he was discriminated against. Even his own parents didn't want to come into contact with him, so he got this name. As for his innate talent, Ku Rong smiled bitterly, it was also very poor. Lu Yin was shocked. The desolate ancestor's cultivation talent was poor. He had never experienced such a feeling before. He had always been synonymous with extraordinary talent. But so what if he wasn't talented enough? He never gave up. Even if the path of cultivation was full of obstacles, he never gave up. He never accepted his fate. My ancestor changed when he started practicing withering meditation. Withered Zen wasn't created by the ancestor himself, it was passed down from ancient times. It wasn't a very powerful technique, but it was very suitable for the ancestor's state of mind. Because he practiced withered Zen, the ancestor almost died in meditation. In the end, he understood that when things reach an extreme, they will move in the opposite direction. If he hadn't understood that, he would have turned into a fossil. Lu Yin was shocked. He could not imagine how much willpower a person would have to have cultivated a technique to the point where he was close to becoming a fossil. In the cultivation world, the strong preyed on the weak. It was filled with blood, plunder, and slaughter. Back then, when Lu Yin had used things will develop in the opposite direction and caused his body to become like that, he had attracted a lot of vigilance and hostility. Needless to say, desolate ancestor had been like that since he was born. His perseverance was beyond imagination. It was as if Lu Yin could see a withered youth struggling to endure year after year. When things reach an extreme, they will move in the opposite direction. He created an unprecedented saint technique, which allowed ancestor to possess a normal physical body for the first time. It was also the first time he saw himself in his normal state, and it was also the first time he walked down the street like a normal person. From then on, Ancestor Chen left everyone in the dust. During that era, Ancestor Chen's unparalleled brilliance illuminated the world, and the Daosaur sect dominated the universe. The symbol progenitor Wushang, the Lu family, the Wang family, the Bai family, and many other geniuses had yet to become progenitors, but their names had already spread throughout the universe. At this point, Ku Rong's tone became even more impassioned. It's not that Ancestor couldn't compete with them, but he wasn't willing to. With Ancestor's personality, he preferred to keep a low profile. Ancestor Chen is invincible and the talisman ancestor is mysterious. They all broke through to the ancestor layer one after another. All the great clans and sects are waiting to see who will be the next ancestor layer, but nobody would have thought that the Ku ancestor would be the next ancestor layer. He's just an ordinary cultivator, and the reason why the ancestor layer can break through to the ancestor layer is because he's extremely strong. Ku Rong stared at Lu Yin. When things reach an extreme, they can only move in the opposite direction. The opportunity to break through to the ancestor layer is also the fundamental reason why my Ku family was able to exist. Without this technique, ancestor would have died long ago, and my Ku family would no longer exist. Alliance leader Lu, ancestor's story isn't very exciting, and it's just like his personality. He's very low-key, but his contributions aren't any worse than anyone else's. During the war between the 5th and 6th mainlands, Ancestor didn't appear because he killed his way into the Eternals by himself. Lu Yin was shocked. The Eternals. Ku Rong closed his eyes, and a pained expression appeared on his face. That's right. Ancestor killed his way into the Eternals by himself and never returned. If there's anyone who understood Ancestor during that era, it would be the Eternals. Although Ancestor's name never spread throughout the universe, his opponents weren't weak, especially the Eternals. Ancestors' opponents were the 7 sky gods, and only the 7 sky gods were qualified to fight against Ancestor. Lu Yin had never expected Ku Rong to disappear in such a manner. What about the ruler's realm's spirit void temple? It said that Ku Rong died there. Ku Rong shook his head. There's no Ancestor there. Perhaps it's his disciple, but Ancestor himself charged into the Eternals, and his fate is a mystery. Why did Ku Rong charge into the Eternals? Lu Yin did not understand. Even progenitor Qin, the symbol progenitor, and the powerhouses from the Lu, Wang, and Bai families had not done so, so why had Ku Rong done so? I don't know. Us descendants are useless, and we can't even find out if Ancestor is dead or alive, Ku Rong said bitterly. Just as Ku Rong had said, Ku Rong had been too low-key. Even though he had been a progenitor, he had not had much of a presence during that dazzling era. If Axian Nu had not told Lu Yin about this, Lu Yin would not have known that Ku Rong was one of the 9 mountains and 8 seas. What kind of concept was the 9 mountains and 8 seas? Only absolute powerhouses were qualified to occupy such a place, and it was not something that anyone who had become a progenitor could occupy. During the era of the Dao Source sect, the 5th mainland had been overseen by progenitors all year round, and there had even been more than one. However, the 9 mountains and 8 seas had been empty most of the time, and they had only been fully occupied during progenitor Chen's era. Lu Yin could imagine how shocked the 5th and 6th mainlands had been when Ku Rong had become a progenitor. When Ku Rong had occupied the 9 mountains and 8 seas, those people had been so shocked that they had doubted their lives. Since Ku Rong had been able to occupy one of the 9 mountains and 8 seas, he had been an absolute genius that could not be erased from that era. He had been a low-key, unconventional genius. It was unimaginable that no one would pay attention to someone who had cultivated to the progenitor realm, but Ku Rong had done it. If what Ku Rong had said was true, then Ku Rong had killed his way into the Eternals alone. His contributions would not be any less than progenitor Chen's, and he might even be more respected. Ku Rong looked at Lu Yin solemnly. Alliance Master Lu, I know that my Ku family does not have a selfless relationship with you, and I've heard from Ku Pu that there have been some disagreements between us in the past. However, I would still like to shamelessly ask Alliance Master Lu for advice. No matter what the conditions are, as long as my Ku family can afford it, please feel free to state them. I'm not good at doing business, and I only wish to exchange sincerity for sincerity. Lu Yin was troubled. This old man was indeed very sincere, and it was not easy to make a deal with such a person. Hui Ji had hidden the truth from Hui Kong, which meant that he had hidden the true root of wisdom. Lu Yin could make a deal with such a person, and he could even brazenly raise his conditions and test the waters. However, the more sincere a person was, the more difficult it would be to deal with them. Ku Rong, in particular, had gained Lu Yin's respect for him. It was no wonder why Ku Pu had not come forward. The two of them had had some disagreements in the past, and if Ku Rong had come forward, the Ku family would have either been left in suspense, or they would have asked for an exorbitant price. Senior, I'd like to ask something. How do you teach me? Lu Yin asked. Ku Rong was stunned. Teach me the way you cultivate. But I don't know how to cultivate either. Lu Yin was helpless. Ku Rong stared into Lu Yin's eyes, but Lu Yin did not avoid his gaze. Instead, he looked back at Ku Rong with a calm gaze. Alliance Master Lu, do you really not know how to teach me? Ku Rong did not really believe Lu Yin, but he was also unsure. Lu Yin shook his head. I've already explained the process of how I learned it. It came from a piece of jade, and it was directly engraved into my mind like an instinct. However, I don't really know how to teach it. How should I put it? Senior should know that the Yo secret art can only be passed down to a single person, and some secret techniques can't even be passed down to others. I've also learned a battle technique. Lu Yin raised his hand, and a blazing sun appeared. This battle technique is very easy to learn, but no one has been able to successfully learn it. This is because a special power is required to learn it. Ku Rong frowned. After cultivating for so long, how could he not know about this situation? In fact, he had already considered the problem of whether or not he could learn it. Regardless of whether or not Lu Yin could learn it, he would have told Lu Yin the same thing. Now, the worst-case scenario had appeared. Alliance Master Lu, I've heard about the One family situation, Ku Rong said. Lu Yin raised a brow. If Alliance Master Lu wants to use the Yo secret art to bait my Ku family, then it's meaningless. My Ku family can only give Alliance Master Lu so much, Ku Rong said in a low voice. Lu Yin shrugged. Senior, do you want me to swear an oath? Ku Rong looked deeply at Lu Yin and then shook his head helplessly. I don't have the qualifications to make Alliance Master Lu swear an oath, and Alliance Master Lu doesn't need to swear an oath to my Ku family either. Fate is determined by the heavens, and it seems that my Ku family is destined to never obtain the power of our ancestors. Lu Yin had no other choice. He truly didn't know how to pass it down to someone else. Before coming here, he had only wanted to bait the Ku family, just like how he had baited the Wen family. However, in front of someone like Ku Rong, he could only tell the truth. Most importantly, he had been influenced by Ancestor Ku. If what Ku Rong had said was true, then Ancestor Ku was an obscure hero who had kept a low profile and made great contributions. However, he hadn't received the treatment that he deserved and hadn't left his name in history. Lu Yin couldn't deal with the descendant of such a person without restraint. Ku Rong sighed. Alliance Master Lu, I have something else to say. He looked at the distant mountain fire that was gradually extinguishing. You asked me where that lightning came from, and I can tell you. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. That lightning came from the time-withering tree. Time-withering tree. Lu Yin was astonished. He suddenly remembered that it was a treasure of the Ku family. Back in the Outerverse, when the Day-Night clan had attacked, Ku Wei had relied on the time-withering tree to protect himself. In progenitor Chen's tomb, Ku Lei had also relied on the time-withering tree to protect himself, allowing him to survive the giant emperor's attack. The 7 courts each had their own treasures, and the Ku family's was the time-withering tree. That lightning came from the time-withering tree left behind by our ancestor. That tree contains his power, Ku Rong said solemnly. Lu Yin was shocked. Ancestor Ku's power. Ku Rong nodded. Alliance Master Lu is well aware of our ancestor's strength. I'm thinking that perhaps this time tree left behind by our ancestor will remind Alliance Master Lu of how things can only move in the opposite direction when they reach an extreme. This is the greatest sincerity of the Ku family. Lu Yin was very, very moved. This was the power of the desolate ancestor. Even an ordinary progenitor was still a progenitor, and the items that he had left behind would allow him to protect himself even against a half-ancestor. I'd be lying if I said that I didn't want it, but I really don't know how to pass it down to someone else. Lu Yin was bitter, and his tone was filled with reluctance. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1932. Lu Yin's words caused Ku Rong's heart to sink, as even Ancestor Ku's power vessel could not move Lu Yin. Either Lu Yin's appetite was too big, and the Ku family could not afford it, or he really did not know how to pass down the inheritance. Compared to the former, Ku Rong believed in the latter more. If it was so easy to pass down the inheritance, then Ancestor Ku would have left it behind, and it was impossible that his disciple did not know how to do it. What a pity. Senior, is Ancestor Ku's time-withering wood for sale? Lu Yin suddenly asked. This junior can exchange for it with some good stuff. Ku Rong was not in a good mood. Alliance leader Lu, please rest well. I'll take my leave now. As for Ancestor Ku's power vessel, I'm naturally not selling it. He then looked back at Lu Yin. With Alliance leader Lu's current cultivation, you might not be able to pass down the inheritance, but that might not be impossible in the future. I hope that Alliance leader Lu can give my Ku family hope, and my family will treat you with sincerity. He then stepped into the void and left. Lu Yin pursed his lips. This old man was probably in a bad mood. After Ku Rong left, Ku Pu arrived. Given Lu Yin's status, it was only right for Ku Pu to receive him. Ku Pu already knew that things could not be passed down, but he still treated Lu Yin very well. The Ku family needed hope, and Lu Yin was willing to give it to them. This was different from the one family hanging around, as that was a literal literary prison. Here, however, there was only hope. Ku Pu had forgotten his past disagreements with Lu Yin, and he brought Lu Yin around the spirit void land. He also told Lu Yin about Ancestor Ku, and the two of them occasionally mentioned Ku Wei. Ku Wei was the only link between the Ku family and Lu Yin. Aside from that, there were only benefits. Ku Pu would never have dreamed that he would one day use Ku Wei to form a relationship with someone else. Fortunately, he had agreed to let Ku Wei go. Otherwise, his relationship with Lu Yin would be like that of the Xia family, and it would be difficult to salvage the situation. Lu Yin and the second Night King stayed in the spirit void land, and Lu Yin was very interested in the thunder. It was born from Ancestor Ku's time-withering wood, and although it was not very powerful, it could continuously produce time-withering wood. It was a treasure trove. The next day, Lu Yin declined Ku Pu's offer to bring him around the spirit void land and walked alone. In the sky, lightning suddenly appeared and fell, bombarding the river. Lu Yin appeared, squatted down, and dipped a hand into the river. He felt a slight tingling sensation, but it was not very powerful. It did not even have the destructive power of an enlighter, and he could not sense anything special about it. Another bolt of lightning struck in the distance. Lu Yin tore through the void and left. Lu Yin's whereabouts couldn't be hidden from the Ku family. Ku Pu stood respectfully behind Ku Rong and looked in Lu Yin's direction. Elder, is there really no way to teach this child that when things reach an extreme, they will move in the opposite direction? Ku Pu couldn't help but ask. Ku Rong was helpless. I don't know. I can't see through it. Ku Pu frowned. The dignified Seven Courts Ku family couldn't even deal with the youngster. It was truly sullen. It doesn't matter whether or not he can teach it now. When things reach an extreme, they can only move in the opposite direction. As long as he continues to grow, he might be able to teach it in the future. That child has a very high chance of reaching the same level as Ku Zu. We have to be on good terms with him, said Ku Rong solemnly. Ku Pu was shocked. He can reach the ancestors' level. Ku Rong looked at Ku Pu. The Sword Sect's attitude directly reflected the Great Eastern Alliance's attitude, or rather, Lu Yin's attitude. She had contacted Lu Yin many times, but he had never expressed his support for the Yo Court. It had been impossible in the past, and it was impossible now as well, unless she told him everything. Could she tell him? Madame Yu was apprehensive and anxious. The current Lu Yin was completely different from when she had first contacted him. Back then, she had wanted to join the Great Eastern Alliance because Lu Yin had great influence and background. However, he did not have the strength to directly threaten her, which made him safer than the Sword Sect. Now, however, Lu Yin was far more dangerous than the Sword Sect. If the Yo Court had still been the Yo Court of the past, then she would not have provoked Lu Yin even if the Sword Sect threatened her. However, everything had changed. The Yo Court had been controlled by the Sword Sect, and Yo Year had even been imprisoned by them. If she had not participated in the war against the astral beast domain, then Yo would not have been able to regain her freedom. Now, the Yo court was not planning on who to protect, but rather how to survive. The situation had changed too quickly, and Madame Yu was at a loss. At that moment, her gadget rang, and she glanced at it in shock. It was actually Luin. Yo she saw it as well. Mother, Luin. Madame Yu gestured for silence, took a deep breath, and accepted the call. Alliance Master, you were looking for me. Luin, who was walking through the spirit void, looked at the extinguished flames in front of him and asked, "How have you been recently? Has the sword sect made things difficult for you?" Madame Yu did not understand why Luin was asking this, as it was impossible for him to not know about the sword sect situation. What were his plans? It's the same as before, Madame Yu replied. Luin was now far more terrifying than the sword sect, and she was subconsciously on guard. However, because of the current situation, she could not get rid of Luin. This made her feel conflicted, and she did not know how to continue the conversation. Luin could hear the resistance in her voice. "All right, I understand. That's all." He then hung up. He wanted to know more about the netherworld ancestor, but Madame Yu might not necessarily tell him the truth. The wariness in her voice told Luin that it would take some effort to obtain the information he needed. Since that was the case, he decided to let the sword sect do it for him. Luin was about to contact Lu Qianjue and have the sword sect pressure the Yo court. However, Madame Yu suddenly called him. "Alliance Master, can you help us?" When she said this, Madame Yu was filled with helplessness, and her face was pale. In front of her, Yo clenched her fists, feeling just as sullen. The current situation was very unfavorable for them, and if they were not careful, they would follow in the Yu family's footsteps. Luin was puzzled. "Didn't you say that it's the same as before? Then it should be fine." Madame Yu whispered, "It's not the Yo court. It's the Yu family." Luin did not understand. "Explain." Madame Yu muttered to herself for a moment. Before the astral beast domain invaded, there was a strange change in Burial Garden. It was said that the 7 sky gods attacked, and it even led to Mystery Ancestor's betrayal. The one who lured the 7 sky gods into Burial Garden was Hidden Weep. Hidden Weep? Luin was confused at first, but then he remembered. The Yu family. Yu Qin's younger brother. The Burial Garden Knight who used the sword sect's 13 swords to fight me in the mountain and sea realm. That's right. Madame Yu was not surprised that Luin knew about this. With Lu Yin's current status, he knew too much. His body was used as a coordinate to attract the 7 sky gods. After Burial Garden was sealed, the Hall of Honor launched an investigation into the Yu family, and the Interstellar Arbitration Court sealed off the Yu family. Perhaps the Yu family will face a great calamity. Alliance Master, I don't know if the Yu family has colluded with the Neo-Human Alliance, but I hope that Hidden Weep alone will not implicate the Yu family or the Yo court. Luin did not know much about the changes in Burial Garden. After Burial Garden had been sealed off, he had not paid much attention to this matter. He had not expected that Hidden Weep would be the source. So the rumor that the 7 courts had a spy is Hidden Weep? Luin asked. Madame Yu replied bitterly, I don't know, but the possibility is not high. The Neo-Human Alliance was able to enter progenitor Chen's tomb long before Hidden Weep was born. It shouldn't be him. That's why the Interstellar Arbitration Court is investigating the Yu family. Luin understood now. Hidden Weep might be a traitor, but he could not be the only one. Then, who was behind Hidden Weep? When Luin had left progenitor Chen's tomb, the 7 courts had guessed that the tomb had been targeted by someone from the Neo-Human Alliance. Because of this, Luin had gotten into an argument with Xia Yi. Now that he thought about it, the Yu family's patriarch, Yu Kursin, had spoken up for him. He had been a 5-star perceptive intermediate lockbreaker at the time, and lockbreakers were famous for being protective of their own. If no one from the Yu family had colluded with the Neo-Human Alliance, then he would have to repay this favor. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1933. Why should I help the Yu family? Lu Yin asked directly. He knew whether or not he should help Yu Kursin, but he couldn't say that to Madame Yu. Madame Yu bitterly replied, I don't know what the Yo court can give you. The Yo court had been imprisoned in the sword sect, and regardless of whether they were willing or not, they were still considered part of the Great Eastern Alliance. They should listen to Lu Yin, but she couldn't think of any price to pay in exchange for his help. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. I want to know why you broke up the Yu family, as well as the secret of the Yo secret. Madame Yu wasn't surprised, as this was the only price they could pay to attract the sword sect and Lu Yin's help. Across from her, Yo Yi pursed her lips and looked at Madame Yu. This was the only path in front of them, as they didn't know if the Yu family would be able to survive this calamity. Even if they did, the Yo court would be destroyed by Lu Yin, so they had no other choice. Madame Yu muttered to herself for a moment and then sighed. Alliance leader, we broke away from the Yu family because of the Yo secret. The Yo secret is passed down to a single person. It's called a secret technique, but actually... Madame Yu fell silent. She didn't want to reveal this secret, but was it really okay to keep it a secret? She had asked Lu Yin many times, but he hadn't agreed to help them. This might be the last time, and if he didn't help, then the Yo court and even the Yo secret might be gone. What was the point of keeping this secret then? They had broken away from the Yu family precisely because this secret might have been leaked. Since it had been leaked, it didn't matter if Lu Yin knew. Actually, the Yo secret isn't just a secret technique, it's also a treasure trove of time, Madame Yu said each word with a solemn expression. When she said this, she actually relaxed. Yo Yi closed her eyes. This secret had finally been revealed. Back in the spirit void, Lu Yin raised his head. What? What treasure trove of time? Madame Yu replied, the Yo secret art was created by our Yu family's ancient ancestor, the Netherworld ancestor. It doesn't have any offensive, defensive, or recovery abilities. Although it's called a secret art, it's actually useless in battle. At most, it can only hide the cultivator's age. Yi's strength didn't increase because of the Yo secret art, but because she already possessed such strength, but it was hidden by the Yo secret art. What kind of secret technique is that? It's not a secret technique at all, it's a treasure trove. People who practice the Yo secret technique are lucky, or maybe it's because the time is up. Sometimes, people who practice the Yo secret technique can obtain battle skills from the Yo secret technique. Those battle skills are left behind by the Yo secret technique, such as Yi's murderous heart lotus during the sovereign competition. No wonder no one in the Fifth Mainland had ever heard of a battle technique called the killing heart lotus. Even the Yu family didn't have it. This was a battle technique that had displayed extraordinary splendor during the sovereign tournament. Countless people had searched for it, but to no avail. It turned out that it had been obtained from the Nether secret word. If it was left behind by the Nether ancestor, then it was definitely very ancient and powerful. Otherwise, it wouldn't have caught the eye of a progenitor. The Nether ancestor was an incomparably ancient progenitor, and Lu Yin wondered if he could compare to the Grim Reaper or Fate. For many years, because of the secret of the Yo secret technique, my Yu family has always been treading on thin ice. It's like there's a pair of eyes constantly watching us from the era of the Daosor sect to the era of the Hall of Honor. Every generation of people who practice the Yo secret technique and the head of the Yu family can sense it. We don't know who it is or where it comes from, but that pair of eyes, that chilling gaze, has never disappeared. Madame Yu's voice trembled. Because of this, we had no choice but to leave the Yu family and take away the Yu secret technique inheritance. What happened? What about them? Lu Yin asked. Madam Yu hesitated. It seems like there's nothing left, but there's also something else. We don't know, and we don't know if that pair of eyes is still watching us. We can't be sure. Didn't you think that staying in the 7 courts might be safer? After all, Xia Ji is a half-progenitor. Lu Yin didn't understand. Madam Yu bitterly replied, Xia Ji. He's a half-progenitor from the Xia family, and he has nothing to do with my Yu family. If the secret of the Yu secret technique is exposed, then Xia Ji might be the first to act against us. Lu Yin nodded, as Madam Yu was right. Xia Ji was unscrupulous, and it was highly likely that he would act against them. Then why are you telling me now? Aren't you afraid that I'll act against you? Lu Yin was curious. Madam Yu was dejected. Aside from telling you, we have no other choice. The Yu family is facing a crisis, and the Yu court has been imprisoned by the sword sect. So what if we guard the Yu secret technique? So what if we obtain a peerless battle technique from the Yu secret technique? We'll still be at the mercy of others. The Alliance Master underwent his origin tribulation and defeated progenitor Qin, who was at the same realm as him. Once he becomes a progenitor, he'll be unparalleled. Even the Netherworld progenitor might not be able to defeat the Alliance Master, let alone a mere Yu secret technique. No matter how extraordinary one's innate gift was, one's cultivation could not be too heterogeneous. Telling Lu Yin the secret of the Yu secret technique was better than letting the sword sect or someone else obtain it. Lu Yin had too many tricks up his sleeve, and he even had the legendary Death God's inheritance. He might not necessarily care about the Netherworld progenitor's battle technique. Madam Yu's guess was correct, as Lu Yin had no interest in the Yu secret technique. This was especially true for a technique that was only passed down through a single lineage. He didn't even know how dangerous it would be. So what if he obtained a battle technique from the Yu secret technique? He had too many battle techniques, including the Death God's inheritance, Progenitor Chen's reverse step, the symbol progenitor's universal evolution scripture, and so on. He also had the 9 cauldrons fusion, which was said to be invincible. I'm not interested in the Yu secret technique, but I want to know more about the Netherworld progenitor, Lu Yin said. Madam Yu relaxed when she heard that Lu Yin wasn't interested in the Yu secret technique. However, when she heard about the Netherworld progenitor, she was puzzled. Alliance Master, are you interested in the progenitor? Tell me everything about the Netherworld progenitor, Lu Yin said. He realized that ever since he had undergone his origin tribulation, he had reached the progenitor realm instead of the envoys and half-progenitors. He had the strength of progenitor Chen's 9 clones, the experiences of progenitor Ku, and now, the Netherworld progenitor. Madam Yu was put in a difficult position. Alliance Master, the Netherworld progenitor is too ancient. During that era, the 6 continents didn't seem to have shattered. We only guessed that he was a descendant of the Netherworld progenitor, but we have no proof. The only thing we can rely on is the Yu secret technique. We don't know much about the Netherworld progenitor, and all we know is that he belongs to the 2nd continent and has a name, the multiform Netherworld. The multiform Netherworld. This was the first time Lu Yin had heard of such a name. What about his technique? What technique does the Netherworld progenitor have that everyone knows about? I really don't know, Madam Yu said helplessly. I know, Yo Year said. Madam Yu looked at her daughter in astonishment, as she hadn't expected her to interrupt. Yo Year. Lu Yin was astonished. Madam Yu looked at Yo Year with confusion. Yo Year walked over to Madam Yu and spoke into her gadget. The technique that the Netherworld progenitor cultivates is called the demonic scripture. It's an all-encompassing technique that she created by collecting countless techniques. The murderous heart lotus originated from one of the chapters in the demonic scripture. I don't know anything else. What about the undying scripture? Luin suddenly asked. Yo-Year was puzzled. The undying scripture. I don't know, but I think I've heard of it before. Madame Yu was astonished. The legendary ancient scripture from the Starfall Sea. It said that cultivators are immortal, and it was obtained by someone from the outerverse. The Xia family even sent people to the outerverse to obtain it. Right, it's the Great Yu Empire. Is this related to the Netherworld progenitor? Her tone didn't sound like she was faking it. Lu Yin looked up and saw a bolt of lightning descend. It was less than 10 meters away from him, illuminating his face. Alliance Master, we've said everything that needs to be said. Please help the Yu family, Madame Yu pleaded. Yo-Year added, please help the Yu family, Alliance Master. If Year obtains any battle techniques or techniques from the Yo secret symbol, I will definitely tell you. I won't hide anything from you. Luin asked, does the Yu family have any information related to the Netherworld progenitor? For example, places, rumors, items left behind, and so on. Madame Yu replied, the reason why our Yu family has been recognized as the Netherworld progenitor's descendants is because of the Yo secret symbol. However, the only thing that is as ancient as the Yo secret symbol is the Great Styx River. During the era of the Daosaur sect, our Yu family lived at the center of the Great Styx River, and this history can be traced back to an even more ancient era. Our Yu family has lived on the Great Styx River since the beginning of our recorded history, and this has never changed. Lu Yin replied, got it. He then hung up. The 7 quartz contained 7 secret techniques that could be traced back to ancient times, allowing one to contact 7 progenitors. Lu Yin currently knew that the Yu family's Netherworld progenitor, the Ku family's Ku progenitor, the Su family's Su Wang Tian, the Hui family's Hui progenitor, and the Xia family's progenitor Qin. As for which progenitor the Shi family and the Yu family were connected to, Lu Yin wasn't sure. His harvest from this trip to the 7 quartz had been much greater than he had expected, and he would definitely have to visit the Yu family next. Should he visit the Shi family or the Su family? The irreconcilable hatred between the Shi family and the Spectre clan piqued Lu Yin's interest. Their legacy was the Bone Sea, and Lai Gu's body-strengthening battle technique was quite interesting. Although they were currently the weakest in the 7 quartz, they had once clashed with the Spectre clan, and they had definitely not been weak at their peak. In fact, they might have even been second only to the Xia family. As for the Su family, Lu Yin was also interested in their legacy technique, battle strategy theory. Qiong Shi had mentioned that back in Myriad City, Xu San had used battle strategy theory to imitate the drunkard's battle technique, the 3 yin-yang immortals technique, and he had learned the starting technique. Ancestor Su Wang Tian had also created the Su secret symbol, and he had not forgotten the scene of him receiving the secret technique's inheritance. Ha ha ha, I, Su Wang Tian, have observed chess, played chess, retracted chess, and comprehended chess for hundreds of thousands of years. Finally, I created the secret technique, Scattered Stars Chess. Throughout the entire universe, only I, Su Wang Tian, can retract my chess moves. A person's life cannot be regretted, but I, Su Wang Tian, will do so. Only I, Su Wang Tian, can repent. My secret symbol, Scattered Stars Chess. When Lu Yin had first heard these words, he had felt Su Wangtian's arrogance and shamelessness. Now that he thought about it, these words were filled with tyranny. What Su Wangtian regretted was not what he had done, but what had happened in the past. There was a fundamental difference. A person's life could not be regretted because time had already passed, but Su Wangtian could. Did this mean that he could reverse time? When the Su secret symbol was used, the universe was the chessboard, and people and objects were the chess pieces. The layout was so vast that it surpassed all the secret techniques Lu Yin had seen before. However, it was still far from being able to retract a chess move. To retract a chess move, one had to be linked to time. Lu Yin's understanding of the secret symbol was still insufficient. If possible, he really wanted to go to the Su family's chessboard and try to comprehend it again. Was that even possible? Lu Yin looked forward to it. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1934. The next day, Ku Pu came looking for Lu Yin. Alliance leader Lu, I might not be able to entertain you. How about letting my son, Ku Lei, take care of you for the next few days? Lu Yin smiled. If the family head has anything to do, please go ahead. There's no need for anyone to entertain me. Besides, I'm leaving. Alliance leader Lu, there's no need to rush. Stay in the land of spirit void for a few more days and let the Ku family host you. Ku Wei is your disciple, so we're family. Ku Pu smiled. How thick-skinned, Lu Yin thought. If he hadn't used the Lockbreaker Society's power to take Ku Wei as his disciple, Ku Lei would have killed him. That's right. Since we're family, there's no need for the family head to be so courteous. Since Ku Pu was smiling, Lu Yin was naturally courteous. Ku Pu's smile became even more brilliant. Hey, if it wasn't for the Yu family, I would have continued chatting with Alliance leader Lu. About the Yu family. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat, and he curiously asked, what happened to the Yu family? Ku Pu solemnly replied, some time ago, the Neo-Human Alliance's 7 sky gods used a set of coordinates to attack Burial Garden. In the end, Burial Garden was sealed and disappeared. That set of coordinates belonged to a former disciple of the Yu family, Quiet Weep. That disciple was clearly dead, but he was valued by Burial Garden and revived. No, that's not possible. He was saved by Burial Garden and taken in as a disciple. Now that I think about it, there are many suspicious points about his death. Who was the one who created the opportunity for him to enter Burial Garden? Is there a spy from the Neo-Human Alliance behind him? We need to investigate all of these, and the Yu family is the most suspicious. Interstellar Arbitration head Mu Tianluan is supervising, and the 7 courts are conducting an internal investigation. Today, we will be interrogating the Yu family. Lu Yin was shocked. So it's someone from the Yu family. When the witch spirit threw me into progenitor Chen's tomb, she relied on the coordinates. At that time, I already guessed that there were people from the Neo-Human Alliance within the 7 courts. I remember family head Xia Yi being very agitated, and to be honest, I suspected him. Ku Pu solemnly replied, we all suspected him. After all, Xia Yi was too agitated. But now, it seems that the Yu family is even more suspicious. If we can't find any evidence that the Yu family is colluding with the Neo-Human Alliance, what will the outcome be? Ku Pu shook his head. It's hard to say. The 7 courts were able to protect progenitor Chen's great tomb under the pressure of the Hall of Honor because the Hall of Honor is wary of our strength, but also because progenitor Chen's great tomb isn't worth the Hall of Honor waging war against us. After all, progenitor Chen's great tomb belongs to the Xia family, and the Hall of Honor controls the human domain. But now that the Neo-Human Alliance is involved, things are different. If we intentionally cover up for the Yu family, the Hall of Honor will definitely take action. Furthermore, the 7 courts would never allow anyone to collude with the Neo-Human Alliance. The Yu family is doomed this time. In the end, even if we can't prove that the Yu family colluded with the Neo-Human Alliance, the Yu family will still have to pay a heavy price. Every single member of the Yu family will be individually investigated, including the family head, Yu Kursin. They might even be taken to the Interstellar Arbitration Center for investigation. The entire Yu family will be torn apart. Lu Yin sighed. This is the consequence of colluding with the Neo-Human Alliance. Even if it's just a possibility, they'll still be implicated. The Divine Gu dynasty's young king Qing was also taken to the arbitration world for investigation because his subordinates colluded with the Neo-Human Alliance. Yes, you Kursin won't be able to escape, Ku Pu agreed. Patriarch Ku Pu, can I go with you? Lu Yin asked. Ku Pu was astonished, and his eyes flashed as he thought about the Yu court. The Yu family had been split apart, and the Yu court had originally been close to the sword sect. However, due to the Yo's secret symbol being exposed, they weren't having a good time either. However, logically speaking, the Great Eastern Alliance should be in charge of this matter. What was his goal? Is it inconvenient? Lu Yin asked. Ku Pu replied, of course not. Since Alliance leader Lu wants to go, then let's go together. Please. Please. Lu Yin brought the second Night King and followed Ku Pu out of the land of Spirit Void, heading towards the Great Underworld River. From a distance, the Great Underworld River looked like a mirror that stretched across the heavens. At the center of the river was the Yu family. The Ku family's land of Spirit Void wasn't far from the Great Underworld River, and they arrived in the blink of an eye. Alliance leader Lu, do you see that boat? Ku Pu asked. Lu Yin followed his gaze and saw a small wooden boat floating alone on the river's banks. There were even oars on the boat, and it looked rather old. It's a very ordinary boat, and it's very old, Lu Yin said. For some reason, when he looked at the boat, he felt as if he could see an old man sitting at the bow, leisurely rowing the boat while singing an unknown tune. The one who rowed this boat was originally an elder from the Yu family, and everyone called him Elder Yu. Now, he'll be investigated as well, Ku Pu said. He then boarded the boat. Alliance leader Lu, let's go. Lu Yin nodded and boarded the boat. The three of them then headed towards the center of the Great Underworld River. As they approached the Yu family, Ku Pu hesitated for a moment before taking out a cosmic ring and handing it to Lu Yin. Alliance leader Lu, you've come all the way to my Ku family, and the elder asked me to present a greeting gift. Please accept it. Lu Yin was surprised. Patriarch, you're treating me like an outsider. Ku Wei is my disciple, and we're family. There's no need for a greeting gift. Ku Pu smiled. It's precisely because we're family that I have to give it to you. In the future, Ku Wei will be in your care. Lu Yin accepted the cosmic ring, as he was just being polite. There's a piece of time withered wood inside, and it's the most ancient piece aside from the ancestors. Its defense can withstand attacks with a power level of 1,000,000, and it also has the unfathomable power of time. Ku Pu looked at the cosmic ring. To be honest, even as the patriarch, I don't have the qualifications to use it. Lu Yin was delighted, as he did not doubt Ku Pu's words. To the Ku family, the value of Lu Yin's possessions was too great. It was not impossible for them to give him such a precious piece of time-withered wood. Thank you, Patriarch. Please thank Elder Ku Rong for me, Lu Yin said. He was truly grateful, as this piece of time-withered wood was second only to the Ku family's hidden treasure. Ku Pu felt his heart ache, but he still smiled. Alliance leader Lu, there's no need to be so polite. We're family. Yes, we're family. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. The Seven Courts was truly a blessed land. He had obtained the wisdom root from the Hui family, and the Ku family had obtained the time-withered wood from the Ku family. He decided that he would definitely visit the Su and Shi families to see if he could obtain anything else. In the past, even if he wanted to visit the entire Seven Courts, they might not even bother with him. However, things were different now. If there were any benefits, he would take them and not let any of them go. It was a pity that the Xia family's enemies were against him, or else he would have tried to obtain the 9 clones technique. No, he was thinking too much. In the entire Xia family, only Xia Luo and Xia Ji knew the 9 clones technique, and no one else knew it. Right, there was also Starsabil. Luin secretly suppressed his desire, as he really wanted to learn the 9 clones technique. Because he had to receive Luin, Kupu was the last to arrive at the Yu family's residence. At this moment, there were not only thousands of cultivators from the other families of the 7 courts, but there were also hundreds of cultivators from the Interstellar Arbitration Center. Every corner of the Yu family's residence had been turned over. The Yu family's disciples were filled with grief and indignation as they were separated from each other. Every Yu family cultivator was monitored by 3 to 5 other cultivators, and there was no privacy at all. Clan leader Yu Kursin, daughter Yu Qin, elder Yu Ren and the others, a total of 12 or so people, formed a circle with their backs facing each other. Everyone was isolated. They could not see each other, nor could they hear the words of the people next to them. However, their every word and action could be seen by everyone in the surroundings. This was an investigation of the entire Yu family. It was very embarrassing for the Yu family, but it was unavoidable. This was only because the Hall of Honor was apprehensive of the 7 courts. Otherwise, the Yu family would have been collectively taken to the arbitration world, and no one knew what they would have gone through. Young King Qing hated Luin, especially when he found out that the second Night King had long since submitted to Luin. His hatred for Luin had reached a monstrous level, but after the trial at the arbitration world, he no longer dared to provoke Luin. One could only imagine how unforgettable his experience must have been. When Ku Pu arrived, the 6 family heads of the 7 courts were all present. There was also Mu Tianluan and Luin. No one had expected Luin to come. When Mu Tianluan saw Luin, his eyes flashed, and he smiled faintly. Alliance leader Lu, why have you come to the 7 courts? Right, I almost forgot that you've been to Progenitor Chen's tomb before. If I remember correctly, you were captured by the Neo-Human Alliance. Luin looked at Mu Tianluan, as this person made him uncomfortable. He had once supported the Day-Night clan and had even wanted to support them when the Great Eastern Alliance had joined forces with Leon's armada to attack the Day-Night clan. Later on, Mu Tianluan had repeatedly asked the Inquisitor to judge Lu Yin's cultivation of death qi. When it was confirmed that Lu Yin would not be affected by death qi, Mu Tianluan had also informed the unaging man, which had caused Lu Yin to be at a disadvantage in their dispute. If not for Mu Tianluan, Lu Yin's first trip to the Realm Mountains would have been much smoother. This person was very hostile towards Lu Yin. What are you trying to say? Just say it. I don't want to hear any nonsense, Lu Yin said. Hui Ji and the other family heads were astonished, as these two did not seem to get along. Mu Tianluan raised his brows. Alliance leader Lu, you seem to be dissatisfied with me. Lu Yin stared at Mu Tianluan. Not dissatisfied, but extremely dissatisfied. More accurately, I feel disgusted by you. Mu Tianluan's expression changed, and he became gloomy and filled with killing intent. How dare you insult the Inquisitor? A middle-aged man behind Mu Tianluan shouted at Lu Yin. Lu Yin frowned. Crack. There was a loud sound as the middle-aged man was sent flying. The second Night King had attacked, and the middle-aged man immediately fainted. Half of his face had been shattered, and he looked extremely miserable. Mu Tianluan was furious. You dare attack me, Lu Yin? Lu Yin calmly replied, I don't like people interrupting when I'm speaking. It's just a small lesson. Some people just can't see themselves clearly. Don't regret it when you're dead. Mu Tianluan's eyes narrowed, and his gaze turned cold. Is Alliance leader Lu threatening me? I'm an Inquisitor of the Interstellar Tribunal. Does Alliance leader Lu know what crime it is to threaten an Inquisitor? Lu Yin sneered. Then do you know what crime it is to slander a director? Mu Tianluan's eyelids twitched, but he did not speak. Hui Ji smiled. The two of you are here to jointly interrogate the Yu family. Please calm down and take a seat. It wouldn't be good if others saw this as a joke. Lu Yin smiled nonchalantly and walked to his designated seat. Elder Yu, do you know anything about hidden weep? Hui Ji asked another person, the elder of the Yu family. Lu Yin looked over and saw a kind-looking old man with a tired face. His hands were full of calluses. He was the owner of the wooden ship. Hidden weep. That's a good kid, Elder Yu said in a hoarse voice, as if he didn't understand the situation. His words left Hui Ji speechless. A good kid. A good kid would betray humanity. Elder Yu, you have to understand the situation. Hidden weep betrayed humanity. He's a traitor. Mu Tianluan shouted. Elder Yu looked up in shock. A traitor? No way, he's still a kid. Mu Tianluan frowned and looked at Hui Ji. This old man was pretending to be stupid. At that moment, Lu Yin spoke up, Elder, why would you say that Hidden Weep is a good kid? Mu Tianluan was dissatisfied. Alliance Master Lu, Hidden Weep betrayed humanity and provided the coordinates to the burial garden. You can't be thinking that this kind of person isn't a traitor, right? Lu Yin calmly replied, what does my question have to do with you? Just shut up and listen. Mu Tianluan was furious, as Lu Yin wasn't giving him any face at all. Xia Ahua smiled. Alliance Master Lu is so domineering. Ku Pu, Hui Ji, and the rest exchanged glances. Lu Yin was indeed becoming more and more domineering, and he wasn't giving Mu Tianluan any face at all. Xia Yi spoke up for the first time. Alliance Master Lu, you're also a lockbreaker. Did that make you think highly of the Yu family? Don't forget that when this kid was brought out of progenitor Chen's tomb, Yu Kursen spoke up for him just because he was a lockbreaker. Mu Tianluan's eyes trembled. Are you referring to the time when Alliance Master Lu was captured by the Neo-Human Alliance? That's right. Alliance Master Lu was captured by the Neo-Human Alliance, Xia Yi said. The two echoed each other, trying to prove that Lu Yin was related to the Neo-Human Alliance. Even if he wasn't controlled by the death energy, he might not be able to shake off the Neo-Human Alliance's connection. Although this wouldn't cause any real harm to Lu Yin, it would at least make him bear the suspicion that he was related to the Neo-Human Alliance. Of course, this was still useless, and Ku Pu and the rest felt that they were just trying to disgust Lu Yin. Lu Yin crossed his legs. An idiot and a piece of trash, yet you're still trying to echo each other. What did you say? Xia Yi was furious. Mu Tianluan stood up and gritted his teeth. Alliance Master Lu, you've already been implicated in a personal attack. I will lodge a complaint against you at the Interstellar Arbitration Center. I'm the presiding judge, and Xia Yi is also the Xia family's leader. Lu Yin rolled his eyes. I'm talking about an idiot and a piece of trash. What does that have to do with you? You're blaming me for what you said. You. Xia Yi also stood up and glared at Lu Yin. Alright, everyone, don't forget the purpose of our joint trial, Hui Ji said in a low voice. He then looked at Mu Tianluan. Presiding judge, is this how you casually interrupt a suspect's trial in the Interstellar Arbitration Center? Mu Tianluan stared at Hui Ji with an unfriendly gaze, as Hui Ji's words were quite rude. Brother Xia, you should sit down. To be honest, you can't beat Alliance Master Lu, Xia Ahua said with a smile, her words angering Xia Yi. Ku Pu added, Brother Xia, we're from the 7 courts. Don't forget. Xia Yi glared at Lu Yin and sat down helplessly. The Xia family was the head of the 7 courts, but that didn't mean that the other families would listen to them. They could listen to Xia Ji, but it had nothing to do with Xia Yi. Xia Yi was only the leader on the surface and could be removed at any time. Alliance Master Lu, please continue your questions, Huiji said politely. Lu Yin nodded and looked at Elder Yu. Elder, you can speak now. Why is Yochi a good kid? Elder Yu was facing Mu Tianluan, and when he heard Lu Yin's question, he looked up and asked, "Are you done arguing? Who won? I'll give you some candy." Everyone, Lu Yin was amused and thought of Astral 10's trial master. Elder, what do you think of Yochi? Elder Yu stroked his beard. Yochi is a good kid, but he's too stubborn. He's been stubborn since he was young, and when others cultivate for 20 hours, he'll cultivate for 20 hours. He's hardworking, loves his sister, and is filial to his mother. He even gets along well with an old man like me. His innate gift is incredible, and he can even borrow a dead person's attack. It's a pity that he can't accept the Yu secret inheritance. To prove that he's the true heir of the Yu family, he wandered the universe alone for many years. Yu Kursin understood this experience better than Elder Yu, so how could she not care about her son? The last time I saw him, he said that he was going to get rid of a scourge, and he never came back, Elder Yu said helplessly. Where did he go? What scourge was he going to get rid of? Lu Yin asked. Elder Yu thought about it. I think he went to a place called Planet Anshue. Planet Anshue? Lu Yin suddenly stood up with a shocked expression. Everyone else looked at Lu Yin. What's wrong, Alliance Master Lu? Huiji asked. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Planet Anshue was the planet where the Eternal Kingdom was located. It was also there that he had met Silver and tore open the parallel space that led to the Eternal Kingdom. Elder, are you sure it's Planet Anshue? Lu Yin asked anxiously. Elder Yu thought about it and then nodded. Yes, it's Planet Anshue. I remember correctly. What did Yochi say? Lu Yin asked with a complicated expression. If he wasn't wrong, then everyone had misunderstood Yochi. Elder Yu sighed with a regretful expression. He said that if the Yu family's heir doesn't have the Yu secret inheritance, then what kind of heir is he? He also said that there might be the greatest scourge of humanity there. At the time, the kid was only a cruiser, so what kind of scourge could he have encountered? I didn't think much of it, but I didn't expect him to never come back. Sigh. Lu Yin made a hand gesture and sealed off Elder Yu so that the old man couldn't hear anything. He then looked at Yu Kursin. Elder Yu, can I trouble you to describe the process of Yochi's death in detail? Or rather, the process of your confirmation of Yochi's death. I know that this process might cause you to recall painful memories, but it's very important for your Yu family's joint trial. Yu Kursin's tone was indifferent. Alliance Master Lu, can you guarantee that you will give my Yu family the fairest joint trial? I, Lu Yin, guarantee it with my status as a lockbreaker, Lu Yin said loudly. Everyone was astonished, as Lu Yin seemed to be overly concerned about the Yu family. Yu Kursin calmly said, as I said before, Yochi's death was due to the last message we received from him. After that, we didn't see him again until the battle in the mountain and sea realm. Actually, we didn't just receive a message from him, but also his final image. The image is in my gadget. Hui Santong walked out and handed his gadget to Lu Yin, who then tossed it to Yu Kursin. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1936. Yu Kursin opened her gadget, and a screen appeared in the sky. The screen shook, and the scene retreated. It was obvious that the photographer was fleeing. Suddenly, blood spurted out, and the screen fell. The final scene was of Yu Weep coughing up blood, and his eyes were lifeless. Yu Kursin stared at the screen. For a mother, watching her son's tragic death was extremely stressful, but she had watched it so many times that she could still face it calmly. The screen disappeared, and Hui Santong took the gadget from Yu Kursin again. Elder Yu, do you know where that is? Lu Yin asked. Yu Kursin shook her head. I don't know. I can't tell from the image. Lu Yin gestured for Yu Kursin to be cut off and then looked at Elder Yu. Elder, have you told Elder Yu about Anshui planet? Elder Yu shook his head. No. After I found out about Yu Weep's death, I went to Anshui planet, but it was very normal. I stayed there for half a year and didn't discover anything. Don't you think that the space around Anshui planet is very similar to the one captured by Yu Weep? It's not similar. It's there to begin with. Then why didn't you tell Elder Yu? There's no need. Even I couldn't detect anything strange, so what's the point of others going there? Elder Yu sighed. There were too many cruisers in the universe, and they couldn't find the culprit in Yu Weep's death. There weren't even any traces of battle, so it was impossible to find the enemy. Anshui planet was indeed a very ordinary planet. This was also why it could hide the Eternal Kingdom. Alliance Master Lu, you've mentioned Anshui planet time and time again, and you suddenly stood up when you heard its name. Do you care about this place? So Lao asked. Lu Yin cautiously replied, please dismiss your attendants. Do not spread what I'm about to say, or you will be judged by the Interstellar Tribunal. Mu Tianluan was shocked. Lu Yin was a director, and while he could influence the Interstellar Tribunal, he couldn't directly decide who should be judged. Only the board of directors had the right to decide. Since he dared to say such a thing, it meant that this matter was indeed very important. It was important enough to directly skip the board of directors and let the Interstellar Tribunal decide. Hui Ji and the rest grew solemn, and they waved their hands to dismiss everyone. Only the 7 courts family heads and Mu Tianluan could hear Lu Yin's words. Anshui planet is the Eternal Kingdom. Everyone's expression changed drastically. Eternal Kingdom. The Neo-Human Alliance's Eternal Kingdom. Hui Ji was stunned. Lu Yin nodded. That's right. The Eternal Kingdom is located in a parallel universe, and the first thing I saw after I came out was planet Anshui. That place has always been the headquarters of the Neo-Human Alliance, where the 7 sky gods are located. That's where I was captured and transformed by death energy. No one had expected to hear this news, and they all looked at Lu Yin with strange and puzzled expressions. Alliance Master Lu, since you know that planet Anshui is an eternal kingdom, why didn't you report it to the Hall of Honor? Mu Tianluan shouted. Lu Yin looked at him like he was an idiot. I'm not the one who knows. It was the head judge who told me. Mu Tianluan was stunned. Chief Judge. Hui Ji said solemnly, Alliance Master Lu, please explain yourself. Lu Yin will lead the Inquisitor to destroy eternity. Many people knew about this matter, but they did not spread it. Mu Tianluan would know about it when he returned to the Judgment Great World, so there was no need to hide it. The Eternal Kingdom has been destroyed. Because it's located in a parallel universe, it will never be found. If you don't believe me, you can ask the head judge for confirmation, Lu Yin said. Everyone looked at each other with complicated expressions. They knew that the Neo-Human Alliance's headquarters was hidden in the Neoverse, but they had never imagined that it would be so close to them. Mu Tianluan thought even further. The Interstellar Arbitration Institute's operation should have been enough to destroy the Eternal Kingdom by himself, so why did he have to bring Lu Yin along? What was his relationship with Lu Yin? Hui Ji's eyes flashed. Since planet Anshui is the location of the Eternal Kingdom's parallel universe, does that mean that Hidden Weep was referring to the Scourge? Lu Yin replied, that's very likely. If Hidden Weep betrayed humanity, then why did he mention planet Anshui to Elder Yu? Isn't he afraid that Elder Yu would tell the Yu family that they would send people to target planet Anshui? He couldn't have predicted that Elder Yu wouldn't say anything, and he definitely wouldn't have cooperated with the Neo-Human Alliance to put on a show of death. The reason why he died, no, he faked his death, is very likely because the Neo-Human Alliance used some method to control him and make him join the burial garden. If this speculation is true, then Hidden Weep didn't betray humanity on his own accord. Of course, there's also another possibility. She might have predicted that Elder Yu wouldn't say anything, or that Elder Yu wouldn't be able to discover anything on Anshui planet. As for why she would do this, Lu Yin shrugged. It's meaningless. Everyone looked at Yu Kursin. Indeed, it was meaningless. What was Hidden Weep's goal in using planet Anshui to lure Elder Yu over? It was completely meaningless. If he had betrayed humanity, then there was no need to lure Elder Yu over. The most likely reason for this was that Hidden Weep had discovered the secret of planet Anshui and wanted to explore it on his own. Before leaving, he had accidentally mentioned it to Elder Yu. However, he had overestimated himself, and in the end, he had been controlled by the Neo-Human Alliance and sent to the burial garden as a set of coordinates. Even Mu Tianluan found it hard to refute this. The Eternal Kingdom was the Neo-Human Alliance's headquarters, and it was their greatest secret. There was no need to use the Eternal Kingdom as bait. Was it just Elder Yu? Or the Yu family? It was meaningless. When Elder Yu had mentioned planet Anshui, Lu Yin had already known that the possibility of Hidden Weep's betrayal was not high. Mu Tianluan said, Alliance Master Lu, even if your explanation makes sense, as long as there's even the slightest possibility, we cannot rashly confirm that the Yu family did not collude with the Neo-Human Alliance. Of course. Lu Yin looked at Mu Tianluan. After all, it's a fact that Hidden Weep has become a set of coordinates for the Neo-Human Alliance. Perhaps he really did betray humanity and collude with the Neo-Human Alliance, but he didn't know about the secret of planet Anshui. Everything was just a coincidence, even if it was a very small one. Mu Tianluan's expression turned ugly, and he fell silent. Hui Ji asked, Alliance Master Lu, in your opinion, how should we handle this joint trial? Lu Yin muttered to himself for a moment. Everyone, if our guesses are correct, then not only did Hidden Weep not betray humanity, but he also contributed to the eradication of the Neo-Human Alliance. His death was for the sake of humanity, and based on this point of view, we will not make any malicious guesses about the results of this joint trial. In other words, we believe that the Yu family did not collude with the Neo-Human Alliance. Mu Tianluan was about to speak. Lu Yin continued, of course, we can't completely deny this conjecture. The investigation of the Yu family will continue, but the method of investigation and trial will have to be changed. At the very least, they will be given the most basic respect. I agree with Alliance Master Lu's decision. Hui Ji was the first to speak. I agree as well, Ku Pu said. Xia Ahua, Si Lao, and Yen both agreed. Lu Yin looked at Xia Yi. I agree, Xia Yi said in a low voice. Even though he was hostile towards Lu Yin, the Yu family was still part of the Seven Courts. They had already lost the Yu family, and if they lost the Yu family as well, the Seven Courts would only have 5 families left. From the Seven Courts' point of view, Xia Yi had to agree as well. Only Mu Tianluan was left, as he represented the Interstellar Court in overseeing this joint trial. If he did not agree, then the joint trial would continue, which would cause unnecessary trouble. Alliance Master Lu, are you saying that we should lower the intensity of the investigation of the Yu family? What if the Yu family runs away because of this? Mu Tianluan stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back. Run away. Mu Tianluan's eyes narrowed. He wanted to force Lu Yin to express his opinion and link the Yu family to the Neo-Human Alliance. Lu Yin's lips curled up. What does that have to do with me? Everyone was stunned. Mu Tianluan's eyes widened. You're the one who proposed the joint trial. You can also propose one. If it's good, we'll agree as well. Lu Yin rolled his eyes. Mu Tianluan's face twitched. how could he propose such a thing under the gazes of the various leaders of the 7 courts? Without Luin, he could represent the Interstellar Court and propose a new joint trial until he was satisfied with the results. However, Luin was here, and he represented the board of directors. Even if Mu Tianlun objected to such a decision, it wouldn't be easy to redo the joint trial. At the same time, he would offend the entire 7 courts. Although he was the head of the Interstellar Court and didn't fear the 7 courts, there was no need to make an enemy out of them. I can agree with Alliance Master Lu's decision based on the results of this joint trial, but I will also report this to the head judge. If the Yu family escapes because of a lax investigation, you won't be able to avoid this responsibility, Mu Tianlun said in a low voice before leaving without waiting for Lu Yin's response. After Mu Tianlun left, Lu Yin looked at Hui Ji. Although the possibility of the Yu family betraying humanity isn't high, we still have to keep an eye on them. No one can say for sure if it's a coincidence or if the Neo-Human Alliance has a deeper plan. Thus, we can't relax our surveillance of the Yu family. Hui Ji replied, "We know that even if the Hall of Honor doesn't interfere, we will still make a decision regarding the Yu family. For at least 100 years, the Yu family will not be allowed to leave the 7 courts. Someone will be watching them at all times." Lu Yin nodded. The Neo-Human Alliance was the enemy of the entire human race. It wasn't just the Hall of Honor, but the 7 courts as well. After all, they were all humans. When the final announcement of the joint trial ended, the Yu family members relaxed. Yu Kursin didn't understand, how had it ended so quickly? Furthermore, the results of the joint trial had been beneficial to the Yu family. Not only had she not been taken to the Arbiter realm for trial, but the Yu family had also not been excessively imprisoned. Aside from being restricted from leaving the 7 courts, the Yu family was no different from before. She guessed that such a thing shouldn't have happened unless there had been an unforeseen change in the joint trial. When she thought of this, she looked at Lu Yin. He was the only person who could have changed the outcome of the joint trial. "Sister Yu, you have to thank Alliance Master Lu. If it weren't for him, your Yu family would have been in trouble," Xia Ahua said with a smile. She then gave Lu Yin a charming look before leaving. Previously, everyone's attention had been drawn to Hidden Cry, and no one had suspected Elder Yu. After all, only Elder Yu knew whether Hidden Cry had mentioned planet Anshue, and he was the one who had said it. If he was lying, everything would be overturned. The unknown tune was getting closer and closer, and Lu Yin looked at the Great Styx River. The wooden boat was approaching, and Elder Yu was rowing. "We need to take the boat." "Yes." Lu Yin stared at Elder Yu for a while before smiling. "Yes," he said before jumping onto the boat. Yu Kursin was astonished, but she also boarded the boat and bowed to Elder Yu. "I'll be troubling you, Elder." Elder Yu chuckled and then sat at the bow of the boat, rowing by himself. A small boat on the Great Styx River. If only Yu Kursin had been replaced by Yen, Lu Yin thought to himself. What price did Yu Qian pay Alliance Master Lu? She was able to invite Alliance Master Lu, Yu Kursin asked. She wasn't looking at Lu Yin, but rather at the Great Styx River. Lu Yin replied, "What price does the Yu family think they can pay me? The entire Yu court belongs to the Great Eastern Alliance." Yu Kursin looked at Lu Yin. "That's why I'm curious. Did she give herself to Alliance Master Lu?" Lu Yin coughed and frowned at Yu Kursin. "That's not a funny joke." Yu Kursin smiled. "I hate Yu Qian." Lu Yin raised a brow. "She's always been more outstanding than me, and she's always been a step ahead of me in everything. Even becoming the head of the Yu family was one step ahead of me. The position should have been hers, but she gave it up. At that time, I was grateful to her, but I also hated her. When I found out that she took the Yo secret away, I didn't feel any gratitude towards her. Yu Kursin slowly explained some of the Yu family's history. I am the head of the Yu family, but the true head of the Yu family will always be Yu Qian. What is the Yu family without the Yu secret? Wherever the Yu secret is, the Yu family will be there. Yu Qian surpasses me, and Yu Yi surpasses Yu Qin. I really hate Yu Qian and her mother. If it weren't for them, Yu Qi wouldn't have needed to prove himself. He's very outstanding, more outstanding than anyone else. It's precisely because he doesn't have the Yu secret that he keeps trying to prove that he's the true successor of the Yu family. Why did Yu Yi obtain the Yu secret? Why did Yu Qian take it away? Lu Yin didn't know what to say as he looked at Yu Kursin's sorrowful face. Everything had a cause, and he couldn't blame Yu Qian and her mother for Yu Qi's death. However, from Yu Kursin's perspective, who else could she blame? Without experiencing her past, Lu Yin wasn't qualified to comment. With a sigh, Elder Yu slowly sat down and placed a hand on Yu Kursin's heart. Good child, you're no worse than anyone else. Yu Kursin wept loudly, releasing all of the pain and suppression that had accumulated over the years. As a woman, she couldn't compare to Yu Qian, and as a mother, she couldn't obtain the best inheritance for her children. As the head of the Yu family, she couldn't decide the fate of the Yu family. She had watched her son die without even being able to find the murderer. Even if her son appeared again, she wouldn't be able to recognize him. This pain was unbearable. Yu Kursin had endured too much, and her life had been too painful. Elder Yu was helpless, and he consoled her as if she were a child. Lu Yin felt a little awkward, but he also sympathized with her. After a while, Yu Kursin finally calmed down. I'm sorry, Elder. Elder Yu shook his head. Good child, someone has to be sacrificed in a family, and her sacrifice isn't any less than yours. At the very least, your name is still on the family tree. Yu Kursin's body trembled, and most of her hatred and disgust for Yu Qian melted away. There was no punishment more severe than having one's name removed from the family tree. Yu Qian had obtained everything, but she had lost the Yu family. Elder Yu continued to row. Yu Kursin slowly bowed to Lu Yin. I'm sorry, Alliance Leader Lu. I went overboard. Lu Yin raised a hand. I'm fine. As long as you're happy. Yu Kursin smiled. I feel much better. Alliance Leader Lu, I really want to know what price Yu Qian paid for you to help her. Lu Yin replied, there's no price. The Yo secret is passed down to only one person, and I can't obtain it. This secret technique is also related to one's bloodline, so it can't be passed down to anyone who isn't a member of the Yu family. The most precious thing to you is the Yo secret. But I understand Alliance Leader Lu. The Yo secret might be valuable to others, but it probably isn't attractive to you. What does Alliance Leader Lu want from my Yu family? Yu Kursin stared at Lu Yin, regaining her composure and wisdom. Lu Yin leaned against the boat and said, everything about the netherworld ancestor. The boat suddenly stopped. Yu Kursin looked at Lu Yin in shock. Elder Yu slowly turned around and looked at Lu Yin with a deep gaze. Lu Yin looked at Elder Yu. I'm very curious about the netherworld ancestor. I know the secret of the Yo secret and the reason why the Yu family was separated. However, there's one thing that I didn't learn from Madame Yu and the others, the connection between the Undying Manual and the netherworld ancestor. Yu Kursin did not understand. She did not know as much about the Yo secret as Madame Yu or Yo Yi. After all, she had not inherited the Yo secret. Elder Yu, on the other hand, was different. As the Yu family's elder Di Yun, Lu Yin guessed that he must have inherited the Yo secret before. His understanding of the Yo secret far surpassed Yo Yi's. This was also why Lu Yin had boarded the boat. Elder Yu put down the oars. So Alliance leader Lu is interested in the ancestor. Lu Yin solemnly replied, more accurately, I'm interested in the Undying Manual. Elder Yu shook his head. The Undying Manual. The legendary technique from the Starfall Sea that can grant immortality. What does that have to do with the ancestor? Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Senior, you really don't know. Elder Yu replied, I really don't know. Lu Yin looked at the Great Styx River and fell into deep thought. The Starsibil sect's divination should have been correct, as they had divined that Undying Yushan was the Netherworld ancestor. Undying Yushan cultivated the Undying Manual, so this was the only possible connection between him and the Netherworld ancestor. Lu Yin could not think of anything else. Senior, how is the relationship between the Yu family and the Yu family? Lu Yin suddenly asked. Yu Kursin definitely did not know much, as the Yu family had long since broken away from the Seven Courts. Lu Yin could only ask Elder Yu. Elder Yu recalled the Yu family. They're more or less the same. The Seven Courts have always worked together to protect progenitor Chen's tomb. Apart from that, they aren't very close. Has the Yu family come into contact with the Yu secret art? Lu Yin asked. Yu Kursin immediately answered, of course not. The Yu secret art is passed down to only one person, so how could the Yu family come into contact with it? Elder Yu looked at Lu Yin. I heard that you've learned the Yu family's Yu secret art and have a deep relationship with them. Now, you're asking about the Yu family and the ancestor. Can you explain why? There's a person in the Yu family called Undying Yushan, and he cultivates the Undying Scripture. I once asked the Starsibil sect to perform a divination on him, but the result was that he was the progenitor of the Netherworld. Undying Yushan's divination ended up with the progenitor of the Netherworld, which is what I'm most curious about. Elder Yu and Yu Kursin exchanged glances. How is that possible? How could someone from the Yu family be related to the Yu family's ancestor? This is also what I'm curious about. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1938. Elder Yu also recognized the severity of the situation. If that's the case, then there might be a problem with the Undying Scripture. What do you mean? Lu Yin's eyes lit up. Elder Yu said in a low voice, the ancestor has existed for far too long, and apart from the Nether secret technique, we don't know anything about the ancestor. If it wasn't for the Nether secret technique, we wouldn't even have dared to believe that the Nether ancestor existed. We only know about the ancestor from the Nether secret technique, such as the 100 Nether transformation title. Lu Yin nodded. Yu Qian had mentioned the Netherworld ancestor before. The ancestor's cultivation technique is called the demonic scripture, and it's all-encompassing. No one knows what chapters it contains, but perhaps the Undying Scripture is one of them. Lu Yin felt a headache coming on. If that was the case, then Undying Yushan would be difficult to deal with. The Netherworld ancestor was an ancient existence, and even the Starsibil sect had said that he might have existed in the same era as the legend of the Grim Reaper. The older someone was, the more terrifying they were. The Undying Scripture's name sent a chill down Lu Yin's spine. Senior, do you think the Netherworld ancestor is still alive? Lu Yin suddenly asked. Elder Yu looked up. Because of the Undying Scripture. Lu Yin nodded. If the Undying Scripture really is one of the chapters of the demonic scripture, then it's said that cultivating the Undying Scripture can grant one eternal life. Does that mean the Netherworld ancestor is immortal? Is he still alive somewhere? Elder Yu shook his head. Perhaps. If he's still alive, then it's a good thing for the Yu family. Is it possible that the gaze that's been staring at you is the Netherworld ancestor? Lu Yin asked. This question stunned Elder Yu and sent a chill down Yu Kursin's spine. It was as if the Netherworld River had become much more sinister when that gaze had looked at it again. Alliance Master Lu, you must be joking. Yukursin paled. Anyone who had such a guess would be terrified. The ancestor was still alive, and he was still staring at the juniors. Lu Yin saw that she wasn't faking it and said indifferently, whether or not he's the Netherworld ancestor, he hasn't done anything to you for so many years. Either he's worried about Xia Ji, since you're in the 7 courts, or you're hallucinating. Impossible. Yuku thought. Lu Yin looked down at the Great Styx River, but he couldn't see the bottom. He reached into the river and found that the Great Styx River wasn't an ordinary river. It had the unique ability to corrode all matter, and ordinary people wouldn't dare to touch it. Of course, it wasn't a threat to Lu Yin. Have you ever thought that perhaps that gaze came from the bottom of the Great Styx River? Elder Yu was surprised. You think so too? Lu Yin was stunned, and he looked at Elder Yu. Senior, you think so too? Elder Yu sighed. Ever since we felt that gaze, the entire Yu family has been on tenterhooks for many years. We've even turned the entire family upside down. The only possibility is that it's at the bottom of the great underworld river. What were the results? Lu Yin asked. Old Yu replied, there's nothing strange about it. The Great Styx River itself is a powerful treasure, and the Yu family's treasure, the Styx River, was born here. However, I've gone to the bottom of the river countless times, and I haven't been able to find anything. That's why I've been here all this time. If there really is someone hiding at the bottom of the Great Styx River, I'll be the first to know, or the first to die. Lu Yin looked at Elder Yu with respect. This was an elder who was willing to give up his life for his family. If the Yu family agrees, I'm willing to explore the bottom of the river. Of course. Alliance Master Lu, please do as you wish. Yu Kursin nodded. All right. Their straightforward agreement made Lu Yin panic. His advantage over Elder Yu was that he could see rune lines, but that wasn't very useful in the Neoverse. Other than that, he also had his domain, spiritual force, and other scouting methods. Since Elder Yu had gone to the bottom of the Great Styx River countless times without being able to find anything, then with Lu Yin's current strength, the result would be the same. Let the second Night King go, Lu Yin said. Elder Yu didn't refuse either. The second Night King was called over by Lu Yin, and when he heard that he was going to dive into the Great Styx River to search, he immediately felt uncomfortable. A few juniors were boating on the river while he had to do manual labor. However, since Lu Yin had said so, there was nothing he could do. Elder Yu paid close attention to the second Night King diving into the Great Styx River. Senior, tell me about the Su family. How much do you know about them? Lu Yin asked. Yu Kursin was astonished. The Su family. Lu Yin saw that Elder Yu wasn't paying any attention to him and was still staring at the bottom of the river. He then looked at Yu Kursin. That's right. I'm going to visit the Su family next. Yu Kursin thought, it seems like Alliance Master Lu is going to visit all of the 7 courts. Pretty much, Lu Yin admitted. Yu Kursin replied, there's nothing much to say about the Su family. Their ancestor is Su Wangtian, and he's also a relatively ancient progenitor. However, compared to my Yu family's ancestor, Su Wangtian's records are much clearer. He created the Su esoteric art, left behind the chessboard, and passed down the battle strategy theory. All of this is common knowledge. Lu Yin looked up. Common knowledge. No, it was just common knowledge in the eyes of these big shots. If not for Mr. Mu using the Zhu family's blood to guide him in comprehending the chessboard, he might not have even heard of Su Wangtian's name, even if he had become an enlighter. Because of the battle strategy theory, the Su family is constantly studying and simulating battle techniques. They have the most battle techniques in the 7 courts, and because they want to comprehend the chessboard, they play chess with everyone they meet. They consider themselves to be the strategists and have always been competing with the Hui family. The Hui family is considered the smartest, and the Su family thinks that they are the smartest. They are very arrogant, and if Alliance Master Lu visits them, it might not be as smooth as visiting the other families, Yu Kursin said. Lu Yin understood that Yu Kursin was referring to him visiting the Su family as a stranger who had never interacted with them before. However, he was not a stranger to the Su family. At the very least, he knew the Su esoteric art, and he had exposed it. Furthermore, he had destroyed the Zhu family's plans to control Myriad City, so the Su family's attitude towards him might not be very friendly. Has anyone observed the Su family's chessboard before? Lu Yin asked. Yu Kursin shook her head, but then she suddenly realized something. You're not thinking of observing the Su family's ancestors' motionless chessboard, are you? Lu Yin nodded naturally. Yu Kursin was speechless. You're really daring. The Su family's comprehension of the Su esoteric art came from that motionless chessboard, and the Su family's power vessel was also created by imitating that chessboard. Even the names are the same. The motionless chessboard's significance to the Su family is equivalent to the river Styx to my Yu family, and it's equivalent to the withered age tree's importance to the Ku family. How could they possibly allow you to observe it? Lu Yin muttered to himself as he stared at the bottom of the river. That's right, how could they possibly allow him to observe it? It's not impossible. An outsider has observed the motionless chessboard before, Elder Yu said, his gaze still fixed on the river. Lu Yin was surprised. Who? Elder Yu replied, the head inquisitor. The head inquisitor? Yu Kursin exclaimed. The head inquisitor they were referring to was the head inquisitor of the Interstellar court. Some people were wary of the head inquisitor, not only because the head inquisitor controlled the Hall of Honor, but also because of his strength. The head inquisitor's strength was extremely terrifying, and this was publicly acknowledged. Currently, the peak of the fifth mainland's cultivation world was the half-ancestors, but even they had to respect the head inquisitor. The head inquisitor went to the tactician family and observed the motionless chessboard? Lu Yin was just as surprised. Elder Yu looked at Lu Yin. Yes, that was many, many years ago. How did he do it? Lu Yin asked. Elder Yu recalled, subdued him. Subdued him. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Elder Yu solemnly replied, a person who subdued the tactician family can observe the motionless chessboard. The tactician family is a classic example of someone who bullies the weak and fears the strong. They think of themselves as strategists and are good at planning before acting, so most of the time, they don't fight head-on. When faced with the head inquisitor, they cower because the opponent is too strong. Lu Yin blinked. Was being too domineering really enough? That was interesting, but unfortunately, he couldn't do it at the moment. The tactician family definitely had an elder with a power level of over 1,000,000. Lu Yin wasn't a match for such an existence at the moment, and even if he relied on the second Night King, it would still be an external force. What was the head inquisitor's power level when he subdued the tactician family? Lu Yin asked. Elder Yu replied, I don't know. Everyone can clearly see the head inquisitor's power level, but he has already undergone several origin tribulations. Even if his power level isn't 1,000,000, he should be close. Lu Yin nodded. He had only undergone one origin tribulation, and even if he had used the method of sealing the 3 stages to obtain 3 more astral cyclones, which was equivalent to having undergone 4 origin tribulations. However, he had already undergone one origin tribulation, and sealing off the 3 stages meant that the benefits of breaking through 3 origin tribulations would disappear. However, one day, he would be able to release 4 more astral cyclones and break through the 3 stages once more. At that time, his power would soar to an unknown level. Yu Kursin looked at Lu Yin and then at Elder Yu with a confused expression. She didn't know about this, but why had the elder told Lu Yin? At that moment, the second Night King rushed out of the great sticks. Lu Yin's trio looked over. The second Night King replied, "There's nothing out of the ordinary, but there's a strange flow of water that seems to ignore space." "That's the sticks, Elder," you said. He then waved his hand, causing the great sticks to boil. Following that, a stream of water was pulled up and placed in front of Lu Yin. Under Lu Yin's puzzled gaze, the elder said, "Alliance Master Lu, this Styx is a power vessel of my Yu family. Although it's not a particularly powerful treasure, it has been nurtured in the great Styx for many years. I'm giving it to you." Lu Yin had not only heard of the Yu family's Styx, but he had also seen it before. Back in progenitor Chen's tomb, Sujio had used it, and it had left a deep impression on him. Normal Styx treasures can only travel through space with astral energy, but this Styx can move through the astral source universe and travel endless distances in an instant. "It's extremely helpful to emissaries," Yu Kursin said enviously. Even she didn't have this Styx. The Styx was born from the great Styx, and the longer it was nurtured, the better its effects would be. The Styx that had been given to Sujio's juniors was the most ordinary one, but it could still help them. However, the one that had been given to Lu Yin was second only to the great Styx, and not even Yu Kursin had the qualifications to use it. This was a power vessel that the Yu family had given to Lu Yin as thanks for his help. Lu Yin's eyes lit up, and he quickly put the Styx away. He had already profited greatly from this trip to the Seven Courts. The Hui family's wisdom root, the Ku family's time tree, and the Yu family's Styx. Now, he still had to go to the Su family. If he could smoothly observe the motionless chessboard, then this trip would truly be worth it. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1939. The Su family would never allow him to observe the chessboard without moving. Should he imitate the head judge? He couldn't do it alone. Yu Kursin left, and Elder Yu paddled. Lu Yin sat alone in the wooden boat and swam through the Great Styx River. The Star Luster region was a rather peculiar region. The Su family had operated there for countless years, and they used planets as chess pieces. The entire region was like a chessboard, and no matter how one looked at it, it was a neatly arranged chess game. The further away one was from the Seven Courts, the more surprised one would be at the strangeness of the Seven Courts. The Yu family's Great Styx River was like a mirror that reflected bright light. The Ku family's Land of Spirit Void flashed with lightning, and the Su family's Star Luster region was like a chessboard that seemed to be played by a giant. The Hui family's 10,000 Elephant Mountain contained countless golden meteors, and the Xia family's Summer Blade continent was like a saber that rested in the starry sky. The Xia family's bone plains were filled with white bones that gave off an oppressive Yin aura. The Seven Courts surrounded progenitor Chen's tomb, forming the most terrifying behemoth in the Neoverse southern region. On a planet in the Star Luster region, Zhu San was drinking gloomily. His vision was blurry, and he was drunk. This was a brothel, and there were beautiful women everywhere, but no one greeted him. At this moment, the clamor caused the entire brothel to become excited. Beautiful women walked out from the back courtyard, rooms, and even outside, their eyes shining as they looked at the entrance. A few young men entered with humble expressions, but they couldn't hide the arrogance in their eyes. After entering the brothel, each of them hugged two beautiful women and laughed as they played around. The surrounding people were envious. That's the Illusory Merchant Alliance's leader, Qian Yi. As expected of the genius who helped his family set up the Illusory Merchant Alliance and eventually took control of it, someone commented loudly. When the leader of the group, who was hugging two beautiful women, heard this, the corners of his mouth curled up in a complacent arc. He became more and more impudent, and the charming laughter that entered his ears made his mind sway. The master of the Illusion Merchant Alliance, Qian Yi, the master of the Guangyuan consortium, Zishu, and the master of the Ming family, who married the princess of the sealed Qi Great World. These three are the most outstanding geniuses of the Su family. Our Su family pays attention to strategy and layout. We don't advocate strength, and we're good at using the smallest price to obtain the highest value. These three geniuses have controlled the Illusion Merchant Alliance, the Guangyuan Consortium, and the sealed Qi Great World for their families. Their fame has even overshadowed the geniuses of the Su family of the same generation. Indeed, there are hundreds of thousands of people with different surnames in the Su clan. Very few people can do what they did, but I've heard that there are even more hidden people with different surnames who are plotting big things. It's just a rumor. Who would believe it? Without using their family's resources, the three of them have already reached their limits, and that's only because the three of them have been supporting each other. Look at that drunkard, Zhu San from the Zhu family. He probably tried to take over some city in the outerverse, but he failed and returned. He's Zhu San. I've heard that the family has high hopes for him, and they even gave him a war strategy thesis, but he still failed. And in a trashy place like the outerverse. How shameful. I've also heard that he went to the burial garden, but he quickly escaped. He's as timid as a mouse. Compared to him, Master Qian Yi and the others are too outstanding. Qian Yi, who was walking into the room with two beautiful women in his arms, suddenly stopped and looked back. He saw Zhu San in the hall, who was already drunk. His eyes flashed and he walked back with the two women in his arms, approaching Zhu San. The other two looked at each other and then followed. For a moment, Zhu San's surroundings were filled with the fragrance of cosmetics. Brother Zhu, it's lonely to be drunk alone. Let's accompany you. Why? Qian Yi sat across from Zhu San and looked at him with interest. Zhu San's vision was hazy, and he couldn't see clearly. Who are you? Brother Zhu is really drunk. You don't even recognize us three brothers. Zishu laughed. He walked behind Zhu San and rudely grabbed his hair and lifted his head. Zhu San felt a sharp pain in his neck, and he subconsciously slapped at Zishu. Zishu's gaze was fierce, and he dodged the attack while kicking out with his leg. They were both explorers, and Zishu's power level was not weak. However, he was still unable to suppress the drunken Zhu San. Even though Zhu San was drunk, he could still use his war strategy thesis to easily dissolve Zishu's attack. He turned around and raised his finger, forming a strange diagram that pressed down on Zishu. Zishu's pupils shrank. He didn't know how to dodge this attack, and it seemed like he couldn't dodge it no matter how hard he tried. At this moment, the Ming family's young master took out a strange weapon that resembled a gun and shot something at Zhu San. Zhu San's body froze, and his fingertip stopped right in front of Zishu's forehead. I sealed his movements. Zishu, are you all right? The Ming family's young master asked. Zishu's face turned ugly, as he had almost been finished. He looked at the drunken Zhu San in front of him and couldn't hold back his anger. He kicked out and sent Zhu San flying. Zhu San slammed into the wall and spat out a mouthful of blood. He continued to vomit, and the onlookers retreated in disgust. After vomiting all the wine in his stomach, Zhu San leaned against the wall and sobered up. At the same time, a sharp pain shot through his abdomen. He clutched his abdomen and looked in front of him. Qian Yi, Zishu, and the Ming family's young master looked down at him. Brother Zhu, are you still sober? Qian Yi asked as he stared coldly at Zhu San. Zhu San was confused. Zishu sneered. Looks like I'll have to kick you again. Zhu San sobered up when he heard this. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and struggled to stand up. He stared at Zishu. You kicked me. Zishu didn't care. The Ming family's young master calmly said, Brother Zhu, you're drunk and causing trouble in this brothel. We didn't want the Zhu family's reputation to be tarnished, so we stopped you." He then raised his voice and asked, "Isn't that right?" Instantly, countless people responded, "Yes, Zhu-san. You should thank the three young masters, or else your Zhu family's reputation would be tarnished." "That's right. Thank the three young masters properly and stop causing trouble." "How embarrassing. Hurry up and thank the three young masters." Although Zhu-san was drunk, he wasn't unconscious. Hearing the commotion around him, he recalled what had just happened, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. He glanced at the three young masters and turned to leave. Qian Yi and the other two looked at each other. They hadn't caused trouble for Zhu-san so that he could leave. In fact, the three of them had returned from the outside world in high spirits. They had thought that they were the most outstanding members of the Su family, but they had met Zhu-san. Although Zhu-san hadn't been able to obtain Wanqing City and was considered a failure, his strength was quite good. At least, he was very strong to them. In terms of strategy, the Yin-Yang Three Immortals technique's opening move wasn't something they could resist. Especially with the opening move of the Yin-Yang Three Immortals technique, he had offset Wanqing City's mistake and even received a reward. This was something they had always kept in mind. However, to the members of the Su family, the three of them had always been superior to Zhu-san. The Zhu family only had Zhu-san left, so they couldn't do anything else. Gradually, Zhu-san fell silent. But no matter how much they struggled, how could they fall silent? Zhu-san's strength was indeed superior to theirs. Strategy wasn't something an outsider could learn, but Zhu-san knew it. This made them jealous. The three of them chased out of the brothel and stood in front of Zhu-san. "Zhu-san, we helped you just now. Why are you leaving just like that?" Zhi-Shu said fiercely. Zhu-san's gaze turned cold. "What do you want?" The three of them looked at each other again, but before they could speak, Zhu-san said, "How about I teach you strategy?" The three of them were shocked, but then they were overjoyed. Zhu-san's gaze was mocking. "I'm willing to teach you. Do you dare to learn?" Hearing this, the three of them were conflicted. Did they dare to learn? Of course not. That was strategy, and only the members of the Su family could learn it. But why could Zhu-san learn it? They wanted to learn too. Only by learning strategy could they be considered true members of the Su family. They could also use it to imitate other people's battle techniques and be as impressive as they could be. If you don't dare to learn, then move aside. Zhu-san pushed the three of them away and planned to leave. "This bastard is playing with us." Zhi-Shu reacted. Zhu-san had said in public that he wanted to teach them strategy. How could they learn it? That would be courting death. This guy clearly didn't intend to teach them. Qian Yi and the Ming family's young master reacted as well, and they were furious. "Go!" The three of them attacked Zhu-san. Zhu-san could defeat one of them by himself, but against the three of them working together, especially since they were very familiar with each other and he had been injured before, he couldn't withstand their attacks. He was soon heavily injured, and even with strategy and the three yin-yang immortal arts, he couldn't make up for the difference. These three had always been adventuring in the Neoverse, and they were much stronger than Zhu-san. "You piece of trash. So what if you've learned the theory of war? I heard that back in the Outerverse, you were tricked into dressing up as a woman. You're the disgrace of my Su family." Qian Yi kicked Zhu-san's head and sent him flying. Zhi-Shu stepped forward and viciously stomped on Zhu-san. "Trash, wear women's clothing for me to see again. I want you to dress up as a woman in this brothel." "How interesting. You're quite hard-working to complete your mission. Unfortunately, you don't have a brain," the Ming family's young master mocked and slapped Zhu-san. Everyone on the street watched, but no one helped Zhu San. In the astral sift region, this planet was inhabited by outsiders. Qian Yi and the other two were the most outstanding outsiders, and they even had elders from their families behind them. Zhu San was just one person, so how could he possibly be their match? No one dared to interfere. Zhu San coughed up blood as anger and hatred accumulated in his heart. He no longer cared about the Su family after he had used them. He had entered Burial Garden in hopes of securing a future, but he had encountered Lu Yin and was being chased down by others. In his panic, he had been forced to retreat. Now that he thought about it, he should have stayed in Burial Garden instead of being bullied in the astral sift region. While they were beating him up, a giant ruler fell from the sky and forced Qian Yi and the other two to retreat. This was a force field, and it was so oppressive that they almost vomited blood. Who is it? The three looked up, and a young man had appeared in the sky at some point, staring at them coldly. When they saw the man's appearance, they were shocked and quickly bowed. Greetings, young master. Everyone on the street also bowed. Greetings, young master. Greetings, young master. The person who had appeared was Suzhou. No one had expected Suzhou to come here, as the Su family's disciples usually did not come to the territories of outsiders, especially the young master. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1940. Zhu San spat out a mouthful of blood and looked up at the sky. Suzhou's gaze landed on him, and he frowned. You're Zhu San. Zhu San stood up with difficulty and bowed. Greetings, young master. Suzhou replied, I'll give you an hour to wash up and follow me to see the patriarch. He then tossed a pill onto the ground. Everyone knew that this was no ordinary pill due to its medicinal fragrance. Qian Ye's mouth fell open, and his mind trembled. He recognized this pill. It was the Su family's best pill. Only those who were severely injured were allowed to take it. How could Zhu San take such a pill? He looked miserable, but he wasn't actually injured, so he didn't need such a pill. Zhu San was also shocked and looked at Suzhou in confusion. Suzhou said, Hurry up. Zhu San was startled, Yes. An hour later, Zhu San left with Suzhou under the complicated gazes of Qian Yi and the rest. They were heading towards the center of the astral mesh to see the patriarch. Many people looked at Qian Yi's group with schadenfreude in their eyes. The three of them had beaten up and bullied Zhu San, and it seemed that he was about to make a comeback. Once he did, their days would be miserable. Don't look at how they obtained some things for the clan, but those things were far from the contributions of the Su clan's direct descendants. Moreover, Zhu San was personally taken away by the young patriarch, Suzhou. Looking at his attitude, Suzhou was very polite to him. This was not simple. Qian Yi and the other two looked at each other, and their bodies went limp. They felt as if a great disaster was about to befall them. There were rumors that Suzhou treated them with respect, but that was a lie. Their subordinates had purposely made it up to raise their status. Now, Zhu San had really been taken away by the young master and even given a precious pill. Who would have thought that Zhu San, who had been silent for so many years, would rise again? In outer space, Suzhou transformed his domain into a ruler and brought Zhu San to the center of the astral mesh. Zhu San nervously asked, Young master, may I ask why the patriarch is looking for me? He didn't feel that he had the right to meet the patriarch, nor did he have the value. Suzhou glanced at him. You know Lu Yin, right? Zhu San was astonished. Lu Yin. Seeing Suzhou staring at him, he thought for a moment and said, When I tried to take Wan Qianqing, I failed because of Lu Yin. Zhu San told him a lot of things in the past. In fact, he had made a detailed record of these things. Regardless of whether the plan succeeded or failed, it had to be recorded. This was the style of the Su family. Looking at the vast planet in front of them, this planet was the center of the star Luo region and also where the clan leader, Su Lao Yen, was. Lu Yin wants to visit the Su family because he wants to meet a friend he hasn't seen in a long time. Get ready, Su Jiu said and stepped onto the planet. Zhu San was stunned. Lu Yin, it was actually Lu Yin. No wonder Su Jiu had personally gone to pick him up. Lu Yin had wanted to meet him. But when did he become friends with Lu Yin? Long time no see. Friends. Lu Yin and the Second Night King stood in space outside the astral mesa domain. In front of them was the Su family's strategy elder Yen. I didn't expect Alliance Master Lu to visit my Su clan. Your presence brings light to our humble dwelling, Su Lao Yen said politely. He had a smile on his face, but it didn't give off any warmth. Instead, it gave off a trace of coldness. Su Lao Yen led the rest of the Su family to welcome Lu Yin. This was a sign of respect for Lu Yin's status, but it didn't mean that they welcomed him. At least, the Su family's elder, Su Yu, wasn't present. Lu Yin stepped forward and smiled. I hope clan leader Su doesn't mind my sudden visit. Su Lao Yen smiled. After the Yu family's trial, I actually wanted to invite Alliance Master Lu to my Su family as a guest, but I was afraid that Alliance Master Lu would be busy, so I didn't ask. Since Alliance Master Lu is here, the Su family naturally welcomes you. That's good, Lu Yin smiled, his gaze landing on the group behind Su Lao Yen. One of them had his head lowered, looking nervous and uneasy. It was Zhu San. Zhu San, Alliance Master Lu is here to see you. Why don't you come out? Su Lao Yen asked. Zhu San, who was standing behind Su Jiu, shuddered and walked out. He didn't know why Lu Yin was looking for him. They definitely weren't friends, but there was no reason for him to come to the Su family to cause trouble. Su Jiu looked at Lu Yin with a complicated expression. They had once been rivals, and Lu Yin had only been a junior to the Su family. Now, this person had grown to the point where the entire Su family welcomed him. Zhu Sen walked up behind Su Lao Yen and looked at Lu Yin with a complicated expression. He didn't know what to say. Lu Yin laughed. Brother Zhu, you said you would invite me to the astral sift as a guest after we parted at the burial garden. Why haven't I heard from you? Everyone looked at Zhu San. Zhu San opened his mouth. Lu Yin didn't seem like he was looking for trouble, but were they that close? Even though Lu Yin was smiling cheerfully and talking to him like a friend, Zhu San knew Lu Yin well. Why would Lu Yin look for him for no reason at all? They really weren't close. I forgot, Zhu San laughed dryly. Lu Yin smiled. I took the initiative to look for you. Don't tell me you don't welcome me. Although Zhu San was on guard, he had once been the young master of the Zhu family and had been bold enough to take over Myriad City. Even though he couldn't figure out Lu Yin's motive, he quickly recovered and forced a smile. Of course you're welcome, but I'm afraid I might neglect Brother Lu due to my status in the astral sift. Su Lao Yen said, Alliance Master Lu is a guest in the astral sift, so how could we neglect him? Let's not chat at the entrance. Alliance Master Lu, please. Lu Yin smiled and nodded, following the Su family into the astral sift. Zhu San was instructed by Su Lao Yen to follow Lu Yin. The astral sift's arrangement reminded Lu Yin of the star sift sect, as the planets were all arranged in a regular pattern. Along the way, he asked many questions about the astral sift, as if he was very curious. No one could tell his motive, as if he really was just a guest. Su Lao Yen received Lu Yin while contacting Hui Ji and Ku Pu. He wanted to find out Lu Yin's motive, but he couldn't find anything. Lu Yin was no longer a junior, and even the Su family felt pressured when facing him. If not for the 7 courts having a half-ancestor like Xia Ji, even Su Lao Yen would feel pressured given Lu Yin's influence. As the head of the Su family, Su Lao Yen took the initiative to receive Lu Yin and show him around the astral sift. Zhu San, Su Jiu, and the rest followed along, and it wasn't until a day later that Su Lao Yen allowed Zhu San to receive Lu Yin. After all, Lu Yin had come to find Zhu San. The second Night King had been following them the entire time. The Su family cared about Lu Yin's influence, but they didn't care about his strength. Only the second Night King could arouse their vigilance. Fortunately, the second Night King had been very normal the entire time, just like an ordinary person. "Father, why don't you ask Lu Yin how he learned the Su family's secret character?" Su Lao Yen couldn't help but ask. Su Lao Yen asked, "What do you think of Lu Yin's relationship with Zhu San?" Su Jiu thought about it. "I don't think they're very close." "Then why did he come to find Zhu San?" Su Lao Yen asked. Su Jiu replied, "I've thought about it before. Could it be that he wants to use Zhu San as an excuse to visit the Su family?" Su Lao Yen solemnly said, "Lu Yin is a very scheming person. If he uses Zhu San as an excuse to visit the Su family, then he must have some ulterior motive. It's not like he doesn't know that the Su's secret word has been exposed, but he still dares to come here. He must be prepared. So father doesn't want to act rashly before we know his goal." Su Jiu suddenly understood. Su Lao Yen turned around and looked deeply in Lu Yin's direction. "The universe is a game of chess, and there's no time limit. It all depends on who can endure it. Lu Yin can't stay in the Su family for long, so his goal will be clear soon." He then ordered, "Bring me the information on Zhu San." "Yes, father." After Su Lao Yen and the rest left, only Lu Yin, the second Night King, and Zhu San were left behind. Lu Yin looked at Zhu San. "You didn't expect me to come looking for you." Zhu San was puzzled, full of apprehension and vigilance. "Alliance leader Lu, we've never interacted before. Why are you looking for me?" Lu Yin raised a hand and slowly patted Zhu San's shoulder. "Let's talk as we walk. Take me around the astral mesh and the planet you live on." Zhu San didn't understand, but he still did as he was told and brought Lu Yin to the planet he lived on. His residence wasn't too far from the street where the brothel had been located. Zhu San's eyes flashed when she saw the bustling crowd and the various beauties in the brothel. She brought Lu Yin along and landed on the street. "Alliance Master Lu, my residence isn't too far from here. Let's walk over to avoid attracting attention." Lu Yin nodded, "As you wish." Zhu San took a deep breath and led Lu Yin to the street where he was often looked down upon and bullied. This planet was where the Su family's outsiders spent their time, and those who could walk on this street were the more capable ones. Among them, Qian Yi and a few others were the most eye-catching. Although Zhu San had failed in his attempt to take over Wanqian City, he had accumulated a lot of resources over the years and often came here to spend. Most people recognized him. His goal in bringing Lu Yin here was simple: to intimidate others. Although he didn't know why Lu Yin had come looking for him, he didn't want to know. Even if Lu Yin wanted to use him, he wanted to collect some interest first. No one was stupid, especially someone like Zhu San who was good at seizing opportunities. In order to take over Wanqian City, he had even dressed as a woman. There was nothing he didn't dare to do. The streets were bustling with activity, and from time to time, there would be people talking loudly with beautiful women accompanying them. Occasionally, there would be people spending money like it was nothing. When Zhu San brought Lu Yin and the second Night King down the street, they immediately attracted a lot of attention. At this moment, Qian Yi and the other two were drinking gloomily on the 5th floor of the brothel. They had been here since yesterday and had stayed the entire night. They were uneasy and didn't know what had happened to Zhu San, that the young patriarch had personally come to take him away. "Brother, what should we do if Zhu San really gets close to the young patriarch?" the Ming elder asked with a gloomy expression. Zhi frowned. Ever since Zhu San returned from the outerverse to the astral mesh, we've bullied him too many times. It won't be easy to reconcile. He looked at the panicked and despairing faces of the people around him, and Qian Yi and the other two even spilled the wine in their cups. It was laughable that he did not know, but he felt like he had come back to life. He thought back to his days in Myriad City, where he had acted like a tyrant and lived a carefree life. This was the life that Zhu San should have lived. He did not even know how he had managed to survive. Lu Yin's lips curled up as he stepped into the courtyard. After entering, Zhu San suddenly knelt down on one knee. Lu Yin was astonished. "What are you doing?" The second Night King looked at Zhu San, as this scene was not unfamiliar to him. Back then, brute force had also knelt in front of Lu Yin. As Lu Yin's status and influence grew, more and more people would kneel before him in the future. He was already standing at the peak that countless people could not see. Zhu San's gaze was resolute, and he grabbed the ground with his right hand to wipe away the dust in his palm. "I don't know why Alliance Master Lu is looking for me, but I, Zhu San, want to return to my days in Myriad City. I don't want to be bullied by others and do nothing for the rest of my life. I don't want to be at the mercy of the Su family. I once thought that returning to the 7 courts would allow the Su family to rise to the top and surpass most people. I didn't care about the 10 arbiters, but I was wrong. No matter how influential the 7 courts are, Zhu San, I'm still a nobody. I might be sent on a certain death mission one day, and even if I don't die, I can only muddle along in the astral mesh region for the rest of my life. Alliance Master Lu, I admit that when I left Myriad City and returned to the Su family, I had thoughts of taking revenge on you. Because of you, my Zhu family's plan to seize Myriad City failed. However, these thoughts have long since disappeared. I, Zhu San, am just a nobody, and I cannot compete with Alliance Master Lu for anything. I only hope that Alliance Master Lu can accept me and allow me to return to the Great Eastern Alliance." At this point, Zhu San raised his head and looked hopefully at Lu Yin. His eyes were bright and filled with an unprecedented conviction and determination. "I will do whatever Alliance Master wants me to do. I, Zhu San, do not wish to retire in the astral mesh region. I do not wish to die in some corner of the universe without anyone knowing. Please accept me, Alliance Master." Zhu San's other leg also knelt down, and he completely prostrated himself before Lu Yin. Without experiencing some things, a person would never be able to grow up. When Lu Yin had first met Zhu San, he had been extremely arrogant and had dared to challenge anyone. He had hidden his true intentions and wanted to marry Qiong Shir and seize Myriad City, but he had failed. All of his ambitions had been reduced to nothing, and all that had been left behind was his desire and hatred for the 7 courts. After that, he had returned to the Su family. However, this was a decision that he regretted to this day. I don't know his real motive, but it's definitely because of the 3 immortals technique. Why are you so sure? Suzhou was puzzled. Zhu San gritted her teeth. I'm too familiar with Lu Yin, and I understand him too well. I can guess his every move. Suzhou frowned and looked at Zhu San. You can see through Lu Yin. Zhu San smiled bitterly. I can roughly guess what he's thinking. You can't find out his motive. Suzhou was unwilling to give up. Zhu San thought about it. If I'm not wrong, it has something to do with the Su family's ancestral chessboard. Suzhou immediately denied it. Impossible, Lu Yin knows the Su secret art. There's no need for him to have any ideas about the chessboard. Zhu San was certain, it definitely has something to do with the chessboard. I know Lu Yin too well, so please tell the family head that once Lu Yin has set his sights on a target, he won't give up. Quickly hide the three immortals technique and take away everyone who knows it. We can't give him any excuses. He then left, but before he left, he said, "Young master, based on my understanding of Lu Yin, it definitely has something to do with the chessboard. You have to be careful." Not long after, Sujiu told Sujiu about his conversation with Zhu San. Sujiu frowned and looked at the sky with his hands behind his back. "Do you think Zhu San is right?" Sujiu said, "Nonsense, the only use of the chessboard is to comprehend the Su's secret art. Lu Yin has already comprehended the Su's secret art for quite some time, so he came to the Su family. If what Zhu San said was true, then he's using the three immortals technique as a reason to cause trouble and demand compensation. There's no way he's just here to observe the chessboard." Sujiu also thought that it was impossible. What else could it be? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1942. Sujiu guessed, could it be war strategy theory? Or resources? I heard that he is greedy by nature. So Lao Yen shook his head. With his status, he can easily obtain resources. There is no need for him to find trouble with our Su clan. Could it be? So Lao Yen thought of the Great Eastern Alliance. The Great Eastern Alliance had already unified the innerverse and outerverse, and it possessed the power to directly contend against the astral beast domain. Their next step would be the Cosmic Sea, but the master of the Cosmic Sea, Leon's Armada, was Lu Yin's family. There was no need to consider the Cosmic Sea, so their next step would naturally be the Neoverse. Could it be that they were trying to seize the Neoverse and cause trouble for the Su family? So Lao laughed, as that was impossible. He was overthinking things. The Neoverse was not the same as the Outerverse or the Outerverse. The Sirius sect and the Hall of Honor had both contributed to the Great Eastern Alliance's ability to resist the astral beast domain. Otherwise, the Great Eastern Alliance alone would not have been able to do so. In the Neoverse, the Court of Seven Names, the Sirius sect, the Mavis family, the Aurora Company, the Home of the Gods, and so on, which one of them was easy to provoke? There were already several half-martial ancestors. So, what right did the Great Eastern Alliance have to unify all of them? Even after thinking about it for a long time, he still couldn't figure out Lu Yin's goal. Don't worry about him. Since he has a goal, he will definitely come. I'll wait for him, so Lao Yen said confidently. Sujiu asked, then what about the yin-yang three immortal arts? Quite a few people in the family have learned it. So Lao Yen said helplessly, although that battle technique is exquisite, it lacks a matching cultivation method. At most, it can only be considered a starting move. What can it do? If he wants to use this opportunity to cause trouble for the Su clan, then he's underestimating us. Zhu San took Lu Yin for a stroll around the streets, which shocked the Su family's outsiders. The entire house of strategists was discussing this matter. Over the next 2 days, Lu Yin continued to wander around the Su family. He was interested in the battles between the Su family's disciples, so he especially watched them fight. Sujiu also came and accompanied him. The tactician family's battle strategy theory is indeed impressive. It can even simulate battle techniques. No wonder people say that the tactician family has the most battle techniques in the 7 courts. They truly live up to their reputation. Zhu San glanced at Sujiu. Sujiu smiled. They're all just for show. How can they compare to Alliance leader Lu's emptiness palm? Even the emissaries are afraid of that palm. Lu Yin smiled. Brother Su, you're praising me too much. I've only just broken through to become an emissary, but you're making me sound like a half-ancestor. Ha! Sujiu smiled faintly and didn't reply. In front of him, two cultivators from the Su family were engaged in a heated battle. Their cultivation levels were similar, and they were both disciples of the Su family. Although they were not direct descendants, they knew battle strategies, and their fighting styles were similar. Suddenly, one of them raised his hand. His fingertips formed a strange pattern and pointed at his opponent. Lu Yin suddenly took a step forward and blurted out, "The three yin-yang immortals technique." Suzhou's gaze turned cold. "What's wrong, Brother Lu?" Lu Yin's expression turned ugly as he glared at Suzhou. "Brother Su, that's the yin-yang three immortals technique. How does your family know it?" Suzhou frowned. "Yin-yang three immortal arts? I don't know. It's just one of the many battle techniques that my Su clan has simulated." "Who simulated it?" Lu Yin shouted, attracting the attention of many. Suzhou said in a low voice, "Brother Lu, I respect you as a guest, but your attitude is too much." Lu Yin said sternly, "That's a senior's yin-yang three immortals technique. Back then, I had a drinking contest with that senior, and I specifically asked for his guidance. This battle technique is incomparably exquisite, and there aren't many in the entire universe who know it. How can your Su family learn it? How did you learn it? And you're teaching it to outsiders. The Su family must give me an explanation for this." Suzhou subconsciously glanced at Zhu San. This guy really knew Lu Yin well. As expected, he had used the yin-yang three immortals technique to cause trouble. "Since Alliance Master Lu is unhappy, then please explain," Suzhou said stiffly before leading Lu Yin to Su Elder Yen. Many people from the Su family had gathered, and they were facing Lu Yin and the Second Night King. The atmosphere was tense. Lu Yin's expression was unfriendly as he stared at Su Elder Yen. "Master Su, I'm not an unreasonable person. If you learned my battle technique, then I'll let it go. However, this battle technique came from a senior, and it's the blood and sweat of his entire son. It's only passed down to his disciples. Now that your Su family is openly teaching it to your own clan members, you're being too disrespectful to that senior. This is theft." Su Elder Yen frowned. "Alliance Master Lu, everyone knows that our Su family simulates various battle techniques. That's why no matter who fights with our Su family members, they should try their best to hide their battle techniques. This is common sense. You said that the yin-yang three immortals technique was simulated, but that's your senior's problem. There's no need to cause trouble for the Su family. So the Su family doesn't plan on giving an explanation." Lu Yin's gaze darkened. Su Elder Yen clasped his hands behind his back. "Alliance Master Lu is a guest, and the Su family treats you with respect. However, if you're an evil guest, then the Su family is not afraid." Not too far away, an elder walked out. It was Elder Yun of the Su family, Su Yu, a powerhouse with a power level of over 1,000,000. He held a strange treasure, the unmoving chessboard, and stared at the Second Night King cautiously. The entire Su family was mobilized, bringing with them an austere atmosphere. Lu Yin sneered, as expected of the Seven Court Su family. "You're not even afraid of a half-ancestor." The expressions of the Su family members changed. Su Elder Yen was astonished. "A half-ancestor?" Lu Yin did not look at him and instead looked at Su Yu. "Senior, have you heard of the three yin-yang immortals technique?" Su Yu was confused. "Nope." Lu Yin nodded. "Then, what about Zhou Qi?" Su Yu's expression changed. "Half-ancestor Zhou Qi." Su Elder Yan's eyes narrowed. "Alliance Master Lu, what do you mean by that?" Lu Yin raised his head. "The three yin-yang immortals technique is a half-ancestor Zhou Qi's ultimate technique, and he passed it down to his disciple, Zhong Shi. Now, your Su family is openly spreading it. Family head Su, I think that your Su family wants to exchange blows with Senior Zhou Qi." Su Elder Yan's expression turned ugly, and Su Yu looked at him. "What's going on?" All of the So family members had ugly expressions. Who would have known that the three yin-yang immortals technique was a half-ancestor's ultimate technique? If they had known, they would not have dared to spread it so brazenly, as it was akin to someone spreading war strategies. No, it was even more serious than that, as the So family did not have a half-ancestor. Sujio was shocked. This was actually a half-ancestor's ultimate technique. Even Zhu San had not expected this, as the three yin-yang immortals technique was clearly an imitation of Cheong Shi Er's battle technique. Could Cheong Shi Er be a half-ancestor's disciple? How was that possible? If she was a half-ancestor's disciple, how could she be so weak? Alliance Master Lu, do you think that you can threaten my So family by linking the three yin-yang immortals technique to half-ancestor Jiu Qi? Who can prove that this battle technique belongs to half-ancestor Jiu Qi? So Elder Yen asked sternly. He had originally not cared about Lu Yin using this battle technique to threaten him, but if this battle technique belonged to a half-ancestor, then things were different. Lu Yin smiled. You can ask Xia Ji. So Elder Yan's heart sank, as Lu Yin's attitude showed no fear. Could it really be a half-ancestor's battle technique? Siyu's eyes flickered, as asking Xia Ji was naturally the best way to verify this, but if he did so, then Lu Yin would not be the only one who could use their weakness against them, but also the Xia family. They were all part of the 7 courts, but they were not as harmonious as they seemed. All of you, leave, Siyu ordered, dismissing everyone aside from So Elder Yen. As he watched the crowd leave, Lu Yin knew that he had succeeded. The So family did not even have the courage to ask Xia Ji. Of course, regardless of whether they tried to verify it or not, the three yin-yang immortals technique was indeed Jiu Qi's battle technique, so there was no problem. Alliance Master Lu, how do you plan on resolving this matter? Siyu asked Lu Yin. Lu Yin met Siyu's gaze. Senior, do you believe that the three yin-yang immortals technique is a half-ancestor battle technique? I believe it for now, Siyu replied. Then, Senior, please verify it, Lu Yin said. Siyu frowned. As a rising star, even I, who was in seclusion all year round, have heard of Alliance Master Lu's great name. You unified the inner-verse and outer-verse, looked at the neo-verse from afar, led the Great Eastern Alliance to resist the astral beast domain, underwent a tribulation that caused the astral source universe to erupt, and even attracted the blood progenitor. All of these accomplishments are admirable, and my So family has never disrespected Alliance Master Lu. I heard that Alliance Master Lu even knows the So family's secret word plan. Has the So family caused any trouble for you while you were in the astral luster region? Lu Yin answered seriously, learning the secret word plan was a coincidence. If Senior could learn the Xia's secret word plan and the Hall of Honor's secret technique, would you not learn it out of fear of the Xia family and the Hall of Honor? Besides, I didn't know that the secret word plan belonged to the So family. At that time, I didn't have the qualifications to come into contact with the 7 courts, and I had never even heard of it. So Elder Yen interrupted, it's a fact that Alliance Master Lu learned the secret word plan. Are you trying to deny it? Lu Yin looked at So Elder Yen. I was the one who learned the secret word plan. Now, the So family is the one who is recklessly spreading half-ancestor battle techniques. You can cause trouble for me because I learned the secret word plan, but that's your right. Now, I want to resolve this matter. What do you want? So Elder Yen gritted his teeth. At the end of the day, one's fist was bigger. If Lu Yin was just a minor character, then he would not have dared to say such a thing. He would not have even dared to reveal that he had learned the secret word plan. They were currently facing a half-ancestor, and if they had known earlier, they would not have dared to reveal that they had taught the yin-yang 3 immortal arts. Now, it was too late, and they could only seal Lu Yin's mouth. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold, and he looked at Siyu. Actually, as long as I don't say anything and you don't say anything, as well as forbidding the So family members who have learned the Yin-Yang 3 immortal arts from using it, then it will be fine. A half-ancestor will not be able to keep an eye on the So family. Senior Jiao Qi is addicted to alcohol, and as long as no one specifically tells him, he will not discover anything. So you looked at Lu Yin deeply. Alliance Master Lu, how can we prevent you from telling half-ancestor Jiao Qi? Lu Yin replied, it's very simple. I want to observe the motionless chessboard left behind by the So family's ancestor. So you did not understand, didn't you learn the secret word plan? The motionless chessboard's only use is to allow others to learn the secret word plan. It's useless to you. I know. Actually, I don't want to harm the So family. Just as Senior said, I have the secret word plan, but no one came to find trouble with me when I came to the So family. This means that the So family treats me like a friend, and I will naturally not harm my friends, Lu Yin said casually. Siyu was confused, as he could not understand Lu Yin's goal. Compared to Siyu's confusion, So Elder Yen was both confused and shocked. Zhu San had actually guessed Lu Yin's goal. Did he really understand this person that well? If that was the case, then Zhu San would be very useful. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1943. Lu Yin was like the sun in the sky, and even the seven courts wouldn't dare to say that they wouldn't come into contact with him in the future. They might even have conflicts or wars. Once Lu Yin reached a power level of 1,000,000 or even a half-step ancestor, would the seven courts be able to stay out of it? Xia Ji alone wouldn't be able to threaten him. They had to be prepared. In the end, Siyu agreed to let Lu Yin observe the motionless chessboard. Lu Yin had already comprehended the mystery of the So word, so observing the motionless chessboard was meaningless. The So family had a strange treasure, the motionless chessboard. The one Lu Yin was observing had been left behind by the progenitor So Wangtian, and it was located in the So family's ancestral home. As long as the So family wasn't destroyed, the motionless chessboard wouldn't be taken away. Under Siyu's lead, Lu Yin arrived at the So family's ancestral home. Alliance Master Lu, please enter, Siyu said solemnly, but it was impossible to tell if he was happy or angry. Lu Yin looked at the home and said, thank you. He then walked in. The So family's ancestral home wasn't big, and it was just like a normal family's courtyard. Humans were born from nothing, and this place represented the So family's nothingness. When Mr. Chumu had used the bamboo pillar's blood to allow Lu Yin to cross the river of time to observe the motionless chessboard, he had heard So Wangtian's arrogant words. He hadn't expected the So family's ancestral home to be so ordinary. Had So Wangtian never lived here before? Was this just the seven courts So family's ancestral home? There was a small house in the So family's ancestral home that was pitch black. Lu Yin pushed open the door and entered before closing it behind him. He saw a dusty motionless chessboard in the corner of the house, illuminating its surroundings with moonlight. This scene was very familiar, as Lu Yin had seen this same chessboard before. He approached it step by step, looking at the dusty pieces on the board. Back then, he had been standing, but this time, he was sitting on one side of the board. No matter who his opponent was, he was willing to play this game, even if it was So Wangtian. He had defeated progenitor Qin, who was at the same level as him, so he had nothing to fear. A formless breeze blew past, and the dust on the chessboard was swept away. Lu Yin stared at the chessboard and subconsciously raised his hand, wanting to pick up a piece. Suddenly, his body trembled, and his eyes glazed over. A moment later, he appeared in outer space, surrounded by chess pieces. He was also a chess piece. He looked up and saw two giant figures sitting on either side of him. One of them laughed loudly. You're definitely going to lose this time, ha 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 ha. I don't think you've ever won against me, you're terrible at chess. Another deafening voice rang out, almost shattering Lu Yin's brain. Lu Yin stared at the two figures in shock, but he couldn't see their faces clearly. Beside them, chess pieces were moving, someone was playing chess. Are they playing chess? Why was he a chess piece? He was clearly the player. Lu Yin opened his mouth to shout, but no sound came out. Ha ha ha, what do you think? You're definitely going to win. So Wang Tian, you will always be a weakling when it comes to chess. You can't even win against an ordinary person. So Wang Tian, never calculate when I play chess. I'll just take one step at a time. I'm not like you, who can see through the game with a single glance. What's the point of playing chess? To us, chess is no fun at all. I don't want to play with you. You have to play with me, unless you can beat me. What's the point? You'll never win if you play chess like this. Bullshit, I'm invincible. Who says I can't win? I'll show you. If Lu Yin grasped retract chess, the Su family would lose all face. Lu Yin sat beside the chessboard for half a month. When he opened his eyes, they were filled with confusion. That feeling was very clear, but he couldn't grasp it. He needed time. He definitely couldn't do it here. He raised his head and his die appeared. He tapped it, and it slowly spun until it finally stopped at 5. That was meaningless. He tapped it again, and the die slowly stopped at 6. Lu Yin's eyes moved, and the scene changed. His consciousness appeared in that dark space, surrounded by spheres of light. He was in the Su family's ancestral mansion, and who knew if that old bastard Siu would rush in. He had to seize the moment. Lu Yin fused into the nearest sphere of light. The next moment, the scene in front of him became clear, and he saw a valley with a hubbub of voices. There were no less than 1,000,000 people, and they were all cultivators. Lu Yin was shocked, as these were not ordinary cultivators. The moment he fused into this person's body, several terrifying auras swept past him. This person's power level was definitely above 1,000,000. Where else could there be such a powerful force? Could it be the Starfall Sea? Memories flooded into his mind. Lu Yin's expression changed, but he eventually calmed down. No wonder so many terrifying cultivators had gathered here. This was the Cosmic Tree Realm, an army that was going to invade the 5th mainland. It was led by the 4 Libras, which had gathered 4 half-progenitors, dozens of envoys, and tens of thousands of space-exploring cultivators. Aside from that, there were nearly 1,000,000 cultivators serving this army. This was the first time the Cosmic Tree Realm had come into contact with the 5th mainland since the decisive battle between the 5th and 6th mainlands during the Daosaur sect's era. The person he had fused with was Long Quan. Long Quan was someone who was qualified to compete with Long Ko for the position of the White Dragon tribe's leader. When the true main bloodline had been destroyed, the Long Ko branch had taken the opportunity to take over. This had always been Long Quan's sore spot. As a branch bloodline, he did not think that the Long Quan branch was weaker than the Long Ko branch, but he had not grasped the right timing. Thus, he had always been thinking of ways to suppress the Long Ko branch. When news of Long Tian and Long Shi being trapped in the ruler realm had spread, Long Quan had taken action. He had even wanted to suppress the main bloodline by suppressing Long 7, who was disguised as the main bloodline's son-in-law. When Lu Yin had arrived at Dragon Mountain, he had also sent people to provoke Long Quan. This person was also the leader of the White Dragon tribe's extraction of astral elixir. Lu Yin had never expected to fuse with Long Quan's body. Back in the Cosmic Tree Realm, Long Quan had been an unreachable existence with a power level of over 800,000. Killing him would have been as easy as flipping his hand. Now, however, Lu Yin could actually fuse with this person's body, and he could control his life and death with a single thought. As he looked at the densely packed cultivators in the valley, Luin continued to read Long Quan's memories, and his heart continued to sink. For demi-ancestors and dozens of envoys were enough to launch a terrifying war against the Fifth Mainland, and this was just the four-way scale's excess strength. Most of their strength was focused on the battlefield at the back, while some remained in the higher realms. Even so, they were still able to draw out such a terrifying force. If the four-way scales recruited the central realm, Luin believed that their strength would double in a short period of time. It was hard to say how many demi-ancestors they had, but at the very least, the number of envoys would double. According to Long Quan's information, the Wang family had already communicated with the Genesis Court, and they were about to enter the Fifth Mainland through the Genesis Court. At that time, the war would begin. Of course, there was no guarantee that there would be a war, as long as the Fifth Mainland handed Lu Yin over. Lu Yin's eyes flickered. He had expected the four-way scales to act quickly, but he had not expected it to be this quick. He had not even made any preparations, and the war had already begun. No, he had to stall for time so that he could at least gather enough strength to resist. But how should he do that? Lu Yin used Long Quan's vision to constantly scan the valley as he tried to think of a way. He no longer cared about the consumption of star essence in his cosmic ring, as he only wanted to stall for time. The only known passage from the cosmic tree realm to the Fifth Mainland was the Genesis Court. That place was known as the New Void Corridor, and it was not too far away from the valley. Above his head was the Wang family's floating palm. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1944. Destroying the New Sky Corridor was the fastest and most effective way to stall for time, but there would definitely be a half-ancestor guarding it. No one would underestimate the Lu family status in the astral tree realm. Even after being exiled, there were still loyalists who were willing to sacrifice their lives for the Lu family. These people would do everything in their power to destroy the New Sky Corridor and prevent the expeditionary army from going to the abandoned lands. Even Long Quan couldn't get close to the corridor, as anyone who did would die. The Shinkong Corridor was now out of the question. Lu Yin scanned the entire valley and suddenly noticed a strange creature that was conversing with an elder from the Wang family. There weren't only people from the Wang family in the area, but there were also people from the Bai, Xia, and White Dragon clans. This strange creature was from the Genesis Court, and it represented the court in communicating with the four cardinal scales. As long as the communication was successful, the expeditionary army would be able to enter the Fifth Mainland through the New Sky Corridor. Lu Yin's eyes lit up, and he stepped into the void and disappeared. When he reappeared, he wasn't too far away from those people. He wasn't in a hurry to approach them, but instead walked over step by step, worried that he would be alerted. You're asking for too many resources. It's not like the Genesis Court doesn't understand this part of the universe. The amount of resources consumed by the battlefield on the other side is astronomical. If we transfer a large amount of resources to you, it will affect that battlefield, Elder Wang Shang said. He had once gone to the Fifth Mainland alone to kill Lu Yin, but Hui Kong had forced him back. Because of this person, Hui Kong had used up all of the golden meteors he had nurtured in the technocracy, and he had been forced to return to the human domain. The strange creature had an indescribable shape, but it looked like a piece of metal with facial features and intelligent eyes. It spoke in a clear voice. Dean Sun said that this is the only condition. If you don't agree, then we won't open the New Sky Corridor. Us attacking the human domain in the abandoned lands should be a good thing for the Genesis Court, Elder Qing Xing from the Frigid Immortal sect interjected. The strange creature replied, the Genesis Court isn't the one fighting the human domain. It's Eben City, and we have a good relationship with them. As far as this old man knows, Liu Shaoxian has an extremely high status in the human domain. Back then, he even appeared in your dimensional battlefield and entered through Ibn City. I think he already has a good relationship with Ibn City. If they join forces to deal with the Heaven Creation Academy, your days won't be easy, Wang Shang said. This is the only condition. If you don't agree, then we won't open the new sky corridor. Everyone felt helpless. It was impossible for a half-martial ancestor to lower their status to negotiate with the Sky Creation Court. Among them, Wang Shang was naturally the most suitable. After all, the Wang family had always been in contact with the Sky Creation Court. Off to the side, Long Kuei had a complicated look in his eyes. He recalled how Long Qi, no, Liu Shaoxian had changed his name to Long Qi, had dominated the starry sky of trees. If only he was not Liu Shaoxian but Long Qi. At this moment, Long Quan walked over. The few of them looked over but did not pay much attention to him. Long Kuei's expression was uncomfortable. The two major branches of the White Dragon clan were competing with each other. He belonged to Long Ku's lineage, so he naturally rejected Long Quan. Senior. Long Quan faced Wang Shang and bowed respectfully. Wang Shang grunted. What are you doing here? Dragon Spring respectfully said, I brought a message from the Great Elder. Then, he looked at the strange creature from the Sky Creation Court and said, it's for this guest. Wang Shang was puzzled. A message from Great Elder Ni Huang. Although the expeditionary force this time is led by the Wang clan after all, the passage to the abandoned land was provided by the Wang family. However, the strongest person was the White Dragon clan's Great Elder Ni Huang. She was an extremely strong half-ancestor and was infinitely close to the progenitor realm. She was on par with the myriad Dao ancestor. Even other half-ancestors had to be respectful in front of her. Since it's a message from Senior Ni Huang, just say it, Wang Shang said. Long Quan was in a difficult position and hesitated. Wang Shang's eyes flashed, and he took the lead to leave. He knew that Long Quan wanted to talk to the people from the Sky Creation Court alone, so he did not suspect anything about Long Quan. The others also left. Long Kuei frowned. Great Elder Ni Huang had actually entrusted a message to Long Quan. Was she planning to support Long Quan's lineage? To the Great Elder, it did not matter who became the clan leader. During the ancestral worship ceremony, Great Elder Ni Huang had listed Long Qi as the successor of the White Dragon clan. She had not cared about Long Ku's lineage and had arranged a marriage between him and the Xia family of the Shenwu continent. This incident had caused Long Ku's lineage to have no advantage over Long Quan's lineage. Everyone knew that in Great Elder Ni Huang's heart, anyone could be the clan leader. Regardless of whether he was willing or not, Long Kuei could only leave. Only Long Quan and the strange creature from the Sky Creation Court were left. No matter what you say, the condition is the condition, the strange creature said as it glanced at Long Quan. Long Quan looked at the strange creature and said, I'm sorry. With that, he struck out with his palm, hitting the strange creature's body without any hindrance and breaking it into pieces. This scene shocked countless people. Wang Shang was the first to see it. His expression changed drastically as he shouted, Long Quan, what are you doing? Near and far, many gazes looked over. Long Quan shouted angrily, what Liu Shaoxian? What Lu Yin? It's all fake. It's a trick that your frozen immortal sect, the Wang family, and the Shenwu continent have teamed up to deal with my White Dragon clan. Who doesn't know that Long Qi's innate talent is extraordinary and that he's going to be accepted as a disciple by ancestor Mu Xie? Even the formation masters in Jiayuan are amazed by his lock-breaking talent. It's all because you're afraid that my White Dragon clan will rise, so you set up this trap and made Long Qi carry the title of a dead man. Long Quan's words made Wang Shang, who had been about to attack, pause. Long Quan was not even afraid of death, just to expose a lie. Generally speaking, people who said such things were telling the truth. If they were not afraid of death, why would they lie? Unless they were forced, but who would force Long Quan? He was someone who was qualified to compete for the position of the White Dragon clan's leader, and he was a powerhouse who had undergone 4 origin tribulations. More importantly, was this Long Quan's idea or Great Elder Ni Huang's? Elder Long Quan, what nonsense are you spouting? Long Kuei shouted. Long Quan shouted, shut up, you've all been deceived. Long Qi is Long Qi, not Lu Shaoxian at all. What general appointment platform talent? What Wang clan's identification? They're all fake. The 3 great clans of the 4 direction scales work together to deceive even our White Dragon clan. Only I, Long Quan, discovered the truth. Long Quan then shouted, Great Elder, this junior knows that you're watching, so please investigate the truth. Long Qi is Long Qi, not Lu Shaoxian. He's Long Qi, the son-in-law of our White Dragon clan's main bloodline. Impudent. Nonsense. Wang Si walked out, her eyes filled with rage. She raised her hand and slapped down. At that moment, Great Elder Ni Huang walked out and stopped Wang Si. Wait. She then looked at Long Quan with a gloomy expression. Do you know what you just said? The truth of the ancestral worship was revealed long ago, and even Long Qi himself admitted it. Not only is he Lu Shaoxian, but he's also a stowaway from the abandoned land. Who didn't see his provocation to the 4 direction scales when he broke through to the emissary realm? Long Quan was sorrowful. He was betrayed by his own clan. How sad is that? Can't he provoke them? Great Elder, Long Qi needs the clan's protection the most right now, but the clan still wants to kill him? How much pain must he be in? This is all a scheme of the Bai, Wang, and Xia clans. They're the ones who faked everything. Otherwise, how could there be such a coincidence? Long Qi's identity was exposed just as the old ancestor was lured away. They wanted to prevent the old ancestor from seeing the truth so that Long Qi would be killed. They're trying to kill the genius of our White Dragon clan. Great Elder, this junior is willing to die to prove the truth. After speaking, he slapped his forehead and died under everyone's shocked gazes. Great Elder Ni Huang didn't expect Long Quan to be so decisive. He really did want to die. This scene shocked everyone. Was it really as Long Quan had said? He really did look like a pitiful person who had been wronged and didn't hesitate to die to prove his innocence. However, it was also true that Long Qi was Lu Shaoxian. Otherwise, Great Elder Ni Huang wouldn't have personally taken action. The White Dragon clan had lost all face because of Long Qi. But what was going on now? At this moment, even half-martial ancestors like Ni Huang and Wang Si were stunned. A person's death was more important than the heavens. Even an ant would care about his own life the most. He didn't hesitate to die to prove the truth. This would shake the hearts of countless people. At the very least, the expeditionary army's morale was gone. It was impossible for the people at the bottom to know so clearly about what had happened back then. Now that Long Quan had died, everyone was suspicious. A considerable number of them had believed Long Quan's words at that time. They had never seen Lu Shaoxian before, nor had they seen the battle of the 4 sides on the general appointment stage. They had only seen Long Quan seeking death. According to the analysis of facts, it was not impossible. Thinking about it, it made sense. The Lu clan was gone, so why was Lu Shaoxian still alive? The entire mountain valley was silent. No one even paid attention to the death of the strange creature from the Genesis courtyard. Everyone was staring at Long Quan's corpse. On this day, Long Quan had overturned the 4 cardinal scales worldview. Not only that, but Long Quan had also killed that strange creature from the Genesis courtyard. How would he explain this to the Genesis courtyard? The negotiations for resources had already reached a stalemate, and now, they were even more difficult to negotiate. The expeditionary army had yet to leave the mountain valley, but their morale was completely gone. Long Kuei stared blankly at Long Quan's corpse. When had this branch family head become so unyielding? Elsewhere, Lu Yin had controlled Long Quan's body to commit suicide. The moment of his death, he didn't feel good either. His consciousness returned to his body through the dark space, and the black and white fog in his chest surged as if it had been stimulated. It took a lot of effort to calm down. Lu Yin's lips curled up. This time, the cosmic trees were lively. Back then, he had been confirmed as Lu Shaoxian, and the 4 cardinal scales had confirmed this. It was impossible to overturn this theory. He had only used Long Quan to annoy the 4 cardinal scales. Everything else aside, he had at least been able to stall for time. He had also been able to split the relationship between the White Dragon clan and the other 3 clans, causing them to have internal conflicts. The death of the creature from the Genesis courtyard had also delayed the progress of their negotiations. Lu Yin guessed that with this ruckus, he might be able to buy himself half a year's time. Within that time, he had to find a way to deal with the expeditionary army from the cosmic trees. If there was no other way, then he would directly start a war. First, he had to confirm the Hall of Honor's stance. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1945. With the 5th mainland strength, as long as they didn't step out of the progenitor realm, they should be able to deal with a half-step ancestor. Lu Yin sighed and decided not to think about the cosmic tree domain for now. Right, he checked his cosmic ring to see how many star essence he had spent. He had wasted a lot of time in that valley, and he had even taken control of Long Quan's body to commit suicide. 20 billion. Lu Yin's face twitched, and his expression turned ugly. It wasn't that he had 20 billion left, but that he had spent 20 billion. That was 20 billion. 20 billion, and it was gone just like that. Lu Yin closed his eyes in pain. He was out of money again. The only consolation was that this money had been well spent. It had definitely been well spent. He put down his cosmic ring and stopped thinking about this annoying matter. He raised his hand, and his die appeared. He tapped it, as cultivation was still more important. This time, things went smoothly. At 4:00, he entered the time-stop space. After entering the space, Lu Yin immediately extended the time to nearly a year. He then sat down cross-legged and recited the primogenitor scripture. At the same time, he recalled the time when he had played against Su Wangtian and the feeling of wanting to regret a move. 1 month, 2 months, 3 months. Finally, half a year passed. Lu Yin suddenly opened his eyes, as he still felt like he was missing something. Although reciting the primogenitor scripture had allowed him to touch upon a thread, it would take him a very long time to fully comprehend it. He didn't have that much time to waste. When he thought about this, Lu Yin reluctantly took out the root of wisdom. The astral source in his palm boiled, and he used the root of wisdom to brew tea. A complete root of wisdom could only be used to brew 3 cups of tea. After the first sip, Lu Yin recalled that feeling, and it immediately became much clearer. It was as if he was experiencing it himself. He had thought that the planned secret arts regret move was related to time, but in reality, it had nothing to do with time. Instead, it was related to space. After drinking the root of wisdom tea, it was as if he had been enlightened. At the same time, he recited the primogenitor scripture and used the hazy voice to impart enlightenment. Lu Yin finally grasped that thread, but it still wasn't enough. He drank another sip of the root of wisdom tea, and after a month, his eyes shone with a divine light. He stood up and waved his hand, distorting the void. At the same time, the star-scattered chessboard appeared beneath him. Plan's secret art, scattered star chess, regret move. Lu Yin stared at the distorted void, and the star chessboard, the star chessboard. The star chessboard's regret move. He had clearly distorted that part of the void, but he had used the secret of Plan to perfectly restore it. This was the secret of Plan's repentance. The so-called retracting move was to use its influence on space to perfectly restore it. Anyone who made a move would definitely affect the space around them. Even the weakest ordinary person would affect the air around them. Retracting chess was to restore this effect. This was retracting chess, reverting to the previous step. It had to be said that Su Wangtian was truly a genius. He had created such a terrifying secret technique just to reverse a move. Lu Yin suddenly developed a great interest in countermeasure Wangtian. Now that he had comprehended the strategy secret, regretful chess, there was only one last sip of wisdom root tea left. Lu Yin drank it all in one gulp, recited the primogenitor scripture, and then began to cultivate the art of serious. Serious art was the inheritance of progenitor Qin. He wanted to cultivate it to the highest level as quickly as possible so that he could unravel the secret of the pattern beneath his feet. When he'd become an emissary, he'd use the primogenitor scripture to cultivate the serious art to 10,000 stars. Now that he had the wisdom root tea, he didn't know how many stars he could cultivate. As the scenery changed, Lu Yin returned to the Su family's ancestral home with an excited expression. With the wisdom root, the serious art could now revolve 35,000 stars, which was an increase of more than 20,000 stars. With the wisdom root and the primogenitor scripture, there had been a qualitative change. If he had 2 more wisdom roots, he was confident that he could reach the peak of the 5th level in the shortest amount of time and advance towards the 6th level of the serious art. It had only been 20 years since he'd started cultivating the serious art. When progenitor Qin had created the serious art, he'd managed to condense more than 30,000 stars. How much time had it taken? His predecessor had planted the tree while his successor reaped the shade. Lu Yin had benefited greatly from progenitor Qin. He pushed open the door and walked out. Su Yu and Su Lao Yen had been waiting outside the ancestral home the entire time. When they saw Lu Yin appear, they stared at him. What's wrong? Lu Yin was puzzled. Su Lao Yen asked nervously, Alliance Master Lu, did you just comprehend something? Lu Yin didn't try to hide it. I think so. What did you comprehend? Su Lao Yen asked anxiously. He was both nervous and expectant. Lu Yin raised his hand and a stone appeared in his palm. He casually tossed it out and the star chessboard appeared beneath his feet. Secret word, retraction. The stone that had been tossed out returned to its original path without any deviation. This scene seemed ordinary, but it shocked Su Yu and Su Lao Yen greatly. This was because the stone had not returned to its original state, but rather reverted to its original state. Just like the word retraction. Retracting one's move and returning it to its original state was retraction. Su Yu was shocked. I never thought that I would be able to see retraction in my lifetime. Lu Yin was puzzled. You guys didn't comprehend retraction. He had thought that someone from the Su family would be able to comprehend it. After all, the chessboard had been left untouched for so long, and Su Yu and the others had been watching it every day. How could they not comprehend it? Su Yu shook his head. Our aptitudes are far inferior to Alliance Master Lu's, and we haven't comprehended retraction. We can't sense that concept at all. Alliance Master Lu, how did you comprehend retraction? Su Lao Yen asked hopefully. You haven't comprehended retraction. How did you comprehend it if you didn't? Lu Yin blinked. This was interesting. So Wang Tian taught me. Siyu and So Lao Yen were stunned, unable to react. Alliance Master Lu, what did you just say? So Lao Yen asked again. Lu Yin shrugged. When I saw the chessboard, I heard someone called So Wang Tian tell me about retraction. He was also playing against someone with the surname Yu. At this point, Lu Yin recalled that someone with the surname Yu should be an ancestor of the Yu family. Someone who could play against So Wang Tian was also a progenitor. There were actually quite a few progenitors in human history. There were 6 continents, and even if each continent only had a few progenitors, there were still dozens of them in total. Siyu and So Lao Yen might not have believed Lu Yin's words, but Lu Yin had revealed the identities of both parties, so they had no choice but to believe him. According to the ancient records, the secret word had indeed been created because their ancestor had played against a progenitor with the surname Yu. This was the Su family's top secret, and even the Yu family didn't know about it. Siyu was excited. You heard the ancestor's voice. Lu Yin nodded. I heard it the last time when I comprehended the secret word. This time, it's even clearer. So Wang Tian was the ancestor of the Su family, and Lu Yin had heard the ancestor's voice. Alliance Master Lu, what else did the ancestor say? Siyu asked anxiously. Lu Yin rubbed his chin. He said quite a bit, but I don't really remember. I'm only thinking about comprehending retraction. I can't remember anything else for now. Siyu hurriedly said, So Wang Tian is the ancestor of the Su family. Alliance Master Lu, please think about it carefully. The Su family will be eternally grateful. So Lao frowned, as this sentence put the Su family in a passive position. Siyu was elder Yun of the Su family, and he had a high status. Although he also wanted to know what the ancestor had said and wanted to comprehend retraction, this was not the way to go. However, Siyu had already spoken, and he would definitely be led by the nose when facing Lu Yin. Lu Yin realized that ever since he had used the literary prison to hang the Wen family, there was no turning back. He had used Lu how to hang the sword sect, used his feet to hang the serious sect, used the decomposition of ancient materials to hang the city, used the Ku family to hang the Su family, and now, used the Su secret word to hang the Su family. There was nothing in the universe that he could not hang. No, it should be fishing. He had hooked many big fish. So Lao's heart sank when he saw Lu Yin's expression change. When facing someone like Lu Yin, it was best not to give him any leverage, or it would be troublesome. Unfortunately, the Su family's leverage was now in Lu Yin's hands. The Su secret word was fine, as they could just not comprehend retraction. Since Lu Yin could comprehend it, it was possible that no one in the Su family would be able to do so in the future. What attracted the Su family the most was the ancestor's words. What had the ancestor said? Or had Lu Yin made it up? The key was that there were no records, and no one in the family had comprehended retraction. The possibility of it being made up was not high, as Lu Yin had accurately stated the identities of both sides. This was the most troublesome part. As the Su family's patriarch, he would rather not know what the ancestor had said than be passive. Unfortunately, Siyu was too concerned about this. Senior, is there a place for me to rest? I'm dizzy, and the ancestor said many things. I need time to sort out my thoughts, Lu Yin said painfully. Siyu hurriedly replied, all right. Immediately arrange a place for Alliance Head Lu to stay. So Lao was helpless, Alliance Head Lu, please. By the way, why does the Su family like to play chess? Lu Yin suddenly asked. Siyu was stunned, and his expression turned solemn. The ancestor liked to play chess. Chess is like life, so the ancestor must have wanted the younger generation to find the true meaning of life through chess. Every Su family member is adept at chess and scheming. So Lao nodded. This was why the Su family could compete with the Hui family. In terms of influence, the Su family even surpassed the Xia family in the 7 courts. This was because there were many outsiders in the Su family, and this was one of the benefits of playing chess. Only by playing chess would one know how to scheme. Of course, another reason was that it was easier to comprehend the Su's secret word. Lu Yin grunted and left with Su Lao. He wanted to laugh at Su Yu's words. Although he didn't know Su Wangtian well, it wasn't hard to tell from his words that he wasn't trying to comprehend anything. He just liked to play chess, and he was particularly bad at it. The worse he was, the more he wanted to find someone to play with him. The more he played, the more he lost. In the end, he was forced to create the Su's secret word, regret. It was just a hobby, but it would affect the lives of his descendants. Perhaps behind many brilliant achievements, there was often a very small reason. That night, Zhu Sen met Su Lao again. Su Lao stared at her. "You know Lu Yin very well." Zhu Sen panicked, but she nodded. "Yes, I know him very well." Su Lao's eyes narrowed. "What should I do if I want to obtain some information from him?" Zhu Sen hesitated for a moment before mustering her courage. "That depends on how important the information is to the patriarch." "Does Lu Yin know how important it is?" "And if he does?" Su Lao asked. Zhu Sen shook her head. "Then it'll be troublesome. Unless the Su family has something that Lu Yin cares about, it'll be very costly to obtain information from him. Most importantly, even if we do pay the price, we might not be able to obtain the information in a short period of time. If I'm not wrong, then Lu Yin will leave tomorrow." You're tuning into the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.